Hi,
welcome
welcome
back.
to Microsoft Azure AZ-500 exam. In this entire training series, I'm going to cover complete AZ-500 exam, which is going to be complete 22 hours plus training, so which includes the from a very basic level to the advanced concept, so that you can easily clear your AZ-500 exam. And now, within this, this is going to be part one, in fact, and this would end up anywhere from 10 hours to 11 hours between, because of the limitations that YouTube provides. Cannot upload more than 11 hours, so I will end up before 11 hours within this part 2 or part 1, and the rest of the things I would be including into the part 2. And if you really like it, please do subscribe. And also, I'm planning to start a YouTube join, where you would be getting more advanced topics also apart from this by joining there. But at this point of time, I'm making this entire course for you for free, so that you can view within the YouTube channel, and you can subscribe, you can also like and comment, and also you can ask any kind of questions that you have. And please also do check out any kind of new exam model questions kind of things. You could actually check out in the my website, where I have posted all those latest updated questions. You can check out there. I hope this is the small introduction, and I will be jumping into the actual course. So as you can see here, the skill measured, all of that I'm going to talk on exam point of view, and then we would be jumping further. This lecture talks about Microsoft exam AZ-500 specific to Microsoft Azure security technologies. So the candidates who are looking for this exam should have the should be the masters, or they are the SMEs in terms of the expertise skill set in implementing security controls and threat protection and managing identity and access, protecting data, applications, networking in the cloud, including the hybrid environment as part of the end-to-end infrastructure. So this course has the skills measured primarily on these 4 different sections. And I did cover actually these entire sections. Along with that, the course which is gonna updated in the month of September 29th to 2021. In fact, we have already included this all the latest updated modules. To be frank with you, whatever it's gonna come up, the latest modules I will be updating within this video, so you always get the latest AZ-500 training material for you. Also, the changes has been already given by Microsoft, and I did actually included those course content, and this is directly from Microsoft website about the skill method. And this entire the new skills also has been already added. So if a person is already scheduled the exams or is about to schedule post to the July 29th in 2020, also the topics are covered. So primarily focused on Azure Active Directory, and also for the AD privileged identity management and tenant security, and transferring the subscription to one tenant to another tenant. Also, I've talked about the network security and implementing host security for the VMs. Just the VM to VM only communications should be enabled. Also, the configuring the container security, AKS complete AKS security I have talked about within this course. Also, the ARM specific security like Azure logs and RBACs and the subscription security. And also talked about in this course about the security services for the diagnostic logs and vulnerability scanning, and the security policies enabling by accessing the Azure VMs or accessed with the just-in-time access for the VMs, and the configuring a different alerts creation by creating within the console. And also talked about the data sovereignty and retention and classification and complete database security end to end has been talked within this course, starting from the SQL, CosmoDB, and data lakes, and HD Insights, CosmoDB, all that, including the storage specific shared access signatures, all that has been talked within this course. Also, we touched up the encryption at the data at rest. This has been actually talked within the section of databases section, and also we talked about application security in terms of the SSL and TLS certificates, and also the key vault. We talked almost everywhere the key vault, because the entire security comes with the key vault because of the keys or the secrets that are storing within Microsoft Azure Key Vault. So we have demonstrated a lot of times this key vault for a different purposes, for with the combination of different security measurements. And if you see here, other topics within the Azure Active Directory like OAuth or passwordless authentication, all that has been talked, and also with specific to the latest changes which are effective from the July 2020. We have actually covered all that new objects which are mentioned within this document, like monitoring specific or maybe configuration of the security services. All that has been in detail talked, and there was nothing has been ignored. And if you find any of the information is needed, you can feel free to add me. I will be happy to demonstrate or add that information also as part of the course content. I hope this is useful for you. Thank you. Hello and welcome back. Within this single lecture, almost all the security topics from Microsoft Azure, we will be covering at very high level, and we will be learning all of these, whatever we are going to learn within this lecture, or we are going to watch this lecture video content. These all high level points or high level topics we're going to discuss in depth as we progress within this course. So the next 7 to 10 minutes going to be math explanation video. I thought to give you as a reference, but I want to take this entire video as built into this lecture so that you will not be missing, because this has really very critical information. I don't want to again re-explain the same content, and he has really done really good job. So all the credit goes to Microsoft team and Matt. So and also to talk about other thing, there is a specific book kind of PDF file which is available within Microsoft TechNet Gallery. So I'm going to attach that specific file so that you can go through it as a reference. So basically it talks about CIA, not Microsoft CIA. It's confidentiality, integrity, and availability specific, and these topics will be as progress, and as you read more, you will be learning more and more about what Matt is actually explaining within this lecture. So let's begin, and let's hand it over to Matt so that he can completely explain. Hello and welcome back. In this short lecture, we will be learning about Azure Active Directory. I would like to put your expectations very clear that this course is more focused on how you can secure everything. It's not just the Azure AD. So that means you need to have a basic understanding of Azure AD. I cannot cover everything as the basic standpoint of view. So I try my best to put it high level only. I'm not going to a deep dive for the basics, as this course is not focused for the basics of your Active Directory. So I'm not gonna explain in detail about the differences of your on-premises and Azure AD identity and all that in this lecture. Instead, I would be more focusing to explain at the high level, assuming that you know something on Azure AD. That being said, we'll begin to dig more. If you want to know about Azure Active Directory, so this Azure Active Directory, or sometimes we call AAD, so it's a fully managed multi-tenant service from Microsoft that can offer you for the identity and access capability management for your applications as well as your user management and on your devices and the groups also. Whereas in other hand, if you try to compare with Windows Active Directory, it was not designed for web-based services to manage. So that's where it's gonna, face the problem. Whereas with the Azure Active Directory, it has the capabilities of built-in REST. When I say REST, REST is a protocol. REST stands for Representational State Transfer API interfaces, which are definitely used in Office 365 and Salesforce.com, or maybe in another applications which are trying to develop as a cloud native. So that can easily understand Azure Active Directory, and based on that it can work. So Azure Active Directory has single sign-on, which is very simplified for your access, and also you have the conditional access with the multi-factor authentication can be enabled, and single identity platform that can manage all your internal as well as external users securely. Also, you can develop the tools and you can easily integrate them with your identity from Microsoft. And this is a single sign-on option you can choose for thousands of applications which are predefined as available as a software as a service model for you. Now, if you're thinking about the pricing, yes, the pricing, there are the pricing options you have. The first thing is the free. When you talk about the free, there are a few of the limitations with the Microsoft Azure trial or the full-fledged Azure Active Directory, which can be enrolled by going into portal.azure.com and sign up for the Azure account. That would actually create a tenant. When I say tenant, it would be a on Microsoft.com ID. So this is my tenant, for example. If you see here, when I sign up, this is my tenant ID, and this would be a unique ID. If you want to create, you can create multiple directories, and inside these directories you will have the user accounts and the groups as well as the devices. If you see here, devices will be there. So everything will be available from this directories. And if you're looking the pricing side, yes, there are 50,000 objects. Close to it is almost free with the single sign-on up to 10 applications, and of course there are a few of the limitations, and they offer for us as a free. And also Microsoft Azure Active Directory will be available as the license for P1, as well as the P1 stands for the Premium 1 as well as the Premium 2 licensing models. Also, if you have already subscribed for Office 365, any of the cloud applications like Exchange or Outlook or any other services, it would actually create a tenant. When I say tenant, this kind of a tenant would be created. That means you are running actually on Azure Active Directory, your user accounts. Now, as the next step, I can show you here the pricing, which is a free, anything with the 50,000 plus objects, which are free. And also if you are using Office 365, any of the E1 or E3 or E5 or F1 models, it's a free. And if you're using anything $6 to $9 between P1 and P2 would be costing you. Azure Active Directory is a flat namespace model. When I say that, you will not have any grouping options. Let's say in your Active Directory, you used to have on a Windows Active Directory like a OUs or organization units we call it, or maybe a trust between those domains to segregate those objects. We used to have some kind of structure, but that kind of structure no more will be getting with Azure Active Directory. So it's a flat name model. I mean, you cannot create here any of the folder kind of things under users or under groups. Like you can create direct group names, what of the group names you want, or maybe a user groups directly. So if you want to search for any of the devices or the groups, all you have to do is you have to search here or filter the required objects so that you will be getting the required output. Let's try to understand about the identity models within Microsoft Azure Active Directory. If you see here, if you just got this signed up within the Microsoft Azure Active Directory or maybe Office 365, for that case, you can have your complete identities will be managed with Azure Active Directory. That means if it is a new startup company and they don't have any previous Windows Active Directory or maybe any other LDAP server integrations, then they simply use the cloud only identity model. And there's another one called synced identity. So let's say you have already Windows Active Directory on your on-premises and you wanted to carry those identities to be synced with Microsoft Azure Active Directory. In that situation, you would be actually using a tool called Azure AD Connect. So this is a tool, it's a combination of previously used different tools. Now it's a single tool, made our life easy when you use this tool to sync your on-premises Active Directory objects with Azure Active Directory. That means on the cloud. So you get the power of Azure Active Directory even for the objects that are on your on-premises. Let's have a look on our Azure AD Connect architecture. So you will have your Azure Active Directory. So definitely that means you'll be ending with some kind of Azure portal trial, or maybe you simply sign up and you create Azure AD or Active Directory, or maybe you have already Office 365 subscription. That means you will be ending up with some kind of tenant name. For example, when it's a tenant, it should be a unique tenant like test.onmicrosoft.com, so that nobody else can create another test .onmicrosoft.com. Let's say if you are creating a username, so that username will be a username at test.onmicrosoft.com. And what if you are completely signed up with this tenant name called test.onmicrosoft.com, later point you registered your domain name so that the users can log in with username at maybe your company name.com. So the same things happens for your Office 365. Let's say your users are trying to log into Office 365 for sending the email. So what they do is initially they sign up with some as a Office 365 admin. He would be creating a tenant ID, or when he sign up, it itself creates actually in the background, and then he will be adding his GoDaddy specific domain, or maybe wherever he has the domain, that public DNS record, so that he will be verifying this domain name so that the users can log in with username at their company name.com. Now once the verification is completed, he would be getting like username at oncompany.com. So there's a high-end AD Connect architecture just for reference. Now we would be doing all this in a practically, but I just wanted to give you an overview how it works. So let's take another structural document. For example, if you see here Azure Active Directory, you have AD Forest. Now you use the AD Connect so that it's actually syncing, like here the objects will be pulled vice versa, and the objects will be available in Azure AD. So what would happen is if you just go to your Azure AD, the source, if you look at the source, it is actually showing as the Azure Active Directory. What happens is if it is synced, the object is coming from your Active Directory, you would be actually getting as a source as Windows Server AD instead of Azure Active Directory. And if you see here Microsoft account, with this account I did actually signed up, so I'm actually getting this account name is visible. Otherwise you would be getting two different source. One would be the Microsoft Azure Active Directory, other one would be the Windows or Windows Server. So just to conclude this lecture, Azure AD provides as an identity access management solution for your entire cloud applications as well as for your on-premises also. The reason being, I said, if you start syncing up with Azure AD Connect, for example, you see here I did actually synced up already, and I can show you that later point how to sync. But my on-premises applications also will get all the benefits that are coming from my Azure Active Directory. So that would makes my management easy. For example, if I want to enable all these users who are coming from my on-premises to enable maybe a multi-factor authentication if they are coming from a different remote location instead of from the office location. I can enable multi-factor authentication. I can validate their login activities if anything going wrong or like interrupted or failure. All that can be tracked in a one place, and you get all the benefits. In fact, you also need to enable definitely the licenses for those users, like we discussed, like P1 and P2. P stands for the Azure Premium. So Premium 1 and Premium 2 is the higher licenses. So in our case, we are going to try with the Premium 2 with almost all the possible options that we have, like privileged identity management solutions or just in access for the VM. So that means if a few minutes only we will have the access for that VM, or maybe for that specific time, or maybe that change management window time only will be get that global admin permissions to perform that specific action. Post to that, it gets automatically closed all the permissions. So we have a lot of things within Microsoft Azure Active Directory to talk about, like the application registrations. You can register your own application so that you don't need to again maintain an additional level of your identities of usernames and passwords. Instead, you register here and give that that token ID, for example, is certificates, or maybe that authentication specific consents. You can give it, or you can even request your Rust-based application information so that users get that specific platform configurations, and users can automatically access that access tokens to get that ID access will be automatically provided. So it's so easy to get all these permissions and other things. When we talk about programmer's point of view, for example, if a developer trying to come up and he's trying to develop maybe application, all we will be doing is we will be asking him to create an application here as a register here, so that identities will be managed here if they are trying to develop either any of the existing applications which are already there in the Microsoft Azure. They can use that, or they can create their own applications like Microsoft REST-based applications, so that it could be your in-house application which works on cloud native protocols, and that advantage you would be taking out of it. So we will be discussing all this in the upcoming Azure AD or Identity Access Management solution, or other lectures which are in scope for how best we can secure with related to AZ-500 exam specific. But we are not going to cover very minor things of the basics things, but I try my best to give you high level of overview so that you will not be missing those things also. I hope this is useful for you. Thank you for watching this, and we'll catch you in the next lecture. AD. Hello and welcome back. In this short lecture, we will be learning about Azure Active Directory tenant, how to create that. And this is very basic lecture. If you already know about what exactly the Azure AD tenant and how to create, you can feel free to skip this lecture and fast forward for the next lecture, which will come up as the Azure AD tenant ID deletion process. I hope that helps you. So if you're wondering that how you can get the tenant ID, you see here I logged into paddy@learningmylab.com. So this is my website. I do have emails running here. So I signed up with this ID and I got actually a tenant ID when I tried to sign up. If you see my sign up process as a free trial, that's where when I got this specific trial or pay-as-you-go model, then I got automatically a tenant ID. So the tenant ID is, in this case, it was on Microsoft.com. But if you see here, I did actually verified my domain name. So I'm getting here learninmylab.com. So I'll just show you here. You see here when I actually signed up, I got here as the paddylearn in my lab on Microsoft.com. And later point, what I've done is I actually added from here custom domain verified with this domain name, and added those specific DNS records. And then I'm also made here this as my default or the primary name. That means any user account gets created, it will use this UPN name or the domain name. You will be learning this part in the upcoming lectures, how to add the custom domain. But this lecture focuses on how to get additional tenants. So in this case, if I want to get it one more tenant, or maybe how would I get it at the first place, the tenant ID. So the tenant ID you will be getting if you are signing up for Office 365. That means you will be having the Azure Active Directory in the backend. That's where the identity access management will be controlled. So with your tenant ID, so that's where the ID gets created. Or when you sign up with Azure AD, I mean Azure portal, you would be automatically getting a tenant ID, default ID. Or if you want to manage your company accounts, user accounts, a small company for example, then you can sign up for a free one, which will give you close to 50,000 objects can be managed. Or if you want verified, you will be getting more than 50,000, that's up to 500,000 objects. But if you have already signed up, that means you have already a tenant ID. You can find out the tenant ID. Normally it will be available here, but for me here the .com is coming because I did actually verified my domain name. Otherwise I would be normally getting like this on Microsoft.com. What if I wanted to create one more directory? I can create from here by clicking on create button, and under this I can enter the required details. For example, this is a test demo or tenant example, and I can give here demo or tenant example with some unique number. So that would be validated here, and it comes as a unique checkbox. That means a green checkbox means is this tenant is available. But I'm not going to create, but this is how you can create this specific tenant. If I click on create, it would gets created. Later point, you can switch the tenant information from here. Like in a switch directory, you would be getting here the switching options, which you will be learning in the next lecture, where we will be creating additional tenant ID like from here, and also we will be deleting that tenant ID by creating some of the user accounts. So that concludes this lecture, that how you can get the Azure AD tenant ID. I hope this is useful for you. Thank you for watching this. Hello guys, and welcome back. In this short lecture, we will be learning how to delete your existing Azure AD directory. For example, we would create some of the user accounts and then we try to delete it, so that how to delete. The process would work within the Azure Active Directory. So let's jump into this demonstration. I'm creating here a user account in this specific tenant called mylab009, or whatever that specific new tenant which we just created for the lab demonstration, like mylab009 on Microsoft.com for a demo user, so that we know how it's going to respond. Create here a user account with a location uses of United States for this user account. I just want to before I delete, actually I wanted to show you that few user accounts, if we have how it's gonna respond. So if I see here, I can go and apply the licenses also, accept some of the trial licenses also. And if you see here, I can click on delete, so it's gonna actually validate, and it gives me the information. For example, delete all the users before you delete this tenant. And also if you see here the properties, you need to grant the security permissions for this. So if I just click as yes, it's gonna give me the permissions for that specific one also. So before I do that anything further, I wanted to delete as a first. Just now we created one user account, right? So we wanted to delete that, and we can further think about that user account. So now we have deleted. Now let's see the validation part. one more time. So I got the user account one clear, but not the Microsoft Azure permissions one. So I'll just click on yes, and also I'll just security defaults. I would like to set it as enable security defaults, and click on save and save. That would actually configures the path for deletion. We are almost ready because we got the permissions for the access management for the Azure resources. Once it gets saved, I can delete. So this time I would be getting as all the greens. That should actually helps me. So click on refresh. So it's still there. So I might have to wait some more time. In the meantime, if I just go to that link, it's going to actually tell us, how many days you're going to choose these data. If you see here, active details for 30 days, expired 30 days, disabled and deleted. All that information will be there. You cannot delete the directory immediately because this information has to be, past all that days information. For example, at least the 30 days so that you can delete it. Because that's how Microsoft gives the commitment. They would like to keep the data for some time so that you can download it, the required information, if you really need it. So this time we might get it. Yeah, we got all the greens. Now let's click on delete button so that it's going to delete that directory. You see here it's going to deleting the directory, so this might take some time, and it's deleted. And you see here you do not have permissions is coming up because it's deleted. And also my demo is it. So I need to switch back to my default one because there's nothing was there earlier. We had two, now nothing is there. That's good. I hope this is useful for you. Thank you for watching this. Hello and welcome back. In this lecture we will be learning about Azure Active Directory, AD Connect tool and its architecture. If you're quite new to the AAD Connect tool, this lecture is for you. If you are already aware of the AAD Connect tool, you can skip this lecture. This lecture focuses on how the things work in the background for using the Azure AD Connect tool. If you see here, you might have your on-premises Active Directory here with the users, groups, and your devices. Similarly, you might have your users and devices groups in your Azure Active Directory. To get one solution for your identity management, like to sync up these on-premises as well as these accounts to work in your Azure environment. Similarly, the accounts to get access the applications from cloud to your on-premises, you need to have AAD Connect to sync up these user objects or groups or maybe devices, so that you would be getting a sync process. And that sync we are going to talk about in this lecture. So how the sync process runs in the background, I'm going to explain now in this short lecture. So by using the Azure AD Connect, the advantage would be you can extend your on-premises users to sync with the help of Azure AD Connect, and the objects can be shown in Azure Active Directory. So that way you can access the resources which are in your Azure Active Directory, or maybe from the cloud native applications can be accessed. So the first step would be, the process would be once you install Azure AD Connect, you would be actually connecting. This tool itself will have two connectors, one for the Azure Active Directory, that is this side. Other one would be for your on-premises, that's called local AD connector. So these are the two connectors gets installed. You see here, these are the under connectors. These are the two things we call it. One for the local Active Directory and the other one is for your Azure Active Directory. So these are the two connectors. With the help of these two connectors, that will be sync process will be initiated. So let me deep dive into the sync process. So these sync process contains like delta as well as the full. Full means, as name stated, everything gets synced, and delta is the next time onwards only the changes gets replicated from your on-premises to your cloud. So in between, if you see here, you also have three different options. One would be the import, and other one would be the sync and export. So export is a two-way between connector from your Azure Active Directory to Azure AD. So let's talk into the deep dive of what are the things will be involved. So when you install Azure AD Connect, in the background you can check out here a connector space called Active Directory gets connected, as well as the Azure AD Connect. In between, Metaverse is a consolidated view between these two objects. You can view it in the metaverse view. So let's jump into more. What would happen is, once you connect it to the local AD connector, all these objects, let's say assume that I have maybe 100 objects. All these 100 objects will be come back to with the help of connector space into the Azure Active Directory. Similarly, from the Azure AD, all the objects will come into connector space called Azure AD Connector. Now what would happen is, these objects as a next step will come back to metaverse consolidated view. Similarly, from the Azure AD also, this process initiated into metaverse. Now what would happen is, in the background it will validate those objects, like importing process. Once it's done, it has to go for the sync process as well as the export. So this entire consolidated view gets exported to your Azure Active Directory. So that's that's one of the reason, if you can view sometimes the sync process in between, it will be halt for some time into the Azure Active Directory space. Once this export completes, it has to go for another level of sync process. Once the sync is completed, the objects will be visible in the Microsoft Azure Active Directory. So that's how in the background all these things will be worked. So I hope this is useful for you in terms of understanding about the Azure AD Connect. In the upcoming lectures, we will be learning about AAD Connect installation pre-requirements and also the configuration, and there are some kind of sync rules will be involved. Let's say you have a specific attribute only enable users or devices or maybe some other objects to be synced. You can enable that kind of configuration with the help of synchronization rule editors. So we are gonna work with these rules, and I would be presenting another PPT along with a demonstration how inbound and outbound rules will be involved for the sync process, and also the tools, the configuration tool. Once you install Azure AD Connect, you get this tool, and also you can edit these rules with the editor tool, and synchronization service, and also the monitoring space, and metaverse here designing, and metaverse search if you're trying to search for a specific object, like maybe here you wanted to search for administrator user, how this user gets connected. So all that can be actually you can filter, and you can get more information in the upcoming classes. But this is just the a basic understanding about what exactly the Azure AAD Connect tool. I hope this is useful for you. Thank you for watching this. I'll catch you in the next lectures. Hello and welcome back. In the short lecture, we will be learning about Azure AD Connect installation pre-request, the options that are available within Azure AD Connect tool installation. So if you're trying to install the Azure AD Connect, you need to first verify a domain name. So when I say verify, you need to verify within Microsoft Azure Active Directory about your domain name. That's your custom domain name. So click on custom domain name and verify here with your name. So if you see here, I did not yet verified anything, so it's just my tenant ID, so I don't have any custom domain. That's one of the pre-requirement. You must to have at least one custom domain to be verified, so that the users can log in actually with that custom username. Otherwise users will log in with only tenant name. That's, for example, Daniel is gonna log in with daniel.craig@paddylearninginmylab.onmicrosoft.com, which is a lengthy name. Instead of that, if a user able to log in with their actual domain name, that looks good. So in my case, I have not done that. So that's one of the pre-requirement. And And the second one would be you need to have at least server operating system with 2008 R2 operating system or a later version of the operating system, and that machine must be domain joined so that you can install AD Connect on this machine. And also, whatever the local domain you have, that must be changed. Let's say you have your Active Directory installed, right? So in your company, so that user ID, for example, if it is your domain name is configured as mydc.local, which is a non-routable domain, and you wanted to configure with a UPN or whatever the name format which should match with your company name.com. For example, I'm going to demonstrate in the upcoming demos with len in mylab.com, which is my custom domain name. So this domain name I would be verifying in Microsoft Azure Active Directory domains list, and so I would be using the same domain name ID. So I would be showing you how to do that within your local domain also. And also you need to connect can be installed here AAD, and default configuration is 50k without the domain, otherwise it will extend to 300k. If you verify the domain name, it will go for 300k. And coming back to the permissions, you need to have at least the global admin credentials for your tenant, so that it can sync up and it can create the sync specific accounts, and that way the two-way sync specific things would happen. And also if you're trying to install with a custom, then you would actually get an option to install SQL full option. Otherwise, if you're using Express option while doing the AAD Connect, SQL Express edition gets installed along with the default limitations of the SQL Express is 10 GB of the database size, and it can easily fit for below 100k objects within your Active Directory. And if your company is looking more than 100k objects, go for full SQL installation. That means you need to end up with full SQL specific licensing also. So during the installation, you would be getting these are the 4 different authentication or the configuration specific component checkboxes would be getting up, and you need to configure that. And also these are the authentication options or the user sign-in options, I would say. So these are the additional options you will be getting. So people will also short called PHS, that is a password hash synchronization, and also pass-through authentication, and federation specific ADFS or ADFS with ping federate. So these are the user specific authentication. And also you have the option for the single sign-on. That means the on-premises users can automatically log in and access the Azure AD specific applications. So that would enable the single sign-on option for your complete on-premises also. So now let's have a look on what exactly the password hash synchronization. Hash sync is an algorithm that actually it's not exact the password. Instead, it actually does some kind of a multiplication, and it generates the hash value, and that hash value will be rewritten one more time to this text format, and then hash gets generated for that specific password, and that value will be synced to Azure Active Directory. That means it actually not syncing actual password. What happens is within with the Azure AD, it always checks the hash value. If that hash value matches, the authentication will be allowed, otherwise it doesn't do. So if you choose the password hash synchronization, what would happen is if you are trying to authenticate the processing of this authentication process by Azure AD, and the authentication request should not be redirected to your on-premises, that's where you choose the password hash synchronization. And coming back to the pass through authentication, you would be choosing this option if you want to authenticate to be processed by Azure AD, and authentication request will be redirected to your on-premises Active Directory. So that means there will be an agent that would actually take care of this pass-through authentication. So the user's actual credentials will be validated in the on-premises. And the third one, for the federation, definitely when you want to use this kind of authentication, actual authentication would happen on-premises provider, as well as the authentication requests are redirected to on-premises. So complete on-premises, you are dependent. In that situation, you would be choosing the ADF with or the ping federated. Otherwise, you are not going to configure any kind of authentication specific options for the users. That doesn't matter. That doesn't actually make sense. So you would be choosing any of the methods. So mostly we would be go for the pass-through authentication or password hash authentication along with the single sign-on. Now, so when you try to install this, there are a few of the accounts gets created within Active Directory as well as within Microsoft Azure Active Directory. So the first one would be the when you're trying to install AAD Connect on your Active Directory, there is an account gets created called MSOL with a number like 7 series or one of the number series. So this account gets created within your Active Directory, and this will have read and write operations on your local Active Directory. You can find this information on AD Connector. So once you install this AAD Connect tool, you have this option where you would be jumping into Active Directory connected option and go to the properties and configure directory partition. So this is where it actually shows that specific value of the username. So I would be showing you that post installation within that demo. But for now, if you look at the accounts that creates in Azure Active Directory, there's another account gets created called sync underscore specific account like sync Active Directory underscore 77 or whatever the series which would be created. So this account you can find out under write operations will be done under your Azure AD Connect connector. So there are two connectors will be created, one for Azure AD and other one would be the for Active Directory, so that the sync or the import export operations would happen in two identities, so that you would be getting as the single identity management feature. Now the other one would be there is a service account also gets created called AAD service account, and also if you selected the single sign-on, there is a computer account would be created if you can closely notice under your computer. So these are the options that would be you would be getting when you try to install AAD Connect. So I would be attaching the Microsoft documentation link. Please go through that for the latest AAD Connect specific pre-requirements. I would always strongly recommend that you always go with latest AAD Connect so that you get the latest benefits. Lastly, if you want to know about whether you have AAD Connect is configured or not, just go to your Azure AD and under overview in the right side, you see here syncs is not enabled anywhere with specific to Azure AD Connect, and it's not enabled or sync was never ran. So you would be getting these options. And if you want to see the tenant specific licenses, you can check out here. At least you have the P1 specific license should be there. So in my case, I have the P2 which I tried from the trial. I hope this session is useful for you. Thank you for watching this. Hello and welcome back. To install Azure AAD Connect tool, you need to verify your Azure in Azure the domain name so that the objects can be synced from Azure to your on-premises. And also when you're trying to install AAD Connect tool, your server must be at least a member server and must be at least 2008 or 2 or later operating system. And also make sure you use the AAD Connect latest tool. Also, if you're trying to use more than 100K objects, then go for the full SQL installation. Otherwise, it's going to install with the default SQL Express installation. Let's jump into the demonstration. If you just come to Azure portal and go to Azure Active Directory, and you see here if it is a sync is enabled, or if you install AAD Connect, you would be getting this status as sync is enabled. But in our case, it's not enabled. And currently all the users should be logged in with username at paddylearninginmylab.onmicrosoft.com. And also I have the Azure P2 license, as at least the P1 is required for syncing up your on-premises objects. I need to verify my custom domain name. For that, I need to just go to custom domain names and click here to add your custom domain name. I own a domain name called learninmylab.com. It means that this would be, in a real world, this would be your company a website or company name, so that the users will be logging with username at learninmylab.com. So in your case, username at your company name.com, or maybe dot whatever it is. So in my case, it's the simple domain name which I bought it just to demonstrate this entire demo. So click on add. So what would happen is it actually added, and it is requesting us to create either txt record or mx record, so that it will verify in the GoDaddy or wherever you have the domain name, and it will validate that, hey, you own this domain, so that I'm gonna create some kind of AD records. That's how Microsoft is gonna work. So since I bought it in GoDaddy, I'm going to open in GoDaddy. I did logged into GoDaddy. If you see here, this is my domain name, and I'm into DNS management. So it's pretty easy that just have to click on add, and then whatever the record it is showing. So here, for example, you want to verify with the name of txt format. Simply choose here the txt and give the host name as this, with the value of destination, which is pointing this value, and hourly is the 3600 is nothing but 1 hour. So click and save. That's been added. And if you want to add one more record, for example mx record, in this case you can also do very similar, like you can give alias as the host name as @. So in my case mx @, and here it's going to pointing to the specific value. Copy, paste it, and priority is here. It says that the highest priority 32767, which I'm going to give here, and click and save. So once you give these details, you might have to wait for at least officially it says that 24 hours, but mostly if your DNS works properly, top companies like GoDaddy and Namecheap, all these can pull your DNS record within 1 hour time. So I would wait for at least 15 to 20 minutes to 1 hour between, and I'll click on verify. I'm just trying to verify now. I'll just wait a 5 to 10 minutes time. So verification is done, looks like. And you see here, it's not yet make as a primary. So I just wanted to show you now, and the post that it also says that you can download AD Connect and sync up. So I'm not going to do that anything now. Instead, I'll simply just close this window, whatever it is coming here. And you see here, it's just both are verified now, but it's not it make as the primary. If you see here, that means the users, when you make as a primary, these user names will change to actual domain name. So if I just go back here to the domains, my custom domain, and I can make here as learninginmylab.com as my primary, so that it becomes as a primary. Now I can change my user accounts to configure to log in with that UPN, or they can even use any of them. So in this case, the user ID can be instead of lengthy name, so I can give here the verified domain name. So I can simply give here learninmylab.com as the name. I can simply save, so that user information gets changed, profile. And similarly I can do for other user accounts also. See, now it has changed. Similarly for David, I can do. So these things you can actually change it with the help of PowerShell. If you want to do it, you can do it from the PowerShell also. So in my case, the last account, all the accounts has been changed now, so that users can log in either with the leninmylab.com or with the existing .com. So in my case, it looks good. And if you see here, leninmylab.com, this was created if the source is Microsoft account. So that means I signed up with this account. This account is coming from my Microsoft account. So I created a Microsoft account with this username, and this is the global admin event. If you see here, the roles. Now I'm going to install the AD Connect on local machine. I can connect from my local machine to my domain controller by just clicking on this, and I'm able to connect to my domain controller, and the computer name is this, and the IP address is configured as this, and the current system role is domain controller. So if I just open up my Active Directory users and computer and navigate to the users under USC, I have multiple AD sites which represents my business name, and also multiple user accounts are configured. If I click on randomly any of the user account, I can see that the user email ID is this, and the account name is configured to login with @root.local. But the problem is here in this design, the root.local is not a routable domain. That means the user ID should be jlrobinson@leninmylab.com should be there. So that's your company name.com. But in this case, it's the @root.local. So you can't log in with this. So what we have to do is, as a next step, we need to change the UPN name by adding another UPN name. So users can use leninmylab.com. That's your company .com, or maybe the username at domainname.com can be used. So to do that, cancel this for now and just go to administrative tools from the start here, and you can open up Active Directory Domains and Trust. Once this is opened, just maximize and select the Active Directory Domains and Trust, not your domain name or your forest name. So just go here, the top one, and right click and go to the properties, and here you can add your what of the domain names or the UPN name suffix you want to add. For example, I want to add here leninmylab.com, which is a domain name which I have verified in Microsoft Azure portal. If you see here under custom domains, I have verified this. So I'm just going to add this. So by doing this, what would happen is my all users, for example, if I just go to any of the user account, to the properties, for example, to this user account, I will be getting another UPN name. That's a domain name. So I get here my username at leninmylab.com also. So by adding that UPN name, users can also log in either with the root.local or maybe leninmylab.com. They can use it. So our AD Connect to work, it needs a routable name. So in this case, the domain name would be the leninmylab.com, which we have already verified in Azure portal. So to we have to change this leninmylab.com for all the users. Either if you just use the advanced features, and if you just filter with that whatever the groups, you can do that. For example, I can go to the properties of this and simply set my UPN name from here as just the leninmylab.com as the right click and do that, or I can use some of the script. Let's try to open the script. Instead of you run it, you just run with the script name. So you can or you can double click to run with the PowerShell, so that this GUI would be open up. So in this GUI PowerShell script, you can choose the new UPN name here. In this case, leninmylab.com, and you can recursively you can pull all the list of OUs which are available. So in my case, I wanted to make it for everyone, so I can change here by doing this change UPN, or if I'm explicitly choosing for any of the OU, I can choose here. I do have the option. For example, here I just wanted to go for maybe Indiana, or maybe here any of the OUs, Florida or something like that. So in my case, I wanted to change for everyone. So I'll simply select the top level, click on change UPNs. This would actually in the background change it, and you would be getting the log on how the activity is going on. So if you see here the log, it's going on still. So it has been changed from the old value to the new value for almost all the users. That's good. And if I can open up any of the used account again, but just refresh, make sure that, and if I just go in properties, I should be able to see here at the rate leninmylab.com. I'm able to see that. If you have the users with the email ID also to be changed, definitely there is another script that needs to be changed. But in our case, we just wanted to change the UPN name, so we have done that. So any of the random users, now we do have UPN is set to leninmylab.com. This PowerShell interactive script can be downloaded from TechNet Gallery. I will also sharing the script as well as the URL within this lecture. So far we have achieved domain verification and also changing the UPN name. Now it's time to install actual AAD connector. To do that, we can go and download the AAD Connect from, if you just go to the home page of your Azure Active Directory, you do have here option to download directly by clicking here. It will actually go to download section, or you simply go and search it so that you can download that, or you can go to this URL. So I'm going to download that. So I have downloaded and copied to my one of the member server. So in your case, you can use a member server, or you can also install a domain controller. It's recommended to use on one of the member server. Since it's a lab, I'm going to install on my domain controller, which will not be a big deal for me. But if this is the case, you might have to install on your member server. So it's a straightforward installation. I can agree the terms and conditions, and now if you're choosing the Express installation, with the Express installation, it will not prompt you to choose any of the options. Instead, it will configure for you a direct configuration with the password hash synchronization, and it will sync also will be initiated automatically post to the installation. But if you configure as customization, that would actually gives you an option. For example, you can choose the existing SQL Server. This is where the full SQL Server can be used. If you are having more than 100k user objects or the objects, then you can choose the full version of the SQL. Similarly, you can also specify the custom path of where Azure AD Sync folder to be installed. Also, you can choose the custom or existing service accounts. So in my case, I'm just choosing the custom option with the default, but if you see the user options will change. It's going to actually install all the required pre-requirements. So in my case, it takes some time. Now, if you see here in the custom configuration, since we have taken, now I get the option like you want to use the password hash synchronization or pass-through authentication, also the federation authentication option. If you remember the authentication methods which we talked, password hash synchronization or PHS with actually authentication will not be redirected to on-premises. So purely cloud only, whereas the pass-through authentication or federation will be redirected to your on-premises authentication service. So in our case, I'm actually going with the hash synchronization, and also I wanted to enable the single sign-on. If you see here, if I just enable here, another option is coming up. So single sign-on means the hybrid Azure AD join machines will be getting the benefit of any of the cloud-based applications also can log in without any username and password to be entered, because those devices are already joined into Azure AD. So that would be added advantage. So I'm just choosing. If you're trying to understand more about what all these options, you can just point to the help symbol. It gives you more information on what it means. And I'm just clicking on next. And this is where it's going to ask you for the global administrative credentials of your tenant. So in my case, if I just go to my portal.azure.com, I can see here I have a user account called paddyMaddy at learninmylab.com, and this account is from Azure AD, and this user is a global admin. So that's a role has been assigned as a global admin also. So I can use this account. I will be entering the global admin account details and clicking on next, so that it goes further with the installation. And then it's asking for my local active directory and normal user account details. If you have already created, you can use that. So in my case, I have already created a domain user account called AAD user just for the syncing purpose. So I just created this account, and if you see the member of, it's a domain users only. There's no special permissions for this account. So I would be giving that AAD user account, which is in this case the AAD user at root.local, and give the password. Now you see here you should get the tick box here. So once you get the tick mark, you can actually move further with the clicking on next. That would actually go and fetch the details from your local active directory. Once that's done, you are actually going to get here your verified domain. So in your case, root.local is not yet verified. That's why it's showing that UPN name must be like username at contour.com. So in our case, learning my lab is the domain which we have shown here, is the fully verified account. So that's a domain which we added in your Azure Active Directory domains, right? So that's good. And if you see here, what would happen is there's something called a anchor object. A later point it will be used, but for now, the users will be using some attribute to sign in to the Active Directory. So what is that? So in our case, I'm going to choose the user principal name. So you do have multiple options to choose, like different attributes if you want to use like email or custom attribute numbers. So in our case, I'm just ignoring and using most of the persons, like 99.49s. People will use UPN name because that's how the users will sign in. So I would go with the UPN name in this case. So I would just select user principal name. So that's my username at UPN name. So if you don't have already changed all the user accounts with the UPN name with your company name.com, then it's a problem. So in my case, I have already selected and verified. Now this is the first layer of the filtering. Remember in the presentation we can talk about the first layer of the filter would be domain and OU. So where you can you want to filter with a specific example. Maybe you want to just filter maybe a California, you can filter, or you want to entire DC, you can do that. So this is a kind of filter so that these objects can be synced to Azure AD, to your cloud. If you don't want to sync everything, you have the option. So this is the first layer what you have. So in my case, I'm taking everything to be synced up. And if you need to get more information, you can go through that specific help question marks. Now you see here the unique identity for users. So this is nothing but if you have email IDs, example, also configure like Office 365 specific, then you would be choosing the mail attribute for the another layer of the filtering, so that can be identified your sync options with a proper unique ID or specific to that specific attribute. So post to this, you also have here a group based filtering, like let's say you are doing maybe in a POC. So in that situation, you would create another OU. Here, for example, here you're trying to filter everything, but you don't want everything to be in a filter. But you want to have a few of the test users to be part of one of the AD group, and you can give here the user account details. So that means the user group details, so that the user group will be next layer of the filtering. Now this is the by default options, like if you see here exchange, we don't have any exchange, so those are grayed out, and we did already taken as the password hash through, that's a PHS option. That's why it has been already ticked up. If you want to write back, you can do that, and we would be doing later point, but I wanted to go with the default options, and then we can come back. And if you need more information, always you can click on the help button so that you get that specific help whatever you're trying to look. For example, device write back is the option which will gives you written of the information also. Let's see here, you have the directory extension attribute sync also can be possible. Now post to this, I would just click on next. I would like to take even password write back also, and then click on next, and the next option would be enable a single sign-on option, because we did selected the single sign-on, so it needs to validate the domain admin account. So I'm just entering the my domain admin account so that it just creates some kind of internal information so that it will configure for you the single sign-on option. So once this is done, you can by taking that checkbox, it does the automatic sync. If you don't take the checkbox, you can start the manual sync. But in our case, we wanted to sync also to be done. I don't want to go for a staging mode. So when I say staging mode, like you wanted to configure one more AAD Connect server, then you would be going for the staging mode. But normally if this is a first server, so I just wanted to go for the complete one. If you see here the AAD from my Azure portal, I'll show you once again from the Azure Active Directory and the users, and you see here there are only few user accounts, and the source of the user accounts are Azure Active Directory. And also if you see here any of the devices, there's no devices, as well as the sync, there's a PHS is not enabled, AAD Connect is not enabled, so SSO is not enabled, nothing was configured. So post this installation, when I click on install, it's going to actually configure for us everything, and then all the objects will sync to Azure AD. You see here some kind of health specific agent, it's getting installed, so that becomes as a service. And also if you see here, I also got the Azure AD Connect specific shortcut, also got it. So that means it's almost done the configuration part. This gives the complete information on installation, so the configuration of the installation is completed. So if I want to configure later point, I can do it by clicking on the Azure AD Connect. But if you see here, or if you read it here, there is an attribute called MSAD, MSDS consistency good ID. So this is the anchor attribute. That means with this attribute it's going to sync up. And also if you see here the recommendation, Azure Active Directory specific or the Active Directory specific recycle bin is not configured, so they are giving the article to go through it here and configure that specific one, which is one of the pre-requirement. I have not done because that's just the warning if you see here. And also single sign-on is configured, and you need to configure the group policy. So in our next video we would be configuring group policy. Stay tuned for that so that the configuration of that 4 different URLs can be configured in your local group policy, so that the users can log in from the intranet zone. So that means they no need to enter any additional username and password to access the applications that are published in Azure AD, or maybe register with the Azure AD, or maybe software as a service specific applications which are coming from your Azure AD based. So that's what we're going to do it now. So for now I would click on this specific link, and I would like to show you that these are the URLs which we need to configure in the group policy, and all that configuration uh, for the how to log on specific values, all that, the value should be configured for one. All that will be discussed in the upcoming lecture. If you're trying to configure here with the group policy preferences also, you can do that. So I'll just exit, and that would actually installation is completed. Now I wanted to show you the high level of the synchronization services. If you see here, it's already doing some kind of sync process, and 240 or 1274 different objects got synced up. All that information is coming for me, but I just wanted to show you more information, like it has the full export and import and also other options. But if you just go back to the connections, this is a key here. There are two connections, or the connectors, we would actually say. So the first one would be the local AD connector, other one would be the Azure AD Connect. So if I just go to this local AD, first time you get this specific window, but if you just go to the next time, it won't ask you. And if you see here, the account which we have given, AAD user account, that was using to get the information from the Azure from the Active Directory. Now from the Azure AD, if you see here, as we discussed in the PPT, there should be a specific account called sync underscore u the computer account which we have talked about. So that's a computer account was automatically created, and it is using for the syncing purpose. So if you just go to your Azure Active Directory, normal Active Directory under computers, you have that computer account. So once you enable that, it gets automatically configured for you as the Azure AD Association account. So this is the account which is using. So these are the two key things, and these are the metaverse designer is the rules configuration specific. With that help, it actually pulls the information, and you can also do the additional configuration also. So now the sync process is almost completed. So if I just refresh here, now the disable all these there, if after refreshing it gets enable, and you see here less than 1 hour back it has already synced, and password hash sync is enabled, sync status is enabled, all that has been configured. And if you just go to the users, you would normally get multiple user accounts also. So if I try to filter with few of the accounts so that I can show you in the source of the accounts, you see all these are coming from the Active Directory. If I load more and more, I'm actually getting it. And if you see the source, most of them are from the Windows Server AD. But now if you see the Daniel account, it's just from the Azure AD, because we just created this one before we do the demo. So that's how the sync processes happened, and we are able to see all the accounts, and I can do the reset, I can do all this. But remember that we need to configure the licensing also post to the sync. Otherwise otherwise it doesn't work. Like if you try to demonstrate maybe a single sign-on or maybe all that, it doesn't work. Also you need to configure the location. For example, the user account is in this case the United States, so you need to configure those under settings this specific United States configuration to be configured. Also other configuration, if it is not there, you must have to configure, otherwise you don't get the benefit of out of it. So that concludes how to configure as the high level configuration. I hope this is useful. Hello and welcome back. In this lecture we will be creating group policy to add single sign-on specific URLs so that the users can use the single sign-on. So if you just go to this article, you need to add those specific given 4 different URLs into trusted URLs or intranet specific one, so with the value as a 1. So what I'm going to do is I'll just open up my group policy management console now, and I would like to create a new complete policy, and I would like to configure. So I'll just go to group policy objects, and I'll name as GPO for SSO, or just the non-standard. So I'll just give as something like SSO but later point you can change it. It specifically applies to user, so that you can give the user specific as the standard name also. So if you just look at in this, I need to go to the user configuration and Windows component and Internet Explorer, Internet Control Panel, under security, site to zone assignment list. So this is where I need to enable and add all those 4 different URLs. So let me open up my notepad, or I just have to give as a value as 1, apply OK. And also I have added another 4 different URLs which are mostly used in our Azure Active Directory environment, like SSO specific. So I just wanted to give these URLs also. So I'll just enter with the value as a 1. If you see, the 1 means intranet zone, so it considers the intranet. That means if you try to open these URLs, for example, portal.azure.com or my apps application also, you would not get a prompt to enter your username, because the already a token which is already available on your machine. So I'll just apply OK, and I'll just close this. And now it's time for me to link this specific GPU. So I would like to link for my all users. Maybe under yours they have they have multiple sites. So I'll just link here by drag and drop, or right click and link it. So the way you want it, you can do it. Like I wanted to configure for users, so its entire OUs are already applied. So in the next log on or log off, the users will be getting that specific policy. Thank you for watching this. I hope this is useful. Do check other Azure Active Directory specific videos because this is in continuation of that. Thank you. Hello and welcome back. In this lecture, we will be learning about how to add Windows 10 machine to Azure Active Directory. That means we are joining our machine to Azure AD. So let's begin with that demo. Also, we will be demonstrating single sign-on also. Please do check out that lecture also within the same series. So if you see here under my Azure Active Directory, I do have user accounts coming from Windows Server AD. That means from my local on-premises Active Directory. Now also, if I just search for the Daniel Craig account, which got created in Azure AD. That means the source is from Azure AD. So that means we are actually working in a hybrid environment, but this demo specific to just for the Azure AD. And this is the my Windows 10 machine. Of course, that's wallpaper from Neil Island in India. There's a beautiful place with a lot of corals and other things. Now, when I go back to my Windows 10, I'll just go to workgroup. This is the machine is in a workgroup environment altogether. Let's go back to settings, Windows settings and accounts, and access work or scroll. And now if I just click on connect, this is where I can start connect to the Windows 10 machine. Can be joined either to the local Active Directory, if you see here, or to the Azure Active Directory also. So both the things are available. And if you enter here, what would happen is this device gets registered. So by doing the registration, you have the validity, but if you're joining, you get more advantages. So we are trying for the joining to the Azure AD. So this is the option which we wanted to try now. So let's begin by clicking on this. Let's click on join this device to Azure Active Directory. That would gives me another window for me to enter my local user account details. So in my case, if you remember Daniel Craig account, so I gave that and I enter my password here and click on sign in, post to that. So what would happen is it's going to validate in the backend the user ID and password, and it says that, hey, you make sure that you're joining to your organization, and this account becomes as the local administrator also on this specific device. So that's the advantage joining in the machine to the Azure AD. You can also control this within with the help of MDM and other devices, other device configurations. But let's join here. so that the machine joins here. So as a next spot would be if I just go and show you in my Azure portal. I didn't click, I have not yet clicked on as join. That means the devices are not available here anything. So if I just click on join now, so this device gets registered and enrolled into Azure AD as a member. So that might take some time. It actually in the backend it creates some certificate for this user, and all that would happen if you just try other commands to get more information. So I'm gonna show you in a minute or so. Just close done. You see here you have the option. So if you get the option here, more information, something like that, that means the machine also join into your MDM, so mobile device management server, like Intune or other portals. So now I'll just click on restart, so that log in with the Craig account, Daniel Craig account, and then so the account which I'm trying to log in is Azure account. So that's a learninmylab.com, which is my Azure AD tenant, right? So I would enter that username and password here. Once I enter the username and password, I can log into this machine and I get all the benefits. By the way, I also promised that this demo also will be demonstrator for the single sign-on for the Azure AD specific, like my apps applications can be viewed, so you can validate that part also. So I'll log into this machine. Now if I just go back to my Internet Explorer, so I just open up everything, it's working internet. So I'll just open my google.com once again. Yeah, I do have internet. Let's click on command prompt. So this is the important command. So you might have to make a note that if you're trying to work with Azure AD for the registration, so you would actually use the ds regcmd command. So this would actually gives the information for you. So if you see here, if you're trying to a dsreg device status is completely Azure AD joined, or enterprise joined, or domain joined, or device state indicates. So in our case, it should be Azure AD only. So the first one. So you see here, the Azure AD joined is coming up. So with the help of this specific ds reg command with the / status, it actually gives the all this output, including the SSO and PRT and other information also in the below of the output. But for now, what you need to understand is with this command, you would be getting more information like device ID. So this ID, you should be able to see it in Azure AD also, and also the tenant details. These are your tenant details, all that, and also the user state information. And if you see here, Azure AD joined, and if you see here, the enterprise AD. So if the computer is coming from the hybrid environment, that means you get the join as yes here, as well as the Azure AD join. So both would be getting, but in our case, we just focus now Azure AD. So we got the Azure AD. So you can just verify that specific one. Yes, as is already there. So that's good. No, and yes, no. And you see here, here the more information is available, like you can see here user state is talking about the complete organization specific one, and also SSO state, that is the single sign-on specific state information, like Azure AD PRT is already there. That means you're ready to go for open any of the client apps, or maybe portal or azure.com, that would open without any passwords. So that's the advantage, that can be get it if you just query for this as the yes Azure AD PRT. So let's click on that part also. So we did explain that. Now all that ds regcmd, I did try to explain my best within the small video. If you just give as instead of the status like join, that means it's going to join the Azure AD. So let's open portal.azure.com. That would actually opens with a correct account without any username and password prompting, right? Similarly, I can open maybe my apps, like my application specific one. There's a URL called my apps, my applications dot microsoft.com. That would actually opens my applications if I published any of the Azure AD specific applications in my Azure AD. And you can check out under accounts like work access. Oops, that's not the one. So access, work or school, you see here, this is there already. You can manage by joining and joining. This specific machine cannot join to Azure AD to your local domain post to this. And you see here, this is just the work group. So, and if I just refresh here, I should be able to see here my computer name and Azure AD joined and Daniel correct specific and complaint is no. That means these two values, this is MDM, like you have Intune, then you get MDM specific, and if the policies are applying from the MDM, then you would get here as the complaint. But these two are not applicable in our demonstration because we are not working with anything to do with the Intune, so that's fine. So if I just click on that, I get the same device ID, so which we talked about DS rec CMD status, which was showing the device ID. So same thing, object ID, all that was actually coming. And also you can find out more information like username and the joined type of the join and the version of the operating system, when it got registered. All that information is available. I hope this demonstration is useful for you. Thank you for watching this.
Hello and welcome back. In this lecture, we will be learning about Azure Active Directory with your on-premises Active Directory as a hybrid environment. So, for example, you have a device which is joined in your on-premises. It should automatically join even in Azure AD so that you get the benefits of from other identity management solution, which is nothing but your cloud native, in this case Azure Active Directory, right? So the users management is completely easy, and at the same time if you also have the single sign-on, that makes more sense, right? So that's a demonstration of this AD Connect, which we have already installed here. Now I'm gonna reconfigure that to make to compatible for our hybrid environment. If you have not watched the AAD Connect installation part, you can watch that in the previous lecture. But for now, I would be just going for this mission. So you can check out here. This is my domain controller where I have my AAD Connect. So I'll just have to simply double click that. So I would get the Azure AAD Connect. So now if I just skip the welcome page, this is where I get more options. You see here privacy and current configuration settings to review it, and customizing your synchronization options, and also the device configuration, refresh, all that are the options you are getting. So now configure device options, which we have to choose here. If you want to know more information, you can choose that help button or the question mark. It would actually tells about you can by choosing this you can configure your hybrid AD or hybrid Azure AD joining and the synchronization device write back options you would be enabling. So in our case we just wanted our hybrid Azure AD option, so I'll choose the configure device option and click on next. So once you click on next, you get the two options. Hey, this wizard can help you out hybrid AD join and device write back options, and you must have to be 2012 art and special AD schema levels and the forest level. So that's fine. I'm going to enter my global ID, global AAD tenant. That is my Azure AD tenant for my lab dot paddy learning my lab dot on microsoft.com, and then this gives me an option for, hey, you can configure the option for hybrid Azure AD join, or you want to configure the device write back option. So in our case we are talking about this demo for only limited to the configure Azure AAD with the hybrid AD join. So let's click on that, and you have an option to choose either you just want it for Windows 10 machines, or you are ready to support for the down level of your domain joined machines. Let's say you have Windows 7 and 8 machines. So in my case, I don't have any machines because already Windows down layer Windows 10 below and below is no more in the production, and Microsoft officially started supporting them, right? So I don't want to go for these Windows 8 and 7, so I just uncheck that checkbox. I'll just go with only Windows 10. Now here there's a big story in the behind. What happens is, because we are using the latest AAD Connect, but in the past we used to run some other PowerShell scripts to perform this specific configuration called SCP, or Service Connection Point we call it, but mostly we call it as SCP. So this is an additional partition with which would create in your Azure AD. Within that, there would be some entries will be created. With that, it's gonna help you within your forest. It's gonna help you to configure the machines to communicate. So in our case, I would just take the default. In fact, you can't do it here anything, nothing more other than just take the forest and just Active Directory. And now you need to have the enterprise admin, because it's going to do a little bit changes within the schema specific one. I mean, in the partition, it's going to actually create a specific value, which I'm going to show you that also in a minute. Now you want to run manually to give it to your schema admins, you can do that. Otherwise, simply configure. So clicking on next, so it's going to configure in a minute. That might take some time, and once that's done, we are good. So now we're ready to configure. So this is the final option. So this is actually going to install. Now we got installation is completed. I'll click on exit. Now you see here, as soon as I click on exit, actually it is talking about me to all these steps we have done it, and we need to do some URLs to be configured as a group policy. So in our case, we have already done this, but I just wanted to show you how to do that for this seamless SSO sign up. So you see here, this is a group policy, and you see the settings which I've configured for the user policy specific under user config policies, administrative templates, and Windows components, Internet Explorer, Internet Control Panel security. All these URLs has been added to site to zone assignment list. So this is the value. This is where all these values has been added, even though Microsoft suggested to add 2, because SSO specific also have added, so that doesn't matter. So you can create total these 5 different URLs, so that would help you for the seamless integration of your SSO, as well as the registration specific also. It's not going to make you any trouble if you have these URLs. So for us, in our case, we have already added this, so I'll just click on exit. Now you see here, I'm going to show the AAD Connect specific, sorry, the partition specific. So I open the ADS edit, so just connect. So you see here under this, configuration should be taken. That's the configuration partition. So a service specific SCP would be open, right? So under services, you see here, under services, you have these values which would get automatically created under device registration configuration. A value code can be created like 62 specific one. This is the full-fledged value which gets created for you. So I'll just go and show you the properties of the distinction name. So this is nothing but your service connection point, or SCP. So that's a value, so that gets created. That's why you enter the enterprise admin credential. So if you just go to the properties and the devices, you don't have any devices. Now why I'm showing you this is, I'm gonna take this Windows 10 demo PC, and I would actually add this machine to my local Active Directory, not to the Azure AD. So the expected behavior is, since this Windows 10 machine, when it is joining to my Azure AD, sorry, when it is trying to join to local Active Directory, it also should join automatically to my Azure AD. But there are few events and few services which would do all this work for you automatically, right? So what are the things has been doing automatically is, you see here, currently, let's verify the settings. It's in a work group. That's fine. You see the machine is not joined in Azure AD. That's fine. And let's see any of the events. If you see here the task scheduler under Windows, under Microsoft Windows, there's a uh, configuration specific, like workplace join. So you see here automatic device join. This task is completely in a disabled state, if you see the status. So, and also it's going to run with the highest system privileges. So once you added the machine to Azure to local Active Directory, this service will get started automatically, and then automatically this machine, with the help of this schedule task, it's going to join the machine to Azure AD. That's why this schedule task is present. So let's see this specific task, and in fact, if you just go to the actions, you can find more information, and also workplace as well as the device registration specific, all the events you can view under application logs and Windows, especially for the workplace join as well as the device management or device join specific one. So all these are we have verified. So I'm just going to add the specific machine to my root.local, which is my local Active Directory. So I enter my local Active Directory domain join account, in this case administrator account. So this account has the permissions to join the machine. Once it is joined, as soon as I click on OK, and the schedule task should automatically start it. So you see here it's welcoming, that means the joining. Just do the refresh of that services. You see here it's in a ready state, that means it is tried to attempt. So in the background, what should happen is this machine entry got created in your local Active Directory. I don't get it here any of the events under workplace join, but under device specific events, device registration specific events, I would get it. And if I just close and reopen this, or if I go back to again accounts, I should be able to see here as the local only at this point of time. But I'm gonna restart the machine, log in with SG Clerks. It's the local account of this specific machine. It's a Windows account, if you see the account also. And I wanted to show you some certificate which gets created. So make sure that you are choosing the advanced features, and go to the properties of this specific machine which we just joined. So that's nothing but USC-PCH02. And if I just go to the properties of the attributes values for a user certificate, there's a value for the user certificate with a lengthy name. Let me open more and show you. So hexa value, so it's nothing but your device ID specific one. If you just convert that into hexa to other information, you get that value. But now let me also show you the other command, dsreg cmd -- as the status. So you see here the machine is joined here into the Azure AD as well as the domain join. So both are yes. And also if I just open up a article which talks about these, so if a machine is joined here hybrid, you should get under Azure AD join as the yes, as well as the domain join as. So you have the two options as yes. So if you see Azure AD join as the yes as the last button, and here the domain join also yes. So both were there. So that means it's the hybrid join. So the second one was effective here. That's the hybrid join. So the machine is joined into hybrid join. So in a minute or so, it should actually go and show the record in my Azure portal. But before that, let's also view my dsregcmd status more. Like you see here, this information is coming from the tenant details. That means it's already started communicating with my Azure AD directory. And also if you see user state information, And this is most important one is the SS4 part. You see Azure AD PRT is yes now. That means the sync has been completed. Okay, you don't get it on an immediate basis, my friends. It might take some time because at least the 20 minutes or so. The reason being in the backend is the first thing is the scheduled service should be started. That means it has to try to attempt to join the machine to Azure AD, and that means a certificate should be created for this computer account, which we have shown you earlier from the attribute value. And then that value has been changed. So AAD sync in the rules, it will check for, hey, I have some value of this. That means I need to record this value to Azure AD devices. So for that, the rule has to be validated. That means rule will be validated when the sync happens. So to happen the sync, you have some schedule, some scheduled task to trigger to join the machine that have some schedule. So altogether this is at least a 30 minutes or so. So you wait for that time, then this kind of output you would be getting. So I did wait for some time, so I got it. So let's verify from the Azure portal also. I just refresh and go to devices. I should be able to see a machine with the hybrid join. So the machine is joined, and the type of the join is Azure AD hybrid join. So we're good. We have the device ID, object ID on, that is properly replicating from your local on-premises. So that concludes how to how to perform the steps. But now let's not to wait, and also try to open up the two portals which we normally open, like portal.azure.com for the single sign-on option. So you see here it's not asking any of the password for the user because this is treated as a local site and it's just open. And you see here I logged in with the on-premises user account. That's SG Clark, who is the user from your local on-premises Active Directory. And make sure that this user have the at least a P1 license, otherwise this SS4 doesn't work. And also I can check my applications. That's my applications.microsoft.com, that can also open. So that's also opening. So looks good. So I wanted to show you the user account specific license also. In my case I have the P2 license, so I just selected SG Clark account, and you see here I did actually configure two things. One is the uses of the location, which is United States, that must to be there, and next one would be the license. So the license, you see here I have the EMS license which got assigned for this specific user. So if you don't have the license, the SSO and all that doesn't work. You see here I have the P1, P2, all the licenses are available for this specific user. That's good. So I hope this is useful for you for your learning. Thank you for joining in this short lecture. Hello and welcome back. In the previous lectures, we did understand about the AAD Connect installation and their architecture. Now we would be going further to understand more about AAD Connect specific Sync Service Manager. That's a synchronization specific, the rules and the involvement within that. So these are the things which we talked about, like AAD specific, the pre-requirements and the verification part of a domain. And we also try to install with the AAD Connect with the option called password hash sync with the single sign-on. All that was working fine, but we didn't go through it in depth of these kind of rules. So we did even though shown what are the accounts were used, but we didn't cover in depth of the filtering options. Especially we did only covered the like a group based or domain based OU or specific attribute level, but we didn't talk about much about the sync specific rule. So let's talk about that. So if you start looking into it, like if we are talking about anything called synced identities, that means it can be from Azure AD or from on-premises directly. So in this case, this is your Azure AD and this is your on-premise. So to connect and get one identity solution for you, you need to install the AAD Connect. That's what we learned in the previous lectures. Now
it's time for us to understand more about AAD Connect specific rules, how they are impacted, or how they are help us to, in order to get the sync process to be smoother. For example, if you see here, actually you can get the directory information from your local Active Directory space as well as from the Azure AD connector specific, and in between there is a metaverse. This is a virtual environment kind of thing where these three are think that these three are definitely within the database, but now what happens is this represents the left side. Local AD represents Active Directory, and Azure AD represents connection specific to AAD specific, and then in between you do have metaverse, and that's where actually the comparison would happen and the changes would happen, and those changes will be carry forwarded in terms of the inbound and outbound. So that's what we're going to learn now. So you see here the space called local AAD connect, and what of the changes are going to process that would come back to metaverse, and within this metaverse what we do is we also get it the information from AAD specific. This is just for the inbound rules. Now let's also have a look on outbound rules. Very similar, like whatever the changes has been done, that would pushed back to local AAD connector this side, and this side to the AAD connect. So you might be thinking, what are those changes? We would be showing you that in a minute or so. Let's say you have a local AAD connector. In this case, for example, this is a space, right? So we talk about here more specific to local AAD connector space, and any of the user object, definitely that would have some of the attributes, right? So let's say SAM account name is there, user principal name, a user account control, object good ID, and display name employee ID. So these are the local AD specific attributes, let's say. So what happens once you start synchronization, so that means the sync would happen with the help of local AD connector space. So once that's connected, what happens is it actually process the rules to metaverse. So what are the changes would happen in the metaverse? The metaverse will get the changes. So the changes at SAM account name gets changed to account name, because definitely the naming, the attributes are not the same. Even though you have the Azure AD connected, the attributes are not the same. So to reflect as a same, or to make as a visible as a one, all you have to do is you have to depend on the metaverse. That's where the Microsoft has dependent on AAD Connect, a mechanism within that they are changing. So when you start syncing SAM account name, that gets changed to account name, and similarly user account control, that gets changed to user enable. That's the account enabled status. And also object good ID is nothing but your source anchor. So I did talked about the source anchor in the previous lectures. Source anchor is the anchor where it tied up and then it gets synced with the Azure AD or wherever it has to go, for example maybe to the local AAD. So similar things would happen from the AAD Connect specific. So what happens is in AAD, that's Azure AD, you have the account name, and also you have account enable and source anchor as the same, because that's how the schema, or you take it as attributes, are present in Azure AAD. So now this is all about the inbound. So it's not just the inbound, we also have to depend on outbound. Let's have a look on outbound. That means the data was processed for the syncing to metaverse now. Similarly AAD also pulls the data and it puts in one place now. So this is the place you have all the inputs. Now let's have a look on output. So what happens is in the output, it would actually send the data even for the output. So the outbound also very similar, like you have the changes that gets changed, account name to SAM here, SAM account name, and that's how it gets changed. And also account enable gets changed to user account control, and source anchor gets changed as the object GUID. That's how it's going to change. Let's understand more about in terms of the user objects or the group objects or the device objects, how the sync process would happen. So as for you might have already understand that AAD Connect as well as the AD Connect space, both were there, and within these the inbound and outbound is happening, right? So let's apply these things, how the sync rules will process for the user specific and group and devices specific. So as you know that every object will have an inbound and outbound specific. That means for users we have inbound and outbound, similarly for groups and devices. Now let's have a look on how the AAD connector specific will be there. So within AAD Connect there is something called in from AAD and as well as the from AAD. So there are two different in rules will be there for the user specific. Similarly for the out to Active Directory, that's for the user object, as well as the out to AAD user. So these are the rules inside your synchronization. So these are the by default rules. Yes, you can change them, you can modify, you can add your own attributes to get preference instead of specific attributes to be synced. Let's say we take as one of the department called only HR department to be synced with Azure AAT. Then you can simply change that department a specific attribute within your sync process or sync rules, and then that gets only affected. That means all the HR department specific can be synced. Similarly, the location and rest of the things can be done. So these are the advanced level of configurations that can be configure later point. But if you just understand now the sync rules, how these works, this makes easy for us for the demo purpose. So now we understand for the AD as well as the AAD specific in from and also out to. Similarly for the groups, remaining object types like groups and devices also, it would be the same things will be there. For example, here outbound and out to AD and out to AAD. Similarly for in from AD computer, in this case it's a computer, and here we call it as a device in Azure AD. So a little bit change of the name, but it remains the same. I'm going to talk now about 3 different commands that can be used for by using PowerShell. You can sync and you can get more information about your AAD Connect or Active Directory specific, Azure AAD Connect specific sync schedule information. You can get it. The first one would be the get-AD sync scheduler. This will give you this specific command gives the information about mostly about the status of your sync specific. For example, here allowed sync interval is every 30 minutes it can sync. So that's the currently sync configuration. That means every 30 minutes it is getting synced. Similarly, current effective sync cycle interval also 30 minutes, and custom sync interval is not configured. So the first sync would be an initial sync, a later point every time it goes to O goes with the delta. So here the next sync is always delta, and when it's going to happen next sync cycle, the time as well as the purview of history from your console, that is from the GUI, you have the sync when it is synced, and all that history will be there. That is by default 7 days it will store. That information is available here. And also sync cycle enabled, and maintenance, if it is enabled true, that means it would goes for the maintenance mode. And also staging mode, this is again used for the purpose of configuring more than one AAD connect for the higher availability purpose, where it just put into the database, but it doesn't actually process the objects to sync to AAD, but it just pulls the information and it saves the information. So all this will be get the information from get AD sync scheduler. And next one would be, if you want to sync, you can use start AD sync and sync cycle. There's no spell mistake, it is twice the sync. That indicates here the policy type as a delta, it's going to success. And if you're trying to do even initial sync, you can always go for delta, or initial can be used. I'm sorry, here initial would be given, but I didn't type or mistake here, but you can give as the initial. That would
gives the information. So now we just talked about many things so far, but we didn't see the synchronization rule editor much. So this is the rule editor which does all this, inbound, outbound of the objects, and you can edit those rules from here by editing. Make sure that whenever you're trying to edit, it will give you a warning that make a clone of that existing rule. So when you try to clone that specific rule, that makes easy our life later point if something goes wrong for further level of troubleshooting. So make sure that you always take a clone of the rule, whatever the option it is giving by default. You try to choose that and make sure that you take that cloning. Now the precedence says anything near to the 1 as a value indicates the higher precedence. That means it first process, in this case user join, because it has the 115 as a precedence, and then it goes for the user identity with 116. Similarly, it will follow remaining precedences. So that's how it's going to happen, and you can filter here the direction of inbound and outbound. In this case, it's just for the outbound, and you see here out to AAD. That's what we talked about in this small sync rules presentation, out to AAD. That's how it's there. And also if you filter with the inbound, you get as the into also inbound, in from, and in from AAD. So all that would come up for you. So that's how it's going to work, and I hope, yeah, this is where I gave the initial sync specific. I didn't forget, but it's there. So that's all about the sync specific things. I'm gonna talk and show you more with the demo. Maybe you can learn more when I'm trying to demonstrate all these steps. I hope this is useful for you. Thank you for watching this. Hello and welcome back. In this lecture we will be learning about Azure AD Connect specific connector configuration from the rules engine, where we can open up the synchronization rule editor, try to learn more about the synchronization rules and how the attributes flow will be. In the previous lecture we learned about complete PPT presentation, how theoretically it's gonna work. Now what we're going to do is we are trying to implement as a demo. Let's dig into the demo part. So as a first step, if you see here, I can open up the synchronization services. So once I install AAD Connect, I get all these 4 different icons or the programs where we can start. The first one would be the AAD Connect, and the other one would be the synchronization rule editor. From here you can enable the rule specific, and the sync specific services can be run from here, and the web services specific. But now in this lecture we will focus on a synchronization service manager for the syncing specific. And if you want to reconfigure anything, you would actually go to AAD Connect and click on that, so the configuration wizard will start. In fact, we are going to demonstrate that for the single sign-on or the hybrid AD integration in one of the lecture. Now if you see here, this is where the operations will show all the objects that are synced. For example, here 258 different connections got disconnected, and if you see here, if anything is connected and synced, it's gonna show you. And if there are an errors, it's gonna show you here in the right side with the errors. So all that information we can find out here. For example, this is a good example to see. Here you have the outbound and inbound specific objects information will be shown here. So all these information is getting synced up. So in the previous demos, what we have done is we synced up with password hash synchronization option we have chosen, and we filtered at the domain level. Now if you want to change this configuration, this is where you can do it actually within the synchronization service manager. You see here you have the connectors. So if you see here, there are 4 different tabs. You have the first one is operations. Operations will give you the more information on your how many objects are getting synced, and the sync process, whether it is sync success or failed. If so, failed with what are those errors? Let's say this is where it got failed with all these errors. So this kind of information you can find out. So it's mostly useful for you in terms of resolving any of the operational issues. In fact, there are no problems on this sync at this point of time. You see here everything is going success state. Now coming back to the connectors, as we talked in the PPT, if you can remember, we talked about within this PPT about local AD connector space as well as the Azure AD connector space, and in between we do have here inbound and outbound specific metaserv. And now if you see here in the connectors, you have one is pointing, actually if you see here the type Windows is your Active Directory, which is from Microsoft, right, as your AD specific, and other one would be your on-premises Active Directory. So all these informations are coming up with the connector specific. That's what we discussed here. One as the inbound, which is inbound and outbound specific for the local Active Directory, as well as for the Azure AD specific. Now if I just go to the properties of these and show you what happens here, you see here the configuration. For example, this is where the AD specific you can configure. For example, I can configure any of the additional domain controllers where I can sync from there. Let's say in the installation part, I should be only showing only the non read-only domain controllers, because read-only domain controller doesn't work. But later point, if you want to sync from there, you can do it from here to give that additional configuration. And also if you see here the user ID, which is used for the syncing purpose, if you can remember, this is the user ID we created manually. And for other parameters, especially here the OU and other things, you can actually look into here the filter options. So these are the options which is actually selecting to sync from your on-premises Active Directory. Let's say you're not syncing your devices, but you are syncing with the computers. So in your on-premises, we call it as the computers. So computers are syncing with your Azure AD. If you don't select here as a user in the next sync process, the users are not gonna processed. And if you're looking for any of the specific attributes, this is where you can configure. Let's see, you want to configure maybe email specific attributes, like email ID specific to sync. You can actually choose here to customize that specific configuration. Same way, if you see here for the Azure AD configuration, you do have the options here for the connectivity. There is an account that was created for us within the Active Directory. So that account is using in this case for the syncing purpose. So that's the account. Let me show you here. If you go to the computers, so the Azure AD specific, this is the domain controller which is used actually, and also there is another account also got created here, if you can see, and this is the 6IB specific account got created, which we talked within the PPT also. So let me show you additional configuration, very similar to your on-premises. You can also sync any additional attributes if you want to configure. And you see here connected contact and device group and users or the cloud anchors. So if you want to specify additional anchors, you can do it, but I'm not going to do any additional configuration. Now it comes to the discussion part for Metaverse Designer. So this is a kind of designer where you can check here additional attributes. If you want to configure for the device specific to sync up, you can configure here, like for devices, groups, and the user account and any public folders. And meta search is if you're trying to search for any kind of sync specific one. For example, in this case I wanted to sync here account enable specific information, or maybe account name equals to something like that. You can contains, for example, I say contains done. So I can actually search now, so it's gonna show me the results if it is actually syncing. So that's what the meta serve would be used. But if I just go back to additional configuration that we discussed for the rules editor, this is the key concept. Like let's say I have a user account, maybe maybe I can take EN admin. So his department, if I just configure his office maybe from uh, let's say Delhi, and if that's the case, actually I'll just click apply and OK. So if a user account with the attribute of office is specific to Delhi, then I wanted to sync, or I wanted to do some additional configuration, which I can do it. So to do that, what I will be doing is I will be going back to the synchronization rule editor. So here, as we discussed in the PPT, like you do have inbound and outbound, so you can choose the configuration for the inbound. Let's say if you're trying from inbound from AD, so definitely this is an AD account and not the Azure account. So user join is the specific you want to sync example. So what you can do is you can clone this specific one by edit. So when you're trying to edit, it will give you a warning that you wanted to create a copy of the existing record. If so, click on yes. So it's always recommended you to clone the existing record if you're trying to do any modifications, so that you can customize further level. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, it would be difficult for you to reconfigure all these attributes information without having a cloned copy information. So it's better that you always clone, so there is not going to be any database kind of sizing, all that impact. So always go for copy the clone. So in my case, I'm just cloning. You see here, this is where the connected system and the user object and all that, and in this scoping in the scoping filter, I should be should be given here the value. So here precedence number is I need to give the precedence number. So always the precedence number, as we discussed within the PPT, number one is the highest one, and anything above that would be the next level. For example, here the highest one is 100 followed by 101. So it means that the first rule will run for 100 and then goes to the 101. So if I want this to be run as a 99, I can give this number and click on my scoping filter. This is where I can say edit, maybe I would say attribute as my office. For example, here if I know that a specific value as the office, so I would give here as the office. So normally department, what we choose here in the production. So I'll just go for the department. So if I just go to department, so if I find the department is, so I'm sorry, I need to go back to the previous value. So I'll just previous, and here I don't want to change anything, these two, but I want to add additional value. That means for example, the user is matching with all these values, but also additional value as the department. So I wanted to give here as a department is belongs to maybe HR or maybe IT. I wanted that user to be synced. So I can do that by going back to the department or department number. So in this case, I can simply enter here department and equals to maybe HR example. So what would happen is these all becomes as a true. So in this case, only from the HR department gets synced. So if I just click on next, and default things, these are the objects, these are the anchor specific, these are the target. For example, as we discussed, if you remember, the object ID from your local AD and also from the Azure AD as a source anchor binary. So these are setting up. So whatever the value was there here in the DS connectivity good, same value will be replicated here under source binary. and click on next, that would actually configures almost for me with a clone. So continue saving the rule contents that are not defined in the schema, all that values, because you are doing the changes. So if you want to sure that you want to change that, you can click on that. So in my case, I'm not actually doing any changes, but I just wanted to show you here. So once the rule got created, it will start syncing. So how do you see that is again, you would go to the monitoring of that of this service synchronization, and then uh, under monitoring you should be able to check that specific one, which would normally filter out with only HR department. And now for us in this you also have here the outbound also. So you are actually trying to construct the required rules for working here properly for the AAD Connect specific. So these are the very advanced, and if you are if you have a requirement as a custom rules or custom attributes to be synced, then only you would be choosing all these. Otherwise, you would actually go with the default configuration. But it is a good to know all this specific configuration for you. Let's see, if I wanted to start the synchronization process, I can do it from the GUI by going to my connectors, right click and run. So here I have the full import. Also I also have the delta and delta import and delta synchronization, all these options. So I can do it directly. So these are the two connectors as we talked, one for the sync process for the Azure AD specific, other one would be from your local on-premises. Now if you want to do it in both the ways, you have your run configuration that's gonna run for the delta or full sync synchronization options. But what if I want to do it in a smart way, would be the PowerShell. So I can run these PowerShell commands to get AD sync scheduler. So this is gonna show me the information of current sync configuration with the delta as we discussed within the PPT. For example, the next time it's going to sync around 7 a.m. or 7 p.m. it's going to sync, and followed by other one would be you can sync with the delta. If you want to do it, you can simply click on delta. So if you just go and check the operations, you see here it just got synced up with the 19. It just got synced up these two. Earlier we were selecting this, so there are no objects got created. But what if I have any of the new account just got created? Example, I'll just create here a new user account, and if you see here the specific user account UPN is not yet configured. Yeah, it's configured, so that's good. So I just created a user account, and if I start again sync with the same command with a delta, I should be able to see here this time in progress, you see here, and automatically this time at least one user account is showing up. If I just double click on this specific one, I'm gonna get the new account information like EA admin, which we just created. It's got syncing process started. So if I just go to my Azure AD portal, the account should come up here any point of time. So I'll just go here and search for EA admin. So I might get it if the sync process is completed. So I'll just close this to show you here the sync process is completed. So now if I just search, I should be able to see. So I'm able to see here as the EA admin with the source of Windows Server AD, and that's how you can troubleshoot further if you really need it, how that sync process was completed and what rules were made or what was initiated in this case. Let's configure here and search more like meta serve search. Like if I just go for scope for all, and if I user account, that's a username which we just created, EA admin, and if I just try to search, I got a display name as EA admin. If I just double click out, and I can see here the sync rule which are involved here with the values and the timestamp which it actually took. If you see here, all these are the values and the rules which are coming from your sync editor rule. If you just go ahead and search here, all these rules will match definitely um, to initiate the sync process. And if you see here, I'm actually trying to search for the in from user, and you see here boolean and the string, all that is the new name of the new rule. For example, here user account enabled. So you see here, you should have here a user account enabled, a rule must be matching. So like an inbound, I wanted to search for a person, and you can search here that specific. You see here, you have an option called user account enable. This is the rule which has actually ran. And similarly, in any other rules, if it is matching user common, all that, and this became as the value as a true. So if I just see here, this has been taken out for the filtering option. And if you see here, this is from the, again, user account is enabled with this name, and that value also coming from your sync rules. And you see here, this rule is from AD, user account is enabled, the same thing, and user join and other things are coming up from here. So that's how the even if you see the precedence order also, that's what it happened. It actually started with the precedence number wise. Sync also started or initiated the process. I hope this entire deep dive information might be useful for you. Mostly you might not be working for the customization part, but if you have to work on that part, I would recommend you to first do it on your lab and then go for the production environment. If every attribute is working with that custom specific configuration or the rules, then go and enable for the production. Otherwise, it's not recommended to do it directly on a product. Thank you for watching this. I'll catch you in the next lecture. Hello and welcome to this lesson on Azure Active Directory for user management as well as the group management. Before I begin, I wanted to tell you that this is going to be a very basic lesson on Active Directory for user or group management, probably the most very basic in this course. If you have already experienced with Azure Active Directory, or maybe you have already taken some other courses on Azure AD specific topics, or you're already working in Azure Active Directory, maybe this lecture is not for you. If not, I welcome, and let's start jumping into the Azure Active Directory. Before we work with Azure Active Directory, so this Azure Active Directory is very similar to, think for now as very similar to your identity management that you have on premises for Active Directory, but this is a cloud native, so it can understand the cloud specific protocols that are capable of Azure Active Directory can do for you. So Azure Active Directory or Azure AD is the Microsoft cloud-based identity and access management service which helps your employees to sign in and access external resources. For example, let's take example as the Microsoft Office 365 or maybe Azure Portal for this example, or maybe thousands of the softwares which are hosted within the Azure Portal. As a service application, for example, let's take Salesforce or maybe Dropbox or a Box, kind of different applications also can be accessed, which are internal resources like your applications which are in your corporate network or maybe on internet. These things can be accessed when you grant or when you create your user account for your employees, and they can access when you grant the access for them. And if you're the developer, for example, and you're trying to develop some kind of application, you have a flexibility to code it the single sign-on mechanism for your application so that you are allowing the end users to
automatically log in with their existing credentials. In short, we can say that it's going to minimize your entire administrative overhead. Back in the olden days, we used to have each application ending up with their own identity directory access, but now with the cloud-enabled native applications, it's a completely single sign-on. It means that the users have to remember only one Active Directory or one directory login credentials or the domain credentials. That would actually help them to use wherever they wanted to use it for their applications. In this lesson, we are going to discuss users. Who are they? Why are they? What are they? And why do we care about those users? A user account is an account that's required to access your Azure resources. We also sometimes called as if you see here, if I just go to the accounts, I can say here sometimes it's a work account or maybe school account sometimes. So in other words, if a user account was created in Microsoft Azure Active Directory sometimes, or maybe in your on-premises Active Directory, and that got synced with the Azure AD Connect, and then in that situation we also called as the user account. Sometimes we also invite guest users. So when I say guest users, just to collaborate from business to business, that's a B2B collaboration. Let's say you have a client and he's working on your infrastructure. You, instead of maintain their identity management, like the first name, last name, all of that, you can simply invite them so that they can use their own identity management. Let's say they use their own email ID, but they can log into our Active Directory and they can access the granted resources. So that's called the business to business collaboration, and we would be learning that in the upcoming lectures or maybe in this lecture. And when it comes back to the managing or creating user accounts, you have the three possible options. The first one would be the Azure portal. It means a graphical user interface, like we just have tried to access from the Azure portal. That's a portal.azure.com. So that's where you can access. That means these are the three different interfaces you can use to manage your Azure for creating user accounts also. So let's say you can create a user account from Azure portal or from PowerShell or Azure CLI. To create user account in Azure Active Directory, click on Azure Active Directory. Make sure that you selected your required directory name. So in my case, this is the on Microsoft.com tenant ID, which I wanted to create within this the account. If you see here, this is not yet configured with any of the domain names. I will be doing this with another domain name so that the users will log in with my registered domain name. But for now, I would be using the existing default tenant ID. That means username @ this domain name would be used. That is the bpavan26hotmail.onmicrosoft.com will be used. So let's jump into the creation of the user account. Go to all users, click on new user and try to fill all these details. So I'm going to give here, I will be giving here James Taylor's ID. So like I wanted to create James.Taylor at bpavan26hotmail.onmicrosoft.com. And if you see here, the tick mark was accepted. That means the user account can be created. And the first name and last name and other details I can fill up here, like the first name and other things. So in this case, I can give here James and Taylor. So that's how I wanted to create. And I can create here auto-generate a password, or let me choose my own password. So in my case, I wanted to automatically let it create a random password, and I would like to copy this and give it to the user. And if you see here, I'm not assigning any other groups for this user. So we do have different groups where we can create, which is in the next lecture, we would be creating different groups. If you have multiple groups, you can assign. So the groups are the easy way to grouping the users. And also you can assign different roles. So since this user is a normal user, I would be happy to go with only normal user account. However, if you wanted to create maybe global admin, this user account to be part of James Taylor should be part of global admin, you can choose that. Similarly, there are multiple AD groups are available. You can choose the required permissions or the group memberships or the roles based on the requirement. So in my case, I'm leaving as a default with the user account. And also I don't want to block my users sign in option. So let it user to be allowed. And users location, I would be selecting the country based. So in my case, the user belongs to United States, so I would be selecting United States. And you can give them more information like job title and department. Let's say this user is a system administrator example. I can give has here, and also the department belongs to IT. So it's going to create any user account when I click on create. So now in a minute, you can see here without a refresh, you are able to see here James Taylor. And if you refresh also, it will be available in a sorting option. And if you want to edit, you can go back to the profile by selecting that user and click on edit, and you can do the changes. For example, you can add the photograph of that specific user, or maybe the location and the street address or the phone numbers can be added as additional information. Once you have done, for example, I wanted to add here city name as Redmond and click on save. That would actually save the user profile. If you have assigned any of the applications, you would be able to see here any of the application assignments in this properties. And also if you assign any of the licenses, you can check out here. And the user, if he is using any of the devices, maybe he may sign in into iOS devices or Android or Windows 10 devices, then it would be listed here the number of devices that user is performing activities. And here, if you're the global admin, you should be able to see if the user is logged in, any of this sign-in information. This will be very helpful when you're trying to troubleshoot. For example, if the user sign-in getting failed or any of the errors, you can filter out and you can find out what is going on. And now, as a next step, we can create from the Azure PowerShell. So to create the Azure PowerShell, either you can open from your machine PowerShell and get it connected, but I would recommend you to work directly from the Cloud Shell. If you see here, Cloud Shell is a new feature within the Microsoft Azure portal. Right from here, you can create and run all the PowerShell specific commands. So if I want to run for the PowerShell, I simply have to select here PowerShell, and my subscription is pay-as-you-go model, so I can create a cloud storage. That means whatever the activities I'm performing will be stored in the background. By the way, this is just for the first time you would be able to getting these information, and it might take 1 or 2 minutes or so. Otherwise, it would directly get connected to that shell. Once it's connected, you can see here the complete PowerShell. And if you want to switch back to Bash, you can always switch to Bash also. That's a CLI mode if you want to do it. So it all depends what command line or what interface you wanted to use it. So let's begin with PowerShell first. So you see here it's quickly connecting post to the first time configuration. So I want to create a user account. So here is the documentation. If you're quite new, you can go always and reference here all the commands that are specific to Azure AD. So in my case, I wanted to create a user account. So here you can get it, just the create specific, and you would be able to get a lot of other things specific to the create. Otherwise, what you can do is create a new user account. So if you see here, I have a user account creation called new AZ-AD user. So if I click on that, this is the information for the help specific. So here also gave the examples. The first step would be to creating and storing a normal password, which is was typed here as the string as a password. So this password might needs to be adjusted with a more complex word, otherwise it might fail. So I'm just going to change here the word called password to something else, and I'll try to paste that. So if you see here, I'll just paste it, but I'm not going to hit enter, because if you use only the password, it might throw you an error. So I'll just give you here some other value. So I'm just using this complex password, so a long lengthy password, so that this would be accepted easily, and I'm just hitting enter so that it gonna actually save. And next thing would be to create the account with this name. So if you see here, the display name, whatever the user display name you wanted, you can give here, and your UPN name of that user, and the password is which was stored in this variable. So I'm just modifying that accordingly and copy pasting in the shell. So if you see here, there's a new AZ-AD user with a display name called Williams. If you see here, I think I need to give here double quotes, which is missing display name and UPN name and the password, and hit enter. This is going to create a user account. If I just go here to my Azure portal, and if it's refresh, it should create David Williams user account. It has been created with this specific password. So if I want to log in, I can log in with this user account as a guest. So I'm just using a guest browser to log in to show you the user account is this. So I'll simply sign in with the user account, and this is the password which I used to log in, and it's gonna ask me to remember. No, I don't want to remember the password. So I'm able to log in to this Azure portal. That means the user access is granted, and I'm able to access if any of the resources are assigned to me. As a next step, we will be trying with Azure Client Tools or CLI. For the CLI, you have all the references with all the commands. I would be pasting this URL along with this lecture. You can check out that. And Azure AD specific, you have all the commands are available here. So you can use all these commands to achieve your Azure Active Directory specific commands. And if you want to start using the bash, what you can do is you can simply click on here Cloud Shell. That would actually gives you an option to either choose PowerShell or to bash. So if it is opening for you PowerShell, you can click on bash. That would actually open this CLI. So by using these Cloud Shell, by this time you would be understanding that this would be the easiest way to walk directly from the browser. So to begin with that, to create Azure AD account with the help of CLI commands, you can check out here the commands that are available. Let's see, create an Azure Active Directory user account, which is mentioned here. You can use the CLI commands to create it. So if you see here, the display name is the display name that needs to be provided, and the password, and also the user principal name, that's the UPN of the user. That's a username at whatever the on Microsoft.com or your domain name if you have verified your domain. So I need to modify here this command with the display name I have to give, and the password and the UPN name. So I'm just entering here the values. If I can paste here, so I can explain here the command like AZ-AD user create and the display name with Daniel Craig and the password which is a secure password, and the UPN name is daniel.craig@mydomainname.com, and hit enter. So now a long lengthy one would be now coming up as the output. You can see here this has been created successfully and there is no errors. And if I just go here and refresh, I'm able to see here daniel.craig at UPN name of my domain as a username. So this has created successfully. So far we try to create a user account within our Azure Active Directory. But what about if a user wanted to work within our company but just for limited to a scope of a project, like you are inviting other business person to work or access your resources. So that's called the business to business collaboration or B2B. In that situation, what we do is we would invite the users to log in. So it can be a guest user. That means the user account is not going to be managed by you. That means the identity management is not done by yourself. Or when I say yourself, not from Azure AD or not from your specific tenant. That means the user account might be there in Azure AD but not managed by you. Maybe other business person, or maybe the user account can be in google.com, like a Gmail, or maybe in Hotmail ID, or it can be any other account, but it's not just the Azure AD account. If you see here all users, now the source is showing as the Azure Active Directory for all of them, but for the new guest users it would be completely different. Let's create by inviting any of the user account so that the user can log in. I want to invite here a guest user who can log in into my Azure AD. To do that, I'll just type here one of the user account which I own in Gmail. So first name, please access, and I can choose the location here, whatever the country he's coming from. Let's say if he's coming from United States, I can choose that, and he's a developer example, and invite. That's actually going to send a user to this user account one email. So I just logged in here, and let's see if I get any email by refreshing my Gmail account. You see here I got an invitation email just now 0 minutes ago, and says that hey, default directory by your organization by paddyMaddy is sent an invite, get started. So if I just started with this, I just wanted to start in a private mode so that there will not be any conflict with my current session. So I'm able to log in, and I need to give here a new password. So this is not my Gmail password, this can be a new password. So I will be giving here a specific password so that user can log in. So I'm just creating entry code. So it's just trying to verify my email IDs really exist, and it sent an email to my ID. So if I just go back here to my inbox, under updates, I got an email with the verification code. So that's a 6354 is the verification code which I got it. So I simply copy this code and I would enter that code. So this is the code which I wanted to enter, 6354. So it's asking for me to verify characters to be entered. And finally, I'm able to log in, and it's just requesting you to you're signing into this directory and make sure that you're accepting all these terms and conditions which were coming from my domain. Now, if you see here, there's no applications after I log in. In any case, if I have granted any of the applications for this specific user, he should be able to log in and able to access those applications. So we're going to set the application access in the upcoming lectures. For now, we know that there are three different methods where you can create the user accounts. The first one is you can create from the Azure portal. Also, you can create from PowerShell, and also from the Bash. You can switch back here, either PowerShell or the Bash. And also there's another type of account called guest account. Sometimes we also call it B2B specific, for the business to business collaboration purpose. And if you see here, if I just refresh, the B2B user account should be visible here. And that's an account which is coming as a guest, as a source Microsoft account, and the type of the account is guest. I hope this is useful for you. Thank you for watching this. I'll catch you in the next lecture. Hello and welcome to this lecture. In this lecture, we will be learning about Azure Active Directory Group Management. Groups works very similar as they do in our on-premises directory environments such as Active Directory. These groups were populated with user accounts, and then these groups could be granted access for our data or maybe for our applications. So in Microsoft Azure Active Directory, groups can be created mostly two different types. One would be the static group, other one would be the dynamic group. But these two are security groups, the first one and the last one, and the middle one is the Office 365 specific groups. So to grant any of the Office 365 specific access, we would be creating this type of group, but normally we would be ending up with security AD group or dynamic based group. So when I say dynamic group based, that is nothing but, let's say you have a user account and the user is part of United States, example as the location, we can create a dynamic group based on a dynamic location. That's the, if a user is tagged with United States, automatically that user will be part of that dynamic group. So you no need to add that specific user manually or statically. So this static group is very similar to our on-premises groups, where we normally add manually the user account to this group. So in short, assigned group membership types are static in nature. The administrator determines the group membership, and it's up to the administrator or the group owner who can add or remove the group from the group any of the members. Whereas a dynamic type, we could determine the group membership based on a specific attribute value or set of attribute values that exist on a user or maybe a device. So we can then build queries inside Active Directory group that determines who becomes a member of that AD group. If a user or a device matches that specific attribute when it was querying, it would automatically part of that dynamic group, or it would be automatically removed. If that specific attribute is no longer, then it would automatically remove. So that's where the dynamic groups works. But remember that dynamic group creation is not for everyone. You need to have at least Azure Active Directory Premium 1 licensing. Otherwise, you cannot create this type of group. In my Azure Active Directory, I do not have a P1 license. That's Azure AD P1 license. It's a default one. I'm going to take it in a minute or so, but I wanted to show you here how to create a static group. So click on new group, and that would actually select your Office 365 or security. Remember, for both of the things, you can actually select your membership type, but it is completely grayed out because I do not have a license. Let's create here a security specific group. Like you can give the group name, maybe they are from sales team, and you can give the description, a proper description, so that they know that what is the specific group, and I can create. So it's going to create a sales team specific security group, and you can assign any of the members by going as an administrator. Let's say I have Daniel Craig's account, I can add here. So now Daniel is part of sales team. But if I want to create a dynamic AD group, I need to have licensing. So let's go back to Azure Active Directory and purchase licensing. As you know that licenses also can be purchased directly from Azure portal. So all I have to do is I have to go to licensing, and under all products I should be able to see here if I have any of the licenses, but still I don't have anything, so I'm gonna buy. So before I do a purchase, I would like to give a try for enterprise mobility management or maybe ADP2. So I'm just going to buy a specific license called ADP2 license. If you see the costing for Azure Active Directory pricing, the free account which we just created with our tenant is completely free, and we just created a object also. But we're going to purchase premium too, so that we would be getting all other benefits which are explicitly coming from like vulnerability, risk account, all that, because our course is also required to have these licenses so that we can explore as much as we can do. For example, privileged identity management is part of P2 license, and we would be need this license, so we would be actually giving a try, and it would be costing close to $9 per month per user, and P1 license cost close to $6, and Office 365 would give you the licenses automatically for E1 and E3 and E5 and F1. So let's jump into Active Directory and give a try for P2 license. Since I also get P2 in EMS, I also get other benefits. I would be going with this activating. In fact, I did already activated this in the past, so I don't want to go for another trial. So I wanted to give a try for EMS. If you see here, it has completed successfully, and in a minute or so, it would actually come up here. I need to wait for 5 to 10 minutes to properly allocate the licenses that are provisioned in my Azure AD tenant. If you see here, the licenses are already provisioned, and if you're trying to purchase, you can click on here to purchase in case if you don't have the trial. But in my case, I have the trial option, but if you see here, I have activated in the past a P2 license, so I cannot reactivate. Instead, I need to go and purchase. So what I've done is P2 is already covered under EMS license, so I activated EMS license here. Unless I purchase, it's not going to affect for me. So I can see here now the 250 licenses are available, and I have not assigned any of the license. Let's try to create another group, or we can even edit the sales group also if you want to change the group membership, or maybe we wanted to change the properties of this from a assigned to dynamic. Now this option is enabled for us. Now let's go back and create a dynamic group based on some attribute value. Let's try to create all USA users as a dynamic group. So if you see here the membership type, so you want to go for a dynamic user based or device based. So when we talk about the device, a device means if a machine is, for example, Windows 10 devices registered with Azure AD, it will be visible under your directory. Let me show you here. Devices, you would be able to see here the required devices. Let's say if your iPad is already enrolled in your EMS or mobile device management, it will show you here. Your mobile devices will show you here. Your all Windows 10 machines and Mac machines will be showing up here under devices. So we can query and we can create a type of query. For example, all Mac, iPad machines can be created, or all Surface machines, or maybe all laptop, all desktops, or all the machines from a specific location or that has some specific attribute can be created as a dynamic group. So now I would be creating here as a dynamic user specific, and here I need to build a query tool. So this is a query tool. This would actually build a query for us. So let's say if my location of that specific user belongs to country, if this property I'm defining like country belongs to operator equals, or maybe you can apply here a lot of other options like not match or matching, all that, but I'm just applying equals to United States. So in case if a user belongs to United States as a value as a country, that automatically becomes as the query for us. So you see here, this has been already built. Now when I click on here, user dot country equals to United States. So if I save here and and that would actually create the in the backend the query and click on create, this time it actually creates the AD group. That's a dynamic. If you see here, type is dynamic. If you just click on this AD group, which we just created as a dynamic, if you see here, 2 user accounts are populated. Remember this. Straightforward, or it took for me to show this user accounts after 3 to 4 minutes. So it's not direct immediate. So if I just go to the members, I could see here 2 different user accounts are automatically added based on the dynamic membership. If I just go to the dynamic of these groups, you see here the country or a region of that correct account properties or the profile properties. You see here country is specified as United States. That's the reason Craig is part of this. Similarly, you should be able to see for Williams, David Williams, country and region is part of United States. And similarly, you can create with multiple attribute values that are part of your AD user attributes, for example, contact info or job title or any other values. Also, you can include. Based on that, it can be created as a dynamic. Similarly, you can also create a new group for devices. Let's say I can choose here display name starts with maybe, for example, starts with USA. So if a device all are joined in Azure AD or maybe on your on-premises later point it got synced, such information can be directly pulled up. And you see here it's matching all that options you have. So whatever the attributes you have, you can take them based on the properties and you can create similar dynamic group membership even for the devices. So I can see here all devices. So far we tried to create a user accounts. In the previous lecture we talked about static groups like sales team, and we also worked with the dynamic groups, one for the users, other one for the devices. Now the last one would be the working with the Office 365 specific group. So in this exam this is not specific, but it's more about the email. Mostly this group will be used or will be created with the portal.office.com by going there, because the Exchange admins will work on this type of the group. And this group is not scoped much in our learning as part of AZ-500 exam. So I will be ignoring, but the major difference would be you can set the email for that specific group. That's the advantage for the group. Other than that, everything remains same, like including your dynamic or static group membership assignment. There are a few other important points that needs to be talked within the Azure Active Directory groups creation. The first point is you can add for a security group another security group. That means, for example, all Redmond users can be part of all United States users group. Similarly, California users can be part of United States group. But there are few limitations when you add this kind of in a group within one more group, that's called nested groups. So there are few rules that limit the ability of nested groups. So when we take a look of these rules, you need to follow that you cannot add a groups to groups that has been synchronizing from your on-premises. We didn't talk about on-premises AD Connect yet, but definitely we would be talking in the upcoming lectures for how to set up AD Connect and sync up your on-premises Active Directory. So for now, you cannot add any of those groups as a nested group for your which are coming from your on-premises Active Directory environment. And you cannot add security groups to Office 365 groups. And you cannot add even Office 365 specific groups to security groups or other 365 groups. You cannot assign applications to nested groups, and also they have to be assigned to each individual group so that you can apply the proper licenses. Otherwise, nested groups are not supported assigning the licenses. So you need to assign the licenses directly to individual groups, either dynamic or static. Like we have done in the previous lecture, the three different management tools what we have tried to use to create the user accounts, one from the Cloud Shell, for the PowerShell, and the Bash. So we did create it now with the groups from Azure. Now it's time to demonstrate how to create groups from PowerShell. So I would start with the PowerShell first, and then I'll switch back to Bash. So to create that, there's a PowerShell command that needs to be entered, which is a new AZ-AD group. That's a display name as my sales team, and the main nickname as my sales. So it's going to create in a minute. So it's just created. If I just refresh here, I should be able to see here that specific group name. Oops, I need to go to users, not to the users group. So if I see here, my sales team has been created now. Similarly, if I just create my another group, maybe like USC sales, USC hyphen my sales, it's going to create in a minute. Simply refresh my sales team, and this is a sales team, and now in a minute USC specific group also would be created, which has just created. If we go back to this specific group, and I can assign the members, since it is a static group, if you can see here, it's a static assigned group, and I can also check the licenses, or I can assign the licenses from here, or if any of the applications granted to access for this group, it will be listed here, which we will be exploring in the upcoming lectures. Now, I wanted to change this from assigned to dynamic user with a dynamic query. For example, add your department as any of this, or maybe equals IT. So if I give the department as IT for any of the users, so they are going to be automatically part of our dynamic group. So I'll just click on save. That's gonna remove if any of the users are part of dynamic the static, and it would be adding dynamically all the users. And if you see here my list of users, there are at least 2 users should be from dynamic, if I'm correct. This is IT department for David, also for James. IT. At least the 2 users should come. So for that, it would take some time to populate these values, as it takes some time to process this query in the backend, and it will list out the required users. Until then, I'll just pause. If I just go to the group, now I should be able to see the members. So there are 3 different groups, 3 different users has been added dynamically. And if at all I remove, for example, from this user, James Taylor, the IT department, to remove and put it to HR, for example, so this would automatically taken out from that dynamic group. So all I have to do is just wait for some time to process this automatically, and that do a refresh. It takes out James Taylor. So let's do the refresh, and you see here the user account has been taken out from the user group. So the dynamic group is working fine. Now let's also give it a try for working on Bash. So from here, I would switch back to Bash script, confirm, and I would see how best I can create. I would like to create here a marketing group. So I framed already syntax. The syntax is easy for Azure AD group create with a display name called USA Marketing, and mail nickname is the USA Marketing. So if I just go back here and see my all users, all groups in this case, so there's nothing called USA Marketing, which I'm going to create now in a minute. So hit enter. That would actually create a group called USA Marketing. So if I do a quick refresh, it will come in a minute or so. Now if I refresh, the group should be there. So now the group is created called USA Marketing. This is how you use the commands. You can check out the documentation for AZ-AD group from here for the creation and also for deletion, and other parameters or other commands can be learned from this web link. Also for the PowerShell, I did add it, so you can use these mechanism or the command syntaxes for creation. You can check out more help from this web link. To summarize this lecture, we did created Azure AD groups, static and dynamic, and also Office 365 group types, and also there are nested groups, which a group can be part of different multiple groups that we didn't talk, but I can talk now. Like this, USA Marketing can be a member by another group. I can add here another AD group, for example, all USA. Dynamic users can be part of here, or other groups like this you can add it. But there are a few of the pros and cons that we talked about in this lecture for the licensing and application assignment, which will not work properly if you go for the nested groups. So we talked about static, dynamic, query, and nested groups within this lecture. I hope this is a great refresh for you. I'll see you in the next lecture. Thank you for watching this.
Hello and welcome back. In this short lecture, we will be working with one of the greatest feature which is most weighted within Microsoft Azure. So if you are the Windows admin or Active Directory admin, you would love to work with your organization unit. For example, you see here I have a multiple OUs, and the structure was very classically it was designed. And now you can work very similar kind of structure within Microsoft Azure. All these days, when we try to compare what's the difference between your Windows Active Directory and Azure Active Directory, we used to say that, hey, you don't have a organization unit kind of structure. That's the first word we used to say. Of course, we also talk about cloud native, and the protocols that are supported completely different than Azure or the cloud native, as well as the Windows environment. Now, either way, the one of the greatest feature which is very useful for the IT admins to manage their objects, especially for the user objects and the group objects, you have an option now within Microsoft Azure very similar to organization unit, that's called administrative unit. So again, they continued the similar naming format so that it's so easy for us. So to do that, I'll just go to my Microsoft Azure portal and go to Microsoft Azure Active Directory, and then you see here you have administrative units, which is a preview. So this is where you can create multiple units. Let's say the structure I want to create may be a country based like USA, and I can give here a meaningful description. For example, all user accounts from USA, and then click add. That would actually add the one of the similar to OU, or in other words, actually we call it here as the administrative units. So like that, you can create multiple units, like for example India. Here I created, and inside this you have actually, you can't go for the nested at this point of time, but who knows, in the future you may get it. But for now there's no nested administrative units which you cannot create here, but you can add the members. You see here, if I just go to USA and then I can add members, and simply I can find any of the objects, like let's say Sims or Maxi or Evans, these accounts I want to add it to this OU, or in other way, in a Azure words, it's administrative unit. So now I have units here. So the same thing, it's an easy way to manage. So now let's go back to the one of these administrative units, in this case USC, and see here the members are available. And you can also perform some kind of actions as a bulk remove, bulk add. Also, you can perform some certain kind of actions here within this. So whatever the options you are performing, that also can be tracked from here. So these things you can definitely manage from your PowerShell as well as the CLI and also from the GUI. I hope this is useful for you. Thank you for watching this.
Hello and welcome back. When we are looking for anything in the Azure identity, access management, or the protection, we need to concentrate on two key areas. One is the application, how the application is designed, and whether this application is capable to access for the on-premises as well as the cloud, and also is this application is enabled for third-party identity managements so that they can work on that with the collaboration support. And for that, definitely we need to grant the access, so nothing but the authentication mechanism. So identity management is needed. So what I've done is I have actually created two different lectures to talk more on, one completely on authentication, other one would be the application registration. Very similar, like you used to have maybe SQL service accounts or any other service accounts or any other application that used to have in a legacy environment or maybe on your on premises to have different account username and password to work with that application. Now we don't need to maintain that multiple accounts. Instead, we can use on one identity management source, and we can straightforward register that application within the Microsoft Azure Active Directory, and then we can use them. So I'm going to talk on that part in another complete dedicated lecture. So I hope this is useful for you to know why I'm going to talk about the applications and authentication as a separate in a different lectures. I'll catch you in those lectures. Thank you for watching this. Hello and welcome back. In this lecture, we will try to understand about the authentication methods that are available with Microsoft Azure. So let's try to understand with a simple drawing. Now, if you see here, you have the Windows Azure Active Directory, which is on a cloud, and if you added any of the machines that can be contacted, also the users can be allowed for the authentication. And also if you configure AD Connect, so your on-premises Active Directory users also can be synced and they can be logged in with on-premises user ID. That means if you have an application which is in on-premises or maybe in a cloud, you can use either as your AD user or maybe from Windows Active Directory, that is from your on-premises, or maybe also you can grant any of the PaaS applications. Also you can contact or enable your line of business applications or maybe third-party applications. Let's say you can allow them to log in with Facebook or maybe with the Gmail or whatever the other identity providers IDs. So here two different words I used. One would be the application, other one would be the authentication. So in this lecture we will talk about authentication options that we have, and for the application I would be talking application or with the different lecture would be covered especially for the application registration within Microsoft Azure Active Directory. In this lecture, we're going to look at choosing the right authentication method for your Azure AD solution or for your entire organization. So why is choosing the right authentication method is so important for any organization? Because that would be your first decision that you make on your journey to the cloud when you are trying to deploy your applications, for example, maybe Office 365 or cloud applications or even line of business application. You need to decide how your users will actually sign in and access those applications. And the second one is the foundation of your IT. That's a modern IT infrastructure on top of which you build on your security, identity, and access management solutions using your Azure AD. Third one is you actually choose your authentication method. It's hard to change because later point you can change or it's very hard to change it because it will likely lead to disturb your end users the way they are currently using the sign-in experience. So Azure supports many authentication options to meet the requirement of all types of organizations. Look at what are your authentication options that are available within Microsoft Azure Active Directory is. The first one is if you are purely looking for cloud only option, this is for born in cloud organizations with no on-premises infrastructure. Here you can establish your identities directly in the cloud, and Azure AD handles all of your authentication completely in the cloud. Remaining all other options, like these are the 4 different options require your on-premises Active Directory. That's called with the help of AD Connect you would be setting up a hybrid environment altogether. Now let's talk on them one by one. Let's take the second option, which is a password hash sync. In this case, users can actually sign into the cloud-based applications using same username and the password that they use with their on-premises Active Directory. In addition to that, with this option, you can also enjoy the seamless single sign-on experience. And the third one, we can talk about pass-through authentication. It is very similar to password hash sync, but it's for organizations where their security policies are something that they would like to reuse in the cloud. When I say reuse, so they have some hard-coded policies which are in your on-premises and you want to use them in the cloud. The next 2 options are federated authentication. It can be either using Microsoft Active Directory Federation services or maybe a third-party compatible federation providers. In this case, Azure AD actually hands off the authentication to trusted authentication system to handle all the authentication. Federated authentication is the best fit for organizations which need advanced requirements that are not natively supported within Microsoft Azure AD. So let's take a flowchart and try to understand the decisions tree will make it easier for you to choose the right authentication method for your organization. You can use it to determine what is the best method for answering by answering few of these simple questions. So let's explore on this by splitting these decision tree. Let's take one of the company called Toys Manufacturing Company, and this company has online retailer for selling some of the toys what they manufacture. Today they use a simple emailing system over the internet with the provider, again maybe some kind of internet provider who is providing for them emails, and they wanted to use now Office 365 to collaborate by using Teams around the different projects across the globe. So can you think about it? What is the best way of choosing what kind of authentication method to be used? So if you just go back here, this is a flow chart, right? So in this flow chart, which one would be the right option? So we can think here. The first one would be do we need to integrate anything with the on-premises Active Directory? Definitely no, because they do not have any on-premises footprint, and
it's just the cloud only. So the option would be the cloud only is the right option for them. They will create and manage new user accounts and the passwords within the Microsoft Azure Active Directory directly. This will allow them to use Microsoft Teams and extend their applications to other Office 365 applications or even other cloud applications that is available. So let's take another example and try to understand now. There's a company called Fabricam, and they are into manufacturing, and they have been doing business from the last 30 years. That means they do have their Active Directory, and there are close to 7,000 different workers who sign into every day within their on premises. Now Fabricam has decided to deploy Workday, a HR cloud-based application, to let factory workers handle their payroll online and also to migrate to Office 365 applications so that these factory workers can actually receive their work schedules over email. So it is important that Fabricam factory workers use the same username and the passwords that they use today within their on-premises Active Directory and sign in into Workday and Office 365 applications so that they use the same thing, so it would be more productivity. So in addition, Fabricam does not have a large IT department, so they need the simplest solution possible, which actually means at the low cost within on-premises with a low footprint so that they can easily operate. So in this situation, password hash sync is the right option for Fabricam company. Now let me explain how this can be designed. So as a first step, you need to configure Azure AD Connect as a provisioning tool, which will actually provision your on-premises user accounts to Azure AD. And also you need to configure a checkbox called password hash sync, so that the passwords never syncs or never stores in a plain text format. So what exactly the hash? Maybe you need to understand here if you're listening or if you're first time to know about hash value. So what happens is a hash is a value that you get it from one-way mathematical function applied on a clear text password. There's no method to reverse a hash to get back the clear text password. So that's why it actually syncs only the hash values here. So that would happen in a specific scheduled time. Now, an Azure AD connects to the on-premises Active Directory and reads these password hashes them 1,000 times over, and then copies them over to Azure AD, and it does this process every 2 minutes. So when the sync happens, the hash values will be stored here, only the hash value, not the passwords. That means if a user is trying to log in just from the cloud only infrastructure, that means within the cloud, just to access this user from the factory, maybe a HR application or maybe Office 365 application within the Fabricam, what happens is he will query to Azure AD for the username and the password. It would be verified instead of the actual password. It actually verifies based on the hash value, and if the hash value is matched properly, it will allow the user to access these applications. So what is the main advantages here is there is no dependency on the on-premises network. That means if without any connectivity also, at that point of time it is allowing the users to log in and access the required applications. That's a major advantage. And coming back to the other major advantages, password hash sync also provides a couple of key security benefits. First among them is there's a report called
leaked credential report, the way that works is Microsoft internally they scans the internet, the entire internet, and especially the dark web for usernames and the passwords list. And if they got leaked or compromised, and if they find any of the matches to the users or the user accounts that actually available or leaked out over the dark web, it will actually alert you as an administrator. It gets alerts all the administrators through a leaked credential report, or it will automatically block users for signing, uh, maybe even allowing them to reset their password the next time they actually sign in. So this feature is only possible if you use the password hash sync option. The second feature called Smart Lockout, it actually protects from brute force password attacks within Microsoft Azure Cloud, and it prevents genuine users from being locked out of their applications. Now, you should combine password hash sync with a complementary feature called seamless single sign-on. So seamless single sign-on, it means it will allow users to automatically sign in into Azure AD if they are on their corporate devices connected on their corporate network. Seamlessly, they can access any of the cloud resources or cloud applications without any issue, without asking or without entering any of the passwords. So for that, this specific machine should be joined into Azure AD. That's one of the requirement. And also you need to enable the as we talked, you need to enable the identity sync hashes. That's a password hash sync. Then once you meet these two requirements, it can access the cloud applications without actually entering any of the usernames and passwords. This makes user experience a lot better with this feature. Let's take third scenario where some of the organizations might require an authentication feature that is not supported by Azure Active Directory. For example, signing with smart card authentication, or maybe you have your on-premises multi-factor authentication server. With that, you wanted to sign in. That might not be suitable with Azure AD. So in that situation, how you're gonna address that? So definitely you might be ending up with federation. So that's where we are going to talk about now, but just a quick note or reminder that these things might change as these are the current limitations, but since you know that Microsoft Azure is drastically changing or evolving day by day, so they might support all these features in the future within the AD Connect. But for now, it's not possible, but let's talk on that, how and what are the possible things, and what is a business case. So the business case is there's a company called a bank. Let's take one of the bank company, and that's a financial company. So it's a trusted financial institution that has strong regulatory requirements within that company. So how they are going to address that? So let's take one company, as I said, Woodgrove Bank. This is a national financial institution. What they are currently having is they require a strong regulatory operations for their password policies, the bank tailors, and they also require they don't log on after hours. For example, a bank teller, they don't want to work after hours. They are planning to move to Office 365 to use cloud applications and even some of the on-premises application to make them available to tailors and corporate employees. So when we look at the employees, are more employees, and they also wanted to use Office 365 and cloud applications, line of business applications, right? So in this situation, how we are going to address? So that's a business case. So let's understand how best we can do it. So the point is here, You can start from, do you need to the Active Directory to be integrated? Yes. Do you want to cloud authentication, password protection should be there? No. Or do you have an existing federation server? No. All this workflow will end up. But so clearly would grow bank cannot use the password hash sync because password policies that they are using is completely different than what Microsoft Azure provides as an date. Like we talked about, Taylor has to be logged out after their business hours and they cannot log in. So that policies are completely customized as per their financial regulations or financial institutes regulation policies now, which are not part of Azure AD. So in that situation, what happens is Azure AD as a natively it's not going to support. So by Azure AD natively going with a federation, that could solve the requirements, but they would it could lead to higher operational cost in terms of managing server certificates and network configuration. So that all to be done. So Woodgrove Bank should actually use the modern cloud first approach of pass-through authentication. That's the answer for that. So let's have a look on it, how that looks like. So this is called, modern cloud first approach of pass-through authentication. So let me explain on how pass-through authentication actually works. Pass-through authentication is also set up using Azure AD Connect. Uh, so for almost all these scenarios what we have discussed so far, except the cloud only, we need to have Azure AD Connect. That's a solution. With the help of Azure AD Connect, in the past we configured password hash sync, but instead of synchronizing password hash this time, within the Azure AD, you start by installing two more new configurations or two more authentication agents on premises, so that you need to, and I mean, you would be ending up with two or more servers just for the higher availability purpose, but minimum is two servers to be configured. Maybe you can configure on your domain controllers also, but these are going to be set it up in your on premises for higher availability purpose. So when I use these agents actually make persistent outbound connections to Azure AD to listen for authentication requests. When a user sign into Azure AD and they supply their usernames and passwords, Azure AD encrypts the password using public key, and the username and encrypted password is placed on a queue to the Azure cloud. So one of the agent here decrypts the password field using its private key and test the username and the password against on-premises Active Directory here. Now the result of this authentication should be successful, or maybe a failed password, or maybe expired password, or user is logged out for some reason. So these are the output. You may not get it out, and that information will be relayed back to Azure AD via agent. If this authentication is successful, then the user is actually access the application here. Now the pass-through authentication also supports smart lockout, which we talked about, also leaked credential report that we talked. So now let's have a look on federation configurations or federation designs. So federation is recommended for authentication method for organizations that have advanced features not currently supported within Microsoft Azure AD, including multi-site low latency authentication infrastructure. Federation requires a bit more setup. First, you need to have at least two federation servers in your internal network to accept authentication requests. at least the one or more than one, so that you can configure the high availability. The next thing is, at least you need to have two more proxy servers, federation proxy we call it, and these are to be set it up into the perimeter network or on your DMZ network. These will accept requests from internet, and then it will relate to federation servers which are within our internal ADFS servers. And when a user signs in Azure AD, Azure AD will hand off this authentication request to the trusted federation system that you have configured. This basic topology supports other scenarios such as on-premises MFA server or smart card authentication. Federation authentication is not just Microsoft ADFS, but also for compatible other trusted third-party providers also. To conclude this lecture, I wanted you to consider top recommendations. Always enable password hash sync. If you use password hash sync and use that for your sign-in into, you don't need to worry about high availability options. It will be on Microsoft headache. If anything goes wrong with your on-premises services, your authentication will continue to work. But if you choose pass-through authentication, or which is this method, pass-through authentication method, or maybe a federation method, you can still use the password hash sync, because you can use that as the backup authentication method. For example, if you configure your on-premises services goes down, you can manually fail over to password hash sync and still allow users to use or to log in into your cloud applications to grant them as access. In enabling password hash sync also gives you identity protection through uh, for the leak credential reports. So that's the one other advantage if you go with the uh, password hash sync. I hope this is useful for you. Thank you for watching this. I'll catch you in the next lecture.
Welcome. In the previous lecture, we talked about authentication methods and the types of the authentication for different businesses. Now, in this lecture, we will talk about applications. As an IT employee, here either we develop applications or maybe we support the applications. That way, we helps the people's life and we make them easier way to run their life. Or we generate revenue, and most of the time we are developing and supporting these applications. The great news is that Azure has given all of the tools necessary to integrate into your own custom applications with an identity provider, that being Microsoft Azure Active Directory, so that you don't need to manage any additional set of identity servers for every application or multiple applications that you're going to deploy within Microsoft Azure Cloud. In legacy world, when it's a legacy world, when you have only Windows Active Directory environment, or prior to that, you used to use multiple identity servers to manage different applications, so that end users will use multiple identity usernames and passwords to validate their access level. But when we move to the cloud native applications, we as the end users simply use a single user account that grants the permissions regardless of any required objects, not limited to the applications, or maybe not just limited to the user logons. So let's talk a little bit more about applications in Microsoft Azure AD. And we can deploy line of business applications to integrate with Microsoft Identity Platform to provide secure sign-in and authorization for our services. Users can use existing AD credentials to access these applications, so no more secondary logons. So Microsoft Identity Provider provides the OAuth 2.0 authorization. So now this allows third-party applications to access web hosting resources on behalf of logged on user. when I say the resources, it can be a set of permissions that could be used to divide the functionality of these resources into smaller chunks. These are called scopes, and as well as we're going to discuss these things later point within this same lesson. And also users and the application permissions are used together with scope to maintain the fine grain control of resources, what as well as a safeguarding third-party APIs exposure. So let's take one of the example as one of the HR application and try to access. So what would happen is if end user opens this HR application, he tried to access, so definitely it goes to Azure AD tenant, and this would actually give some kind of control back, and it will be used some kind of secret keys and all that. Then the application will be visible or granted access for the end user. So just we will follow the same thing, but in detail what would happen, I'm going to explain here. So when a user signs in through the application and the Microsoft Identity Platform here grants an identity token, if you see here, to this application, and then the app requests an acquiring an access token, that would be a specific token to the identity provider, and then they are able to get the HTTP. Once they submitted this token, then actually they are going to submit the HTTP GET or access token specific information, along with the APIs such as Microsoft Graph API, to access the Azure AD and other access information that would be sent back to the application. So before we discuss scopes and other permissions, let's run with some kind of demo. But this is just the background information. Just I wanted to come back to this in the upcoming lecture or within this lecture for SPA. And for now, I wanted to go back to the Microsoft Azure portal and let's register. So to register, what we will be doing is we would be going to the Microsoft Azure Active Directory, and under app registrations you can actually register any of the application here. So what exactly this application, so whatever the application you are trying to develop, that definitely requires a username and password to run that application in the background, right? So we don't want to maintain the username and password, additional username and password when our tenants, or when we grant that specific permissions, we don't want users to enter. So instead what we do is we actually create here a new application specific access information, and we give that information back to our developers. So the developers will use that information like a private key or whatever the keys, information, secret keys, and then that way the application inside that it has those access. So when the application runs that code, it would actually opens and contacts the Microsoft Azure Active Directory, and it will be validated whether we have any registration, and then it treats as the enterprise application or whatever the legacy application or maybe a line of business application, and then it would be open for the end users. So without wasting any more time, we can click on new registration to create a new application and give here the name of the application which you're gonna deploy. So I'm just giving HR app, and you can read these three different radio buttons for scoping this supported account type. So if you see here, the first one would be the accounts within your Azure Active Directory only. That means within your tenant. So we talked about the tenants in the previous lectures. Tenant is your Active Directory name, or that's on Microsoft.com. So in our case, this is a directory that's our tenant, like bpavan26 hotmail on Microsoft.com is our tenant ID. So within that, whatever the user accounts are there, for them this application can work. That means it can be granted the access. Or if you choose a multi-tenant, multiple tenants can be granted access. And if you choose this, you are actually allowing even the Skype or Xbox or any other SaaS based applications or any other identity managements also, you are actually allowing to you're opening to access them. So you're granting the access for them. So
users can access. So this is how you just choose. So in my case, I'm choosing the last one, last ready button, so anybody can almost use, which is within tenant and also multi-tenant, as well as the personal Microsoft accounts like Skype or Xbox and other things. So I'll just click on register. These are the optional things like the redirect URI, but some of the applications when you're trying to create, you might have to give a specific things that you might have to follow, but in our case it's the default. So if you see here, client ID has been a unique ID which has been created, and this is our tenant ID, which is nothing but, if I just show you here, this is our tenant ID, which is ending with 46 and starting with 75. So here 75 and ending with 46, that's my tenant ID. That's a unique again. So that's how you can simply create it. But before we jump into anything further, so if you have any question like maybe who can create this business applications or maybe application registration, so by default any of the Azure Active Directory user can create. So that's the hard setting, to be frank with you. So what I'm going to do is I wanted to change that option so that we can allow only global admin, so that you are limiting and you will have the full control. So let me show you that you just have to go to Azure Active Directory, and then under user settings, if you see here, this option will talk about users can register application. By choosing yes, anybody can register any kind of application, so that way you are losing the control. So you don't have every user as the developer, definitely, so you can request them with the change management and other process, and that way you can secure it. So I'm not gonna open for everybody, I don't recommend, so I'll just save that configuration. So let's talk about the scopes. Scopes are the permissions used to define what actions an application can perform on behalf of the user against a resource. So scopes allows for the fine-grained control over their data and how that specific API functions is exposed. A third-party app can request these permissions from the users and administrators who must approve the request before the application can access the data or act on the users on behalf. So scopes are configured in the app registrations. Definitely within this configuration we would be configuring the scopes, but we need to understand a little bit more. Why would we do this? Well, we would be using it for application permissions that do not require a specific logged on users to access. So these permissions that we are granting the applications to control over a set of resources. However, the majority of the permission scopes are referenced in a specific application code, and then the permissions are requested via the application sign-in process to the Microsoft identity provider. As we can see here, we are referencing to following scopes of permissions within the Microsoft Azure API. To summarize the specific to scopes, scopes are a collection of permissions. So we have got permissions for users, permissions for apps, so many permissions. We have to keep a track of it. So I know that it could be a little bit frustrating for you, but while scoping or the scopes are technically permissions, we can use the term in the more conventional way as well. So permissions defined what a user app can access directly in Microsoft Azure Cloud, and those roles are based on the role-based access control to determine privileges to resources in both within the directory and the Azure themselves. So a user may have privileges to write the global directory, but defined scopes of permissions for an application may only require read permissions. So what happens? Well, if you see here, it has just the read permission. So what happens is, well, the user will be only able to write the application read permission. So this is due to the concept of effective permissions and for the delegated permissions, which are permissions that are granted on behalf of a specific user to effective permissions of that specific app will be the least privileged between the delegated permissions granted to that specific app via
consent. So it would be a consent option would come up, and then the privileges of that currently signed in user will get it. Now for application permissions which are required that we can assign here to the app, those are the effective permissions for the application itself, and those are full level of permissions granting to the app. And again, these are used by the apps that run without a signed in user, like a system process or a specific service account. So once our application makes a request of a certain set of permissions on behalf of its user, we have to trust that the user is going to allow those permissions to take place. So as a next step, I can show you here for the configuration of the permission specific, like you see here, these are the user consents, like user for the user, these kind of notification when he's trying to sign in, it will be asking, or it will be shown very clearly, hey, I'm gonna read and write these files and read your calendar information, and you can also see that the URL which is gonna redirect if they have supplied for the optional specific URL, sign in and read your complete profile. So these are the user consent, and this information will be shown. So I just Googled or Binged to show you that information. Now let's go back to the this permission specific. So we talked about the permissions. Now when we configure here more permissions for the admin grant consent for the default directory, it's going to actually configure in a new blade or within this blade. You can see here granted for the default directory, and now if I just select it, it will show me what the admin specific contents has been it's going to deploy. And now if I click on add a specific permissions, like I can select this with the Microsoft Graph specific API, or maybe other APIs which are available directly from the within your Microsoft APIs. And if you are looking for APIs within your My Organization, you can choose other tab or your apps also. So for now we can select any of these app. For example, I can select here Microsoft Graph as the one of the application. Once I selected that, I would be getting here two options. One is the delegated permission, other one is your application. So when I click on application permissions, I can see here more detailed access level permission. Let's say access review, read all. I wanted to configure maybe these specific things, knows to the developer what kind of access to be granted for this application. He knows, so that he would be taking the right permissions, or he would request you to configure the right permissions as admin, as a global admin. You can configure that, or maybe if it is granted permissions for the developers, they would actually configure as per their requirement. Once they have done that, click on add permissions, so that way it will actually show you the admin consequent specific permissions. So you can see here admin consent is required, equivalent yes is granted now. And you can see here the this is Microsoft Graph that was clearly mentioned. And now we can look at here the permissions has been granted. Now I wanted to talk here in the certificates parts also. You see here, if your application has some kind of certificates, that would actually upload here the specific certificate, so that your client application will have another client certificate that would verified here for the authentication purpose. That way it works. Similarly, you can also configure your client secret, that's a kind of password to prove that you're actually requesting a token, and that would actually communicate client and server specific application configuration. And coming back to the role-based access, you can configure explicitly configuration, for example, to read only properties for a single sign-on. All that can be configured here. So these permissions are more about the how you wanted to restrict for your developers or in terms of the application. And if you see here, this is where actually we are gonna actually setting up the in the next demo, which I'm gonna cover. So this is where you are actually configuring your specific application type, like .NET or maybe other specific things, and then you would configure specific to that code, and then you would be actually performing that client specific permissions, so within this API permission. So I'm going to demonstrate that. In fact, that's the direct Microsoft demo video I wanted to show you, so that it's easy and it's configured, it is properly demonstrated. So I hope that will make you more understanding about this entire concept that what we have discussed now. Thank you for watching this. I hope this is useful for you.
The Microsoft Identity Platform offers users a unified way to authenticate into apps with work, school, or personal accounts. It's an evolution of Azure Active Directory for developers. Existing apps built with the ADAL library will continue to work, and users will stay signed in when the apps migrate to MSOL. The app registrations experience now shows all your apps in one place, regardless of whether your app is for enterprises or consumers. To start signing in users, register your app. Name the app. Choose which account types to authenticate, and where to receive the tokens. Here, we use a quick start to bootstrap an app that authenticates users and calls Microsoft Graph in just a few minutes. The Microsoft authentication libraries in the Identity Platform support key scenarios such as web, mobile, desktop, or single-page apps. Open the project in Visual Studio and update the app's info. With just a few lines of code, the app can sign in any Microsoft identity and call Microsoft Graph. Now, run the app and log in using a work account. After entering the verification code, the user grants consent, and the app calls Microsoft Graph and returns the profile information of the work account. Now, log out and sign in with a personal account. Passwordless authentication has been set up, so log in using the Microsoft Authenticator app. With the same code, the personal account is authenticated, and the profile info is pulled from Microsoft Graph. Integrate your apps with the Microsoft Identity Platform to benefit from security and identity innovations, such as passwordless authentication, single sign-on, multi-factor authentication, and conditional access. To learn more, head here.
Hello and welcome back. In this lecture, we will be learning about how Microsoft Azure multi-factor authentication can provide hardened security for your identities or user identities or for your applications. So what exactly multi-factor authentication is? It's simply to put your multi-factor authentication is going to logging into Azure AD using more than one form of authentication. So it can be either a PIN or maybe a hardware token or a certificate or maybe a smart card or maybe a phone, or within the phone it could be some kind of application that can pop up, so that what happens is it makes it very hard for the hackers to breach this kind of second layer of security or identity compromises. So when we talk about authentication, what exactly authentication is? Authentication is typically known as a password. That's just simply you put as a typically for most common authentication method. But when you log into a website, you simply try to access that application, you will be putting your username in the password. But multi-factor authentication takes us further by requiring that we have something additional or something that we might own. For example, a trusted device that cannot be duplicated easily, or a mobile phone, or maybe a hardware token, or it could be something that we own. For example, a biometric prime example of this could be a fingerprint scan or retina scan, etc. Azure Active Directory provides several authentication methods for us, so that users can select the MFA challenges so that they can access their own resources by clearing these multi-factor authentication challenges. That way they can securely access the application. The most common method is a phone call or a text message, but that has been almost
replacing by an application which can be installed on your phone, called maybe authenticated application. If you can take an example to explain on this, how this works is like you might have a mobile application that might show you a number to challenge or to enter the number, or maybe a phone call or text message. But if you look at the architectural diagram, what happens is this can be either from your on-premises or maybe from your cloud base. So the users can access from any of the devices. It can be a laptop or mobile devices. What happens is when they try to come from the on-premises or within the on-premises or from the outside, either way they would reach when they enter the user ID and password. Post to that multi-factor authentication server will request them to enter any of these information, so that the users will be validating as a second layer, and then it will be enable the accessing the required applications. So similar case with any of the other devices also. So this is so convenient, and we can scale and we can securely access for our employees as well as our partners or customers. So this way we know that the identity which are coming to our identity server or to our applications, either it can be employees or partners or customers, we are validating them and their details. That way they are not so easy to breach the security breach. So now let's see the convenience. If you see here, no devices or no certificates to be purchased or to be provision or maintained. So it's purely cloud based, so no end user training is needed. However, when you're trying to enable this, we do have some of the templates which are offered by Microsoft. You can engage or you can communicate with your end users so that they are aware that they are going to be registered their devices for the multi-factor authentication, so that it will not be a big surprise for them. And user replace their own or lost broken phones in the easiest way, and users manage their own authentication methods as well as the phone numbers, integrates with existing Active Directory. And also you can have the central user management for automated enrollment process. So you simply have to just click on a checkbox to enable for the enrollment, and it's user responsibility to enable automatically, and without that enrollment he cannot access further. And now if you're trying to scale, you can scale for up to your ADFs or SAM based applications, or with your Azure Active Directory, your built-in Active Directory, Windows Active Directory. And also you can develop your own applications, and you can integrate with the help of SDK also. So it's so reliable and scalable, and you get this support from high volume mission critical scenarios. And coming back to the security, so when you enable the multi-factor authentication, you are getting strongest support, real-time fraud alert information for your end users, and the pinning option, so that user can enter that specific pin, and you can report logging for auditing purpose, so that users, if they are entering wrong, that means it could be something wrong, or you can get that fraud related alerts or reporting easily. And also most of the compliances like HIPAA or PCI DSS or other regulatory requirements, or at least the multi-factor authentication, and these are built in now. And by getting that compliance, you can get it by enabling this multi-factor authentication. With Microsoft, you have the two possible options for the multi-factor authentication. For cloud-only base, you can use the Azure cloud-based MFA server. So this is like a PaaS kind of thing. You can this actually integrates with the Microsoft Azure Active Directory. That means all your identities can be enabled MFA, but again the pricing we will be discussing in a later point. But yes, you can enable multi-factor authentication on top of your users to so that they can enroll into the registering their second layer of multi-factor authentication. And this, for your on-premises solutions, you do have MFA server, or you can also install you can set the MFA server so that it can integrate with your on-premises applications. Now let's have a look on your pricing side. That would make so easy. So multi-factor authentication is part of your Azure Active Directory pricing. So when I say within Azure AD, you get this as a free for your admins. That means if you're the global admin, multi-factor authentication is by default enabled, or you can enable, you can configure so that you are actually securing your global admins identities, which are coming for free for us. When you see other pricing here, either for the free, it has condition 3, and for other things you see here for the which are coming from the Office 365, and as well as the premium and premium 1 and P2. So this is where you have the full-fledged multi-factor authentication option. So if you see the conditional authentication methods or configure capabilities may vary based on your subscription. So if you're just go into this specific article, you get more information actually here, and if you see here the more authentication, you get it for the Azure AD Basic or the free users. As we discussed earlier, for the global admins it's almost free. That means can be enable MFA, and we can set it our mobile app or the second factor authentication for getting the SMS code. But whereas for the AD P1 and P2 you are getting other MFA reports and fraud alert and other advantages you would be getting from here, like a trusted IP and the device location also. It can be remembered so that it doesn't ask for the next time. So to enjoy all other benefits, you have to go for P1 or P2 based licensing. I will be sharing those two of the links with you in the resource lecture. Please do check out this for further information on this. There's another topic also which needs to discuss along with the multi-factor authentication, which is related to the conditional access. So we would learning more about the conditional access in the upcoming lectures, where we can enable conditional access for a few of the risky users. For example, enabling multi-factor authentication is useless if you're trying to enable when the user is already coming from your on-premises. Again and again, if you try to enable multi-factor authentication, there's no point that your device or your users already gets overloaded for these kind of authentication. Instead, if it is actually coming, if a user from a different location or non-trusted device or non-trusted location, it's good to enable automatically multi-factor authentication. That means there should be source and destination, and that's nothing but your conditional. So you can set such kind of a condition where if a user comes from a trusted location, you can allow them. If the user comes from a different location, that goes as a conditional access, so it will require a multi-factor authentication, and then only it can grant the access for the applications. Another way, MFA is really good thing if you want to implement within your organization, but you have to do it in a right way. First thing is to communicate with your users. So you need to send some kind of communication emails with users to knowing that you are enabling multi-factor authentication, so that it will not be a big surprise for them to prompting for again and again for the password. So they can register their devices or their tokens, and they can access seamlessly without any issues. And there's no question about Microsoft giving us some great communication templates to the end users to make this process much easier for us. So feel free to use those and distribute those to your end users. It's going to be make our job a little point easy. Otherwise, we get most of the help desk calls saying that, hey, my account is not working, and other repeated calls. So make sure that you send the communication to when you're trying to enable that. And you can use the conditional access as we talked earlier. Conditional access is the best way to roll out along with the multi-factor authentication. Now in this lesson we are not going to do that, because we are going to discuss conditional access at a full length of another upcoming lecture along with the multi-factor authentication, and how it's going to be a big part that about the conditional access, where you can prefer way to deploy MFA. So we can execute this complete process oriented by doing with the conditional access with the combination of multi-factor authentication. We will be doing that in the upcoming lectures, and this is just for the presentation purpose. I hope you understood in this lecture about the design of the multi-factor authentication and the advantages of the authentication. So it's not just the multi-factor authentication, not just for only the web applications. You can also configure for the VPN and also for the RDP or for your media environment or your applications. You can enable the multi-factor authentication so that it's a simple plugin which can integrate with your applications. For example, VPN servers or the radius specific configuration, you can simply install that specific plugin so that it doesn't need additional investment, and you can get that benefit of your multi-factor authentication can be enabled for any of the users. I hope this is useful for you. Thank you for watching this. We'll continue in the next lecture more about the multi-factor authentication with the demo. Hello and welcome back. In this lecture, we will be learning about multi-factor authentication with the demo. So let's jump into that. If you just go to Microsoft Azure portal and Azure Active Directory, within this you have multi-factor authentication specific configurations which can be configured from the portal as for the server-side configuration. Let's jump into that. One would be the security, and you have here the options for configuring the multi-factor authentication as well as the conditional access. For now, we are working with multi-factor authentication. In the upcoming demos, we will be working with conditional access. So click on multi-factor authentication. So when you click on it, the new blade will be opening up here. In this, you have two different settings. One is the settings that are offered from Microsoft Azure portal side MFA service, and other one would be the MFA server specific. Let's understand more about the server side configuration or portal side configuration. The first one would be the lockout. So this specific setting is related to the MFA server specific, not the MFA as a service. So when I say that, this should actually join in this blade inside the manage MFA server, but it was added here either way. So if a user account is trying to locked out multiple times with a temporary failed PIN attempts with the PIN only configuration, then this gets locked out. So we can configure that specific configuration here with respect to manage MFA server specific. And coming back to the block or unblock users, if you want to add any of the user to be blocked for some time, mostly it would be 90 days, then you can add user accounts with the UPN ID. And the reason for that also, for example, the user lost the phone and he might be traveling and he might need to go and get a new corporate approved device. Till that time we can block the access. So in that situations we can enable this. Again, except the account lockout, all these settings are MFA service specific from Microsoft Azure portal, and these are MFA server specific. And fraud alerts, if you are trying to configure the specific configuration, it will allow users to report a fraud phone call or maybe a trigger event automatically to us, so that we can check on that and we can automatically block if you want. For example, a user might be traveling and he got some authentication call, automated call from Microsoft multi-factor authentication, and when he left the call, it is asking him to press pound key to authenticate, whereas the user itself, he or she itself not actually initiated any of the actions. So that could be a fraud. So it has an option to report with a specific number by entering. Let's say by default it is 0, but if you want to enter any other number, you can initiate that number here. But mostly these configuration we don't do it because sometimes users might respond as a accidentally also. So we need to know make sure that when we configure automatically block the users for the reported fraud issues, we should be very sure. Otherwise we don't need to configure this specific setting. At the same time, if the users are fully educated on this specific multi-factor authentication, we can enable this. And for the notifications part, here you can send an email notifications for all these configurations. And OAuth tokens we can configure here, or you can upload those specific tokens if at all you have any of the hardware tokens that needs to be integrated with your MFA. You can do that. And phone call settings also can be configured within this. When you enable phone call settings, you have an option to enter the user specific number where the users will receive the phone call from that number, so that that number will be displayed for the users, so that users knows that, hey, this number is coming from my multi-factor authentication number. Instead of every time users receive a different phone number, you can configure the specific setting from the MFA caller ID option. And also you can configure your greetings in a different methods. Let's say for the retry or fraud report or extension prompt or authentication successful, for all that you can apply a different greetings on your own format. That way the users will be more familiar and they know that this specific multi-factor authentication request is coming from your own company. That way they would be knowing that. So these files are MP3 for your customized language and customized settings. For example, authentication successful, as I said, greeting pin or retry pin. For all that, you can record your own voice so that users knows that these voices are coming from their own MFA server, and that way here it will be listed all that values. So coming back to the providers, these providers are no more used within Microsoft Azure as part of the licensing they have already disabled in 2018. Now let's jump into the other configuration that is very critical and important. You see here we talked about the server level, that is the Azure service level configuration. Now it's a time to understand about user specific or specific settings as well as the additional settings that we can configure for multi-factor authentication for end users challenges. So the first one would be if you just go to the getting started, click on additional cloud-based MFA settings. This will take to another web page where you have two options. If you see here, this will if you just click on here users, that will show all your users where you can enable or you can reforce the users to use the MFA, or you can disable or enable the MFA configurations. And other one would be the service specific settings. So I would like to first go to the service settings and then come back to the users. So under service settings here within this, you have the app passwords. App passwords are a kind of 16 digit lengthy random password which will generate only one time. When I say one time, if you don't save it, you don't get that password what was that old password. Okay, so once the password was generated, that password can be used for older version of applications. So we call it as a non-native application, let's say Office 2010 or some other applications which are not compatible for the multi-factor authentications. So basically the app passwords are for not supported applications. When I say not supported, for the multi-factor authentication mechanism, not supported applications, we can use the app passwords. So which are mostly nobody wants to use these app passwords. But if you are interested to enable for all the users, you would be having option here to create or enable the configuration for the app passwords. But normally you can generate, when I say you can, and users can generate on their own the app passwords. But if you want to disable them for everyone, you can use this specific setting. So that's the server level setting. And also for the trusted IPs, so these IPs, it doesn't ask your within these provided subnets, it's not going to ask for the trusted, it's a whitelisted one, so it's not going to ask you multi-factor authentication request for any of these. So it can be your intranet, or maybe users which you trust, maybe from your customer network or from your client network. These are the trusted IP subnets. And next thing is the verification options for the end user. So as I said earlier, when you're trying to enable here under users, for any of these users, you have an option to configure whether these configuration for the enabling the multi-factor for end users or the cell phone to call. That means they are going to receive a phone call from Microsoft multi-factor authentication server, or you want to send a text message from the multi-factor authentication server. So we talked about two methods now. Other one would be the notification through mobile app. So authenticated application, a application that must be installed on your mobile, then you get a notification. Other one would be a verification code, that is every 30 seconds it's going to change for you a random code. A 6-digit code would be randomly generated on your app. So you need to install authenticated app, and that app will generate random code every time, very similar to your RSA token. If at all you worked with RSA tokens, similar one, it would be coming up this. So that would be generated from the mobile app. Or if you are using any third-party hardware token, that also supported. And also the last one is remembering multi-factor authentication. Let's say you have it's challenged for the end users to accept or validate their multi-factor authentication as the second layer and on a device, let's say on an iPad device, and you want to remember that challenge maybe for 14 days. That means within that 14 days, it's not going to ask you again and again to validate multi-factor authentication. So users not going to be frustrated more. So if you want that kind of configuration to be done, you have here. So these are the global settings. So we talked about two things in the global. The one would be the here the settings under Azure portal within the Active Directory security MFA. Under settings, we did talk about the Azure service custom settings. And also from the getting started, we also talked about additional cloud MFA settings, where we talked about service settings, which are the global actually. Right now, I'm going to talk about user specific, how to enable for the users multi-factor authentication. As we talked, for the global admins, it's by default enable. You can also enable from here. We also have an option to filter with the specific user sign-in. For example, you can filter based on the billing admins or global admins or password admins, including the service admins. So for example, if I try to search for the global admins, I can look at here two different user accounts or the global admins. I can straightforward from here, I can either enable or I can do the similar settings to the configuration for required selected users to provide contact details again, or maybe deleting the existing application passwords and regenerate that, and also restoring the multi-factor authentication on all remembered devices. So all these options I can do it. So you have here one more filter that can be used, enable or disable the specific set of Active Directory groups. So let's take one of the user. You see here, you can search for the users from here, like maybe
Dan example. There is a user called Dan, so it's coming like Dan specific users who wherever we have the display name or somewhere DN word. So you see here multi-factor authentication is currently disabled. Let's say if I want to enable, I'll simply have to select and click on enable, or you can go and choose the manage user settings, and here you can say that required selected users to provide contact methods again. That means if the user is already enabled multi-factor authentication, that means when we enable the multi-factor authentication, he's going to register with maybe a phone number to get the phone call or a SMS code on his mobile number. So technically we are asking user to register. So if you want to reinforce that number to be again validate or to re-register or supply that mobile number or contact details, we are going to ask here. And the second option is delete all existing app passwords generated by selected users. So this is like when, as I said, when we sign up with the multi-factor authentication from the end user point of view, he's going to actually get a automated app password also will be generated for him. If we don't save it, that's lost. But if that user was saved that specific app password, and he might be using maybe in a script or maybe in a Outlook 10 kind of old legacy applications which doesn't support multi-factor authentication, in that situation we can delete those users because we don't know those are compromised, these passwords or something like that. You can delete all that existing passwords, so that it's gonna ask for the users to regenerate since that password is not working. So users can regenerate that password. And other one would be the restore multi-factor authentication on all remembered devices. So this is just for the restoration purpose. But these are the three settings you have when you click on manage user setting. So let's enable for a user called Daniel Craig as the enable. So think that when I click on enable, it's gonna ask me to enable multi-factor authentication for the user. So I clicked on OK, so it got successful and close. You see here the status is changed for Daniel Craig as enabled. So now as a next step, if that specific user log in to access any of the information, he will be challenged to register multi-factor authentication. You don't simply enable like this. You do the communication with your end users, and so that they know and they are aware of that, hey, we are going to enable the multi-factor authentication and they have to supply these information. When I say these information, these are the challenging information which we have given here, right? These are the methods which we enable for the end users to validate. So let's jump into as a login as a Craig account and see what happens. I'll just try to log in to in a private mode with that user account, which is portal.azure.com with Daniel Craig account, and see what happens. Click on next with the user ID. You see here it says that more information is required. Once I enter the user ID and password, it is asking me to me to supply more information. You see here your organization needs more information to keep your account secure. So all I have to do is I don't have any other option other than clicking next. So if I click on next, I get this window as the end user. So this is the end user experience, and it says that hey, authentication is you're gonna use your phone mobile authentication or mobile app authentication. If you're using mobile app, that means you need to install an application within your mobile, and then you need to choose the receive notification verification or use verification code. So this is nothing but you get a code, random code, every time it changes on your authenticated application, and this is a push notification comes from authenticated application. So any of them we need to use it. Other one would be the over the phone. So you need to enter here that specific user's phone number. For example, if it is coming from US, US number to be entered so that the users can log in with that specific number. That means they are going to get a phone call to that specific number. See, send me a code by text, so they're going to get the code. So the reason being, you see here, we did actually did not select the call to phone. If we have selected this, we could have get here even another method as the phone call also. So these are the options. So let me show you how to install and configure these specific settings. So I'm going to mirror my phone. I will be mirroring my phone here so that you can see what I'm trying to do here. I'll just go to Play Store and try to install an application called Microsoft Authenticator, and this application is will help us to get that codes and notifications within this app. So I'm just opening this app now. When you open the Authenticator app, it will ask you to choose to click on add account. So that means you would get the options when you click on add account. Let me click on here. You get here option for personal account or the office or the school account. So in my case, it's definitely the work account or school account. So we click on that. It's gonna scan with the work or school account. So once a scanning is success, it's randomly added this code here as well as the link. If you see in the background of the link, which provides either you can enter manually also if you have a problem with the camera to scan it, and post to that it will automatically add Daniel Craig account here. You see here Daniel Craig account has been added, and this circles with 30 seconds timeline of every time this 6-digit code will change all the time. So I need to enter that code when the user prompts for the multi-factor authentication. So that's how it's going to work for us. So I'm going to enter the code to log in further by looking into here. Once in my phone it is showing as the Daniel Craig account, I can click on next button so that it will actually validate in the background to check out. It's gonna checking basically with the Azure multi-factor service in the background, and later point gonna ask one more time the code to be entered. You see here it has been set it up now. As a next step, if I click on next, it's gonna ask me to enter the code which is visible on my mobile phone in the Microsoft Authenticator application. So let me click on next button. That would actually take it to for the verification code, and it's gonna ask me to enter the code as we discussed. So I'm gonna enter here the code. Once I enter the code, I can click on verify. That's gonna verify my identity. And the last step would be to, in case if I lose my app, it's gonna give me an option to call on my phone, or maybe just to text that message. So I can choose my country and the phone number here, so that I would be getting, in case if I failed in my attempt, or I lost, maybe I have lost somehow my phone example or something like that. In that situation, I can enter here mobile number and click on next. That would actually validate. These are the application password. This is where it's gonna ask us to save the passwords. If you want to create a password, you can just go to this specific window or to this tab. I'll just go here to create a password, app password. It's going to just sign in, and a code I need to enter on my phone. So once I enter the code, it's going to verify, and it's going to sign in. Once it is signed in, this is where the initial password it got created, and I don't know the password because it was not shown. So you can delete this password, initial password. That's app password, and you can click on create. This will create a
a new password. So this is just to identify, for example, if you're configured for Apple Mail specific this password, so click on next, that would actually create the specific password. So this password becomes a application password. That means when you're configuring Apple Mail on your device, you can give this password, and the username remains our daniel.craig at whatever the domain name. So in this case, I'll just have to save, and post to the saving. I cannot see this password one more time. I can't see that. See, all I have to do is either have to delete and recreate or regenerate the password. I don't have any other option. This is where the app specific passwords can be generated. You see here, this is for Daniel Craig account. And once this is done, you can click on done button. That would take to the actual URL. So in this case, portal.azure.com. So you see here, I'm able to access my applications. Similarly, if I have any of the applications were published, I should be able to open and see my applications that are listed on my user account. In this case, Azure applications has been published, looks like, which is not working. Maybe it's not published properly, all that, but that's how it's going to work. So this specific demo is more on MFA specific, and we have completed almost all the configuration. Let's jump to the server specific configuration and see what we have tried so far. So I'm just going back to the page where we have configured. So we understood that these are the settings can be configured for MFA service specific, and these are for the MFA server specific. However, MFA server specific are no more used because they are almost depreciated, and they are offering specific plugins to use even for on-premises to integrate one solution as the MFA service. I hope this entire session is useful for you. Thank you for watching this.
Hello and welcome back. In this lecture, we will be learning about conditional access within this lecture. In the previous lecture, we learned about multi-factor authentication, and now it's time to learn about the conditional access. So what exactly conditional access? So this conditional access is nothing but it's an automated access control that strengthens your user lock-on, and it will grant the access for your cloud applications. So to get this conditional access benefits, you need to have the at least Azure AD Premium P1 license, and if you have the P2, that's really good, so that you can use most of the other Azure AD Premium features also. So in my entire demo, which is coming up in the next lectures, we will be working with P2 license so that I can show you all the features that are part of conditional access as well as the part of Azure AD. Now, so what exactly this conditional access? As we talked about, the conditional access is an automated access control that strengthens your users sign-in and access to your cloud applications. So in this lecture, what we do is we will begin with overview, which talks about what exactly conditional access. So, and later point we will be jumping into the policies which are specific to the conditional access. And then we also talk about within the policy how, what, where, and who's gonna do. So 3 W's and 1 H we will be talking about Azure policies. Later we talk about the best practices within this lecture, and also we talk about some of the do's and don'ts with respect to the best practices. And that's not the end, and also we will be talking about the deployment methods. So these are the things which are scheduled within this lecture. If we break this statement, conditional access allows you to implement automated access control decisions for accessing your cloud apps that are based on some conditions that you set it up. At the same time, you also need to remember that your users will have to use their username and password to log in on the Azure resources, because conditional access is not the first factor authentication method. That means post to the entering the username and the password, you are setting some conditions to grant the access if they are coming based on some location or some risk factor, which we talk about in the next slide.
So you need to remember that it's not the first factor authentication. At the same time, it's not considered as your first line of defense scenarios like DDoS, like denial of service attack. However, the information that is gathered from the sign-in, it may not be the DDoS. It may not be protecting you as a first line of the defense, but it will give you the information from where the user logged in, like the risk of the login information, location, and other criteria that you set it for the multi-factor authentication. So that information you can put it out, and you can get that information from the logs, so that you can use that information, and you can create further level of hardening of your environment, and set access policies for your applications based on some kind of conditions with the conditional access. So let's think about some common scenarios like sign-in risk. For example, we can determine whether or not you have an access to your environment. Let's say Azure detects a bad actor where the user enters a leaked credentials, for example, and user will need more information, such as requiring a multi-factor authentication challenge. So if that's a challenge is not met, then we can block the access to the applications to use, because we are unable to prove that the user is not able to provide the multi-factor authentication. Let's say is not able to provide a ping, or maybe a phone call, or maybe validate his sign-in other factor. So that's one of the example for the risk based we can take. Now let's think about other common scenarios like maybe a location. So when we talk about the location, perhaps we do not want to provide or require multi-factor authentication for the users who are currently coming from my on-premises. Instead, we wanted that to come from internet, not from the intranet. So I can set such kind of conditional access policies based on the location, and we can do that even based on the countries and regions, and even IP addresses, trusted IP addresses. Other common scenarios we can think about would be the device management. Let's say if the user is coming from a corporate device, that means a company owned device, then we might not need to validate maybe his multi-factor authentication, or we can simply skip and allow the application. But if user coming from his bring on his own device feature, then we can configure such kind of conditions to block or to prove one more layer of security, so that we can grant the access for those applications. So these are the common scenarios. And last one would be the client application. As we talked about, the client applications are a kind of applications which are hosted within your Azure or maybe on premises, where you want to grant the access of, let's take an example as HR applications. So what would happen is how this access was granted, if we try to understand. So what would happen is you have to set some kind of access policies, so that will determine the conditional access. So well, by doing some kind of conditional access policies to be created as a first step, with the focus of the conditional access would be more based on the different criteria. So we talk about that criteria within this small PPT. I'll try my best to put it here. The first one would be the when this happens, do this. So other one would be when this happens, do this. So when this happens is what exactly is here who you are, and based on a user group or membership, or maybe what you're trying to access, or maybe required user applications, or maybe other locations, like we talked in the previous slide about location and sign-in risk. All that factors will be considered within this policy.
So it will actually self-questionary kind of thing when this happens, what you're trying to access, what cloud applications you're trying to specifically trying to access, or user group, membership, and applications required to create conditional access policies. We also consider other conditional access such as the locations we talked about, or risks and operating system version, device that you're trying to use, like whether it is a bring your own device or corporate owned device. All that factors we would consider. When these conditions are met or not met, example, if it is met, what will happen? If it is not met, what to be done? Then we say that do this. So in this do this, when we say do this, that is considered as the access control. So let's talk about the in that consider access control. We have two different types of access control here. The most popular one would be the grant access directly to the required resources. However, in order to gain access, you as a user, either you have to use multi-factor authentication, and also you might configure here your device must be complaint. So this is actually complaint comes under Intune. So where if you're using the device management solution from Intune, it will check for that validation and it will give you that complaint condition. So if that also meets, then it will ask some other conditions also, like hybrid join, all that. So if it the hybrid join devices like Windows Workstation, or you have to use an approved client app. So like for example, when I say approved client app, you can use the Outlook app, not as the Gmail. Let's say when I say the difference between this is, if you configure your Office 365 subscription specific emails, that's your company mails in Gmail app, it's not going to grant you access. What it checks is it will validate the application must be approved. So the approved app is in this case Outlook. Similarly, if you're trying to access from the iOS devices, instead of the Apple Mail, it will have to be configured on Outlook app, then only it will grant the access. So you are blocking and you are making sure that you are allowing the right resources, right apps. That's called to do this. So that kind of configurations you can do that, and we're going to focus on grant access. This is a grant access. We just talked about the grant access. Other type within this to do this would be the session control. So this is very limited experience within the cloud applications, and we are mostly focused on grant access instead of the session control. So far what we talked about is we talked about the overview, and then we also talked about the access policies like who, what, where, and now we also talked about a little bit of the policies. After that, now it's time to talk about the best practices, and within this, what are the do's and don'ts, and then we talk about the deployment policies. So that's where we are currently. So let's before we jump into do's and don'ts, you see here, this is another diagram where you have different kind of devices which are where you set it off at different conditions, like a user based or group based membership, and different type of devices like a combination of your Android, iOS, or Windows devices, or hybrid devices. So what they are trying to do is they might have a source of different locations or IP addresses or something, and different applications. You are actually setting some kind of policies effectively, and in the real time you are actually managing the risk and then effectively applying the policies. So that way you are actually granting the access if it is required, a limited access or the full-fledged access for your cloud-based applications. So it's time for the best practices to talk now. The best practices side, do not configure all users or all cloud applications kind of policies. When you try to create a policy, do not include all users, do not include all cloud applications, and moreover, do not block yourself. Let's say you need to be
as an exception. Otherwise, what would happen is if that policy also to apply to you, you might get, if something goes wrong, you might get locked completely. You can't even access the Azure portal to configure, which is your interface, right? So make sure that you will be working on that. And also required complaint devices specific, and required domain join, and required app protection policies, all user configuration, all cloud apps, all device platforms. These things are very carefully you need to apply, like blocking access. So this kind of configuration blocks your entire organization specific, and then it's not a good actually, because it will block all the access for all the applications. And other one would be the do's. So some of the good thing is, first thing, when you try to create a policy use, there is an option called what if. So within the GUI you also have what if. So use this condition and test it whether it's going to apply, it's going to work, how it's going to behave, whether it's going to grant the access or not. That kind of result you would be getting if you use the what if. So I would always recommend you to create a policy with the what if, and if works fine, then move further. And also always use the pilot access groups, not the entire organizations or all users, all groups, all applications. Do not use this. Instead of use a limited, begin with a limited and go for accurate. And also do not start with everyone. Never ever start with everyone. This will block entire communication. If something goes wrong, you cannot even log into a portal to reconfigure or to undo any changes, and you have to end up with a Microsoft call, and it's a difficult hard time where you need to answer, you need to prove yourself, and then you can release that kind of a situation. It's a very hard time, trust me. In between you might be blocked, all the applications, and a lot of escalations would come into the picture. And also you need to have some of the exclusions always for your admin persons, including your global admins. That's how you have to define. And being locked out admin portal is really bad, as we discussed. These are some of the do's and don'ts. That being said, do's and don'ts concludes here, and we will jump into how the UI looks. So this is how the UI looks for you. We are going to work in the next lecture with the demo, like you have your policies, assignments, and access control, and also the user groups which you want to scope as the include and exclude, and also the conditions here, what you want to set it, and whether you want to grant access. If so, we talked about the access controls, two things. One would be the grant, other one would be the session based. So we will work with the grant mostly, and we also have a look on session also in the upcoming demo. But for now, the grant, if you see here, you want to block or grant, or if you want to grant, you will ask the end user to prove with the multi-factor authentication. And also you can set whether this mission must be hybrid join, or maybe marked as a complaint from Intune with this, which is your device management solution, or you want required approved client app, as we talked about Outlook versus Gmail app, or maybe your Apple Mail versus your Outlook app, or maybe Exchange Active Sync. And also app protection policies, which are additional policies which comes from your Intune management device management solution. So all that kind of conditions you can apply, and you can create it. So that concludes how the UI specific it looks. And also we talk and also whatever we have so far talked, that actually represents this kind of workflow. It's a simple workflow which we can have a look on it, so that we can easily conclude, like if when you're starting, is this device is targeted by a conditional policy, it will validate. If it is yes, it will actually go and checks any of the exemptions are available within the conditional policy, or maybe if it is not, then it's gonna check for the device management, whether this device is managed by Intune for the compliance policy. If it is managed by Intune, it will check whether this device must be corporate owned, or maybe
bring your own device if that's the case, whether this device has the complaint has enabled or not, and then it goes to the whether you want to allow the block. If it is not the case, it will block. Otherwise, it will check for the uh, allowing the access here. In this case, if it is complaint, it will allow. But if this is not managed by Intune, which is in our case, so what happens is this domain joined PC? If it is not a domain joined, it's going to blocking because that must be enrolled, right? Either it must be joined into your Azure AD or maybe your hybrid join. Now if that's the case, then it will grant access here. So we are gonna perform this kind of workflow. I hope this is useful for you, the entire presentation. And so far what we have talked is, within this we talked about the conditional access, the definition which comes under overview, and then policies. So the policies includes who, what, where, and how, and also we talked about the best practices for those policies, some of the do's and don'ts, and deployment configurations, how the UI looks, and we will demonstrate this entire thing in the next lecture. I hope this is useful for you. Thank you for watching this.
Hello and welcome back. In this lecture, we will be working with conditional access policies. Before we apply or create any of the conditional policies, let's try to assign Active Directory P1 or P2 licenses for your user group. So we have created a group called MFA enabled group for the pilot testing, and we also have assigned EMS specific license. So this EMS license will include your P2 and P1 specific licenses which are already available. And this group also have a members of 3 different users: Craig, Aaron, and Johnson's. So these 3 different IDs has been already added. That means these users also will have that specific EMS license is already assigned. Now to work with the conditional access, go to Azure Active Directory and go to security. So within the security you have an option to check for the conditional access. So these are the default baselines which are created by Microsoft for you. So these policies currently are by default in an off state. So if you enable any of these policies, that specific conditional access policies will be applied. So I mean to say, here you would be actually creating some kind of conditional access policies, and also you would be testing what if tool. This is a wonderful tool, whether what kind of access policies will be applied if you choose this condition or that specific conditions you try to apply, what will happen. So before you create the policy, you have an option to test it, or post to the configuration also you can test this. And conditional access policies will include all these additional manageable capabilities, such as include some of the trusted or block locations you can create with this name locations. Also you have the preview options of custom control, which is a preview. We are not going to discuss that. And the most important one would be the terms of use. Let's say you want your team to be, or you want your end users to be, accept the user agreement when they're trying to access that specific applications. You can upload your PDF files or your license files, terms and condition files, and that would be accepted by the end users. Then only you will be granting the access. And for the VPN connectivity and classic policies are no more scoped in your exam for AZ-500, but for the VPN policies, you can create your custom VPN connectivity specific certificates and other things, so that you can apply the conditional access. And these are the classic policies which were created from the old conditional access policies mechanism from Microsoft Intune specific. So the old Intune specific policies, if you've created, it would be visible. It means if you are just enrolled into Azure portal, you don't see all these. So to begin with that, we'll start creating our name locations. To do that, I can click on new, and I can give here a specific, for example, this is your specific, and maybe this is in my US specific to one of the branch office, like maybe California CA specific office. Trusted IP addresses I want to give, let's say IP address range. So this way you can create your trusted name location. What if you are specifically looking for country or region specific? In that case, if you choose this radio button, you have almost all the countries. Let's say you want to block it, the access, if the request coming from non-European regions, or maybe from North Korea, or from location where you don't have a business, but if the request is coming, that means it's not a valid request. You can create such kind of name locations. At a later point, we will be using these name locations as part of your conditional access policies. You will be reusing them, so you can use that. In case in my case, I can say that, for example, India, I wanted to trust anything which is coming from India location, and I'll treat this as a trusted, and I'll simply click on create. And if you're choosing any of the IP address, make sure you give in this format, and also trust this if you're trusting this device. But in my case, I'm just trying to demonstrate based on India, so it's one of the name location got created. Remember that there are two different places where you can create these name locations. This is the latest configuration what we have just demonstrated. Now if you remember, we can configure these name locations from another location. Configure MFA trusted IPs, which is the old portal. You remember we configure here the users where we enforce the policies for any of the use of these service settings, like enabling the app password specific configuration or verification options, right? So you do have here trusted locations. So whatever the IP address range you give here or the subnetting information, that would be trusted, treated as trusted. So it's not going to ask for the password or the multi-factor authentication. That's how you can treat here. So skip multi-factor authentication for request for federated users in my intranet. So it's going to skip it. And also you can you're gonna skip this for your IP ranges or subnets which you give it here. So that's how you can configure. So I'm gonna configure this also with the saving option. So this has been successfully updated. So we did update it two places. One is here, and other one would be the actual MFA portal. In your exam for AZ-500, mostly it would be reference to account.active.re.azure.windows.azure.com, because the content was not yet updated with respect to new location information, which is from the portal.azure. So you can do it from the two places. So it's good to these two things. So we talked about the name locations. Now the terms of use. So what we can do is we can create a new terms by creating, for example, this is for all MFA enabled users example. And then also we can display name. This is like your company, for example, my lab terms example. These are assume that your company name, and then whatever the terms you want to create it, and terms for the using document. So you need to create your own terms specific PDF file format or whatever the file, and then you can give it, and that language specific also you can configure here. I'm uploading my PDF file which is on my desktop, terms and conditions. It's a simple text file which I wanted to upload here, and then
I have to give the language of this PDF file. For example, if it is in English, I need to select here in English. If it is in a different language, you may have to choose other language by adding here another PDF file. If that is in a different format, you can give that. So in our case, we have only one file. So I'm choosing only in English. Now, requires users to extend the terms of use. You can switch on if you want to extend the users to sign in prior to the accepting the option, and required users to consent on every device, so every time they have to do it. And also there is an option for the expiry of consent. That means you can schedule it. It should happen from starting from so and so date to so and so, and biannually, because these are the options. Sometimes we might have to go and follow some kind of standards, right? Like there's a complaints policy where every time if the user coming from a specific location which is non-office location, they must have to accept our terms and conditions so that you're legally compliant or you're as per your regulatory terms. So that kind of configuration, if you want to configure, this is a really useful option, and you can do such kind of configuration like every 90 days they have to sign in these terms and conditions as accepted. So such kind of configuration you can do it. I will be also turning off for the required users to consent on every device. That means every device must be joined into Azure AD, so which I don't want. And then conditional access, any kind of templates if you have, or you can create another template and you can apply later point. So I can choose that so that it would be applied later point. So I'll just take this and create. So this is going to create a conditional access specific policy specific terms and conditions. So this will be available if a user is accepted or declined, the number of users and their information will be shown here as accepted or not. For now we have not yet created any of the policy, so this is count is 0 for now. So let's go back to our conditional access policies once again. By go to do that, go to security and conditional access. From within this you can create the new policy. So click on new policy. So here give the meaningful name. For example, you want to block access. So let's try to identify the scenarios. So this is a scenario 1 where you want to test your trusted IPs or trusted location. What we have configured here, the named locations should be automatically log in and shouldn't be prompted for the multi-factor authentication. That's a requirement what we wanted to do. So here I can say that MFA enabled for India, which is a location for trusted devices. So I'll just fill later point of the remaining information based on the actions which I'm going to do it for assignment. So the first one would be the here assignment. So to whom you're going to assign this? Are you want to apply it for a specific group or for all users? As we talked in the best practices, do not apply for all users. Always go for a specific user groups to be included. So I wanted to include users or a group. So we have already a group code created called MFA enabled users just to test in a phase 1 for the pilot testing. If this success, I might go for the production group. So I'll just take this user group and then make sure that if you can remember our best practices, always exclude yourself or your global admins. So I'm gonna create here global admins specific account. So I don't have a group for the global admin, but I can say that yes, myself I wanted to exclude not to apply the specific rule, because if something goes wrong, I should be come back and able to log in into Azure portal and fix this problem, right? So always be specific for the groups to include, and for exclude, make sure that your global admins are excluded, right? So just click on done. So that's your user specific. Now what actions you're going to do for the cloud application? So do you want to apply for every application or a specific application? Let's say I want to apply this for only a specific application, like if I try to use the Microsoft Azure portal, I want to apply. So this is for Microsoft Azure management, which is nothing but your Azure apps, Azure portal. If you try to use this, it's gonna apply that specific policy. So I'll just choose this. There are multiple other applications. If you are trying to enable or configure for that specific application, you can configure, but in my case I'm just trying to apply for Azure management, which is the portal.azure.com, and my client apps also. So now the condition is you want to treat, you remember here we talked about the risk specific, like high, medium, low. We talked about the risk if the user is coming from if he just logged in from India and the next 30 minutes he logged in from London location, which is not possible. In that case it is treated as a risk, and whether it is a high, medium, all that would be validated based on that. So in our case we are not enabling risk. And the devices you can configure is this to be apply for all Windows devices or any of the devices. You can exclude, you can include, and also you can configure the locations. So we talked about the locations, like earlier we created here the locations and the name locations that should be visible here. If you configure any location, it means it includes all the locations regardless of your location list. But if you choose here selected list, you should be able to get it here 2 locations. You remember we created India as the location from our locations here in this name locations, right? And other one would be the from the conditional access specific MFA specific we created. So the 2 are coming up. So I'll just log in here and show you once again. The name is India. That's a location what we have given. So this is the India name which is coming up here, and also MFA trusted IPs, which is this is the MFA specific trusted IPs list. So this is the list, and the name always will be trusted IPs. So in our case I wanted these 2 should be taken, and also I'm taking here the Windows device. So click OK. So these are the 2 locations and the Windows device. And if you're trying to configure any of the preview features like client applications for the legacy applications, let's say Outlook, SMTP or POP3, all that you can configure from here. But in our case we are not configuring here anything with this, but you do have an option for here to configure that specific applications. And also the device state, which is again we talked about with the hybrid device, or maybe it should be compliant with the Intune policies. All that we can configure from here. So these 2 options are preview options, so do not enable for now, but it works. So click done. That means what we have done so far, we have selected users for including and excluding, and one of the cloud application which is portal.azure specific, and a condition is if they are coming from the location of any of these India or MFA trusted IP location, you are allowing. The allow or grant, it's gonna configure from the access control, but we have not done. And the later point, grant. So if you want to grant, you have an order here. So this is again an important point here. If you're trying to configure require multi-factor authentication, it means it will prompt for the user to access these applications. It will require user to enter multi-factor authentication, And also if you enable maybe here in between hybrid join example, so what would happen is it will validate all the orders from top to bottom in a order. So always remember this point. It's very important in the examination point, or when you come back to the production, it will validate from the top to bottom. So required multi-factor authentication after validation, it will check whether this machine is hybrid join AD or not. So if that's not the case, it's not gonna show you the portal.azure or whatever the application you allowed here. So in our case, I just wanted to go as a first demo with the multi-factor authentication, and then you also have required approved client apps. So you have the list of applications. You can choose here those lists, and all these are the default Microsoft trusted or enabled applications. So if you want to configure this, you can do that. Also the preview feature, which is app protection policy, which is again from the Intune or the device management specific. Or if you want to enable all, you can simply all MFA enable user specific. You remember this is a group that we added, so now it is coming all MFA enable group. So I need to select here for all my MFA enabled group, which is the AD group which we create. That is also visible here. So what it is doing is it is asking require all the selected controls or require one of the selected controls. So if this or this to be okay for you, then you can choose this. But if you're trying to validate all these conditions in the from the top to bottom order, then you have to take required all selected controls. So I will be selecting that, click OK. Now once this is done, you have an option for session based control. We talked about the granting options as well as the session based. These are the two things as per the first session which we talked about, the conditional access, right, which comes under access control. So session based are for Exchange, Office 365 and SharePoint specific restrictions to be applied based on the session control, but these are not part of this demo. So we did already configure for the grant specific required for all selected controls, and now we do have here option whether you want to enable or just to report only. When you enable report only, these policies are not implemented, but instead it will give you what is happening, a kind of information you would be getting out. So in my case, what I'm going to do is because this is how it's going to show you whether it's blocking or it is requiring all that when you go and check for the sign-in actions, so that you understand what is happening if you enable. So in our case, we are sure and we are enabling this policy. So this is just for Azure portal example. This is policy. So go for maximum length with splitting why you are enabling this policy, what conditions you are applying, what user groups, all that, so that it will be easy when you create more than 10-20 policies. So let's click on create. So this would create in a minute and it will take to this window. So it just got created. Now I can see here MFA enabled India users, which is already affected this policy. So I will log into one of the Windows desktop from India location and we will try to test it. So this policy will apply for a specific group called, in this case, MFA enabled group. So here we do have some of the user accounts. So I'll just go here and show you the users. I'll take one of the user. So I'll take Daniel Craig account and see what happens if Daniel logs into that machine. This is a machine for Daniel Craig. So it's just normal Windows 10 machine. I wanted to log into portal.azure example. I'll just log in here with the required password, and once I enter the password, it is asking for the code. You remember, as part of this demo, it shouldn't ask for the multi-factor authentication uh, because because we allowed the user, but what happened, what went wrong? So let's talk on that. If you see here under multi-factor authentication portal for Daniel Craig account, there is a configuration was set up as the enforced. That means every time he log in, regardless of your conditional access policies, that means this multi-factor authentication will take the precedence over your conditional access policies. Regardless of what you configure in your conditional access policies, it's going to ask you for the multi-factor authentication. So that's why it is asking for this code. So I hope you got this point. Now let's log in into the Windows 10. I'll just enter the code and I'll log in and log out from here, and I'll try to sign in with another user account so that this demo concludes at least this testing for now for the multi-factor authentication precedence. However, if you see opposed to the entering, you have this option. So if I click on accept, it will not proceed further because I didn't see what is there in the terms, right? So I'll just click on terms, and you see here whatever the PDF file I uploaded, it's coming, all that content. After that, I can accept this, and then it will proceed further with the options. I mean, wherever I need to go or I need to have the access. So in this case, it's my portal. So I'll just log out and log in with this another user account. This time I'm logging with Johnson account. The password. See, this user is not registered for MFA at all, so it will force. You see here it is asking me to register with MFA, and since it's the first time, he has to go through the app configuration or maybe a phone, mobile app, whatever it is, the similar. So we did actually check this demo earlier, so I will run in a fast forward state. And it's just displayed a code, and click on next. That would add up, and it's gonna ask me to enter a code which was showing in my phone. Click on next. And it is asking for me to approve sign in, which is a push notification. I approved it. So verification success, and it's gonna ask for some kind of code and country code and some phone number in case if I lost. I'll just go through that process. It's a dummy number which I entered, and now when I try to access that specific application, it is asking me to go through my all terms and conditions of that company. So I'll just accept, and post to that it will take it to the application, which is portal.azure.com in this case. So, and if you see from the MFA portal for Johnson, it's not enabled multi-factor authentication, but since he got already applied a conditional access policy, multi-factor authentication got registered and it got validated. So if you see ever here as enforced, that means it takes a precedence over your conditional access policies. So the best way is disable here and enable and control everything from the conditional access. And if I go back to my terms of use, I should be able to see here 2 now user count who are accepted. So if I just click on 2, the number 2, so these are the 2 users who are accepted with the time specific. Now we will be testing the same users from Brazil location, which is not part of India, right? So what will happen? So if you see here, this is the IP which is 191 series coming from Brazil location of Microsoft data center. So I'll just open portal.azure.com or client apps, whatever the URL. I'm entering Johnson's ID and then the password is coming. Yep, and clicking on sign in so that it would take it to the next page and see what will happen this time. So I can click on yes or no. the user has been logged in. So you can see that it was not asking for the multi-factor authentication. The reason being, the condition is being if the IPs are coming from these locations and also from a Windows, then it's gonna ask for the control will be granted with the MFA. If not, it's directly granted. That's why it's not coming up. So we configure now the multi-factor authentication so far with the different scenarios. I'll try to change the configuration of my policy in other way, turn around completely. Like currently the conditions are to or set, right? So here what I'll be doing is I'm not going to configure any of the device specific, but the locations, any location is fine, but I wanted to exclude MFA for my trusted locations, definitely, because I don't want again my users to be challenged with multi-factor authentication for my trusted locations. So I'll just choose that. So earlier what we have done is for the trusted locations we enabled, so that it was asking for our India location specific users. If the user is logging from India specific, it is prompting with the multi-factor authentication. But whereas of the same user coming from Brazil, which is a non-trusted location, it was not challenging for the end user. So we don't want that to happen. So our policy should apply for Brazil users. That means non-trusted location. So what we have done here, we have actually applied for any location with the exclusion of trusted locations. So that means it's going to apply another policy, and this time the user should prompt for multi-factor authentication from Brazil computer. I'm just trying to log into here on the Brazil computer, enter password, and now it will come multi-factor authentication. You see in a minute it should prompt me for multi-factor. You see, approve the sign-in request, because now it is working for, because this location, which is a Brazil location, is not trusted location. We did not add it, so it is prompting for the validating our multi-factor authentication. So I received here and I'm approving in my phone. So that it will automatically process here. So this is how it works, the multi-factor authentication specific configuration. And I should be able to log into my apps or my portal.azure.com. We do have a wonderful tool called What If. So when you're trying to create policies within the conditional access policies, or maybe you have some policy, then you can play with what if condition. So the first what if condition is you can select the required user. For example, I want to select the test user Daniel Craig example, and then I want any of the cloud application want to access, like Daniel Craig wanted to access any cloud application, and if he's coming from a Brazil IP and the country, let's say unknown, what would happen? So unknown means like any of these machines or any of these locations or which are completely unknown. So if you see what if, it says that this user, that's a Daniel Craig user, must have to require multi-factor authentication because this policy is applying. So that's how the policy gets applied. What if I change this to maybe Afghanistan, a different country, and what if? So what if again says that, hey, you still have to apply multi-factor authentication. What if I change this to India, because we have a policy configured not to ask if the user comes from India, right? So let's see. So no policies gets applied, and it will be allowed for the without the multi-factor authentication. So that's how, because it's a trusted location, so it will simply ignore that policy. So that's one of the best tool if you want to troubleshoot, you want to check it what policies are getting applied. So the first place you can go for what if within Microsoft Azure portal and check this tool. You do have multiple options, like under apps you can select whatever the applications you have. For example, we applied for Azure information protection or Azure management. So whatever the applications you are configuring, you can choose all of them and you can play accordingly. And also device platforms, like if you're trying to troubleshoot maybe from Intune with the conditional policies, then it would be easy, and you may have to work with what if conditions, like is it problem with any of the iOS specific device or Android specific device. So you can choose the conditions, and if the application is trying to access from browser or modern authentication, all that can be easily troubleshooted further. And you see here hybrid Azure AD join, or if the device is complaint from Intune. So that all can be checked here. The risk specific, we didn't talk about it, but we would be talking in the upcoming lectures. As we talked, risk or a user from one location to another location, he quickly jumps in and try to log in, that would be treated as the risk high. So I hope this is useful for you. Thank you for watching this. Hello and welcome back. In the short lecture, we will be learning about Azure AD Identity Protection. In short, we also called AAD IP. Azure Identity Protection is administrators' a toolbox to prevent and detect, and for the remediation purpose, it will be used for the risky users within your organization. It will closely monitor every logon activity for their identity compromises using numerous detections. So when we talk about those detections, it will be use all these detections starting from heuristics or machine learning, or they can come from a partner products also for the detection mechanisms. And when you see a user sign in as a risk, it will be considered two types basically. One would be the user sign in risk, in other one would be the sign in risk. So it is actually differentiating here, one with the user risk, other one is the sign-in risk. So when we talk about the user risk, probably an identity is completely compromised. When we talk about sign-in risk, it could be probably a sign-in is compromised. So when we look at here the sign-in risk, we can classify in two different ways. One would be the real-time. So that means when a user tries to log in, that's called real-time. So real-time based on only detections. The other one would be the aggregated. So if I take a simple example here, real-time sign-in, for example, a user all the time used to log in from a location called US California. Now he's trying to log in from Australia altogether. So now we wanted to challenge the user to prove his identity. So that's where the sign-in risk comes. So that's called real-time. So whereas the aggregated is, it will actually checks the last few of the sign-in activities and the locations. Based on that, it will come up with a score with the aggregated based, and then it will allow for the users for the sign-in purpose. So these are the risks are shown as a high and medium or low in your identity protection manager console, or in the Azure portal. So customers can use these risks to set, and you can apply automated remediation policies. For example, let's say user policy or a sign-in policy, we can apply. For example, user is trying to sign in, or maybe user policy is a separate we can apply, or the sign-in policy can be applied. These responses for your
entire organizations in a multiple ways. So if we look at those benefits of the risk policies, are the first one would be the balance security and productivity. For example, all sign-ins are not challenged within your multi-factor authentication, because some of the securities, we wanted to ensure that the security is balanced along with the productivity. The reason being, if we keep on challenging the users for the multi-factor authentication to prove them, that itself gets compromised. So we need to only challenge if it is a risk is associated with that sign-in option for that user. So the number two would be the reduced time to respond after a compromise. So the number three is the reduced to getting the calls from the help desk, so that you are controlling your cost management also with the automated policies that you can configure instead of help desk to manually do or prevent perform some kind of actions. Instead of that, you can configure your policies to automatically remediate those risks. Let's say if a user is trying to coming from, as we said earlier, if a user regularly coming from United States California location, if user try to log in as all of a sudden in the next day from Australia, it will be prompted as the MFA definitely, and the next minute the user comes from maybe China, and the next minute maybe he's coming from different location. So that indicates for us as the high risk. So in that situation, automatically we can block the access, or we can ask the user to reset it, the password, or maybe disable for some time. So these actions should be automatically done. That's called the time to respond, as well as the reducing the cost on your help desk. And all these actions are fully automated, so you no need to do any of these actions. So most of the admin job is completely made easy. So if you see here, the user interface gives the options for you for simplified risks for the admins. When I say that, you can easily identify by clicking on the risks type and the risks, you get that automated events which are showing as the risk, and you can furthermore you can filter them automatically, and then you can apply the action also. And all these are integrated directly within your sign-in report. So if you remember, if you want to know a view of the reports, normally you have to go to the sign in option and filter with the user. So that's no more needed now. The reason being, the only risk events will be populated within your user interface for the identity management console. So that's a great flexibility for any of the IT admin to view the required specific events. Let's think in other way. You may have a Windows server. This is not relevant to the identity management, but think about it. You have thousands of events, but as a Windows admin, if you wanna search for a specific events, it takes a lot of time and you have to go through it. Finally, you will be after spending so many hours, so much time after spending, you would be identifying those events, and you will make a filter to view only those events. But in this case, similar work will be done automatically with the machine learning, and it will be visible for you in a reporting console. And also risk insights, it will give you the recommendation. Let's say if the user his ID is compromised, it gives you that information, why and what happened, why this user is treated as a risk. All this information will be shown right in the console, and you can directly take action. Not just the one event, you can take on multiple events also with a single right click option. So that's the great flexibility as a great user interface what you have with the identity management. And now with the immediate protection with the risk feedback, you can also give the feedback if you are treating that as a whitelist, or you want to take some action, you can give there then and there a write immediately a feedback. Also, you can also perform actions like filtering, sorting, bulk actions, as we talked earlier. All these actions can be done right from one console, so it's easy. Now let's check the flow, how it actually works. This is the flow. Think that this is a user trying to use his user ID and password to authenticate with your Azure Active Directory. As we talked earlier, your Azure AD identity protection will apply or will be integrated with your Azure directory. That means it will apply for all users, no matter what is the user account. So whatever the user account is trying to sign in, so then what would happen is it will be calculated completely real time with the sign-in risk, and it will give you some score. So internally you no need to worry about that scoring, and this is fully automated. And then you get that real-time sign-in risk level will be assessed, and then this is a sign-in risk. Now this is a user risk. So what happens is this sign-in risk will be monitored or will be calculated against to the user risk also. Then it will check for any of the existing user level based any of the risk. Let's say this user is frequently logging from a different unknown sources, or maybe he's a genuine user, always try to log in from home as well as from maybe office, or sometimes from a coffee shop, not more than 3 different locations. In that case, it knows that these are the trusted IPs or trusted locations where user can log in. So he will be allowing for the access. If not, what would happen is it would, once we get this code, actually it goes to the identity protection policies where we configure automated action to be taken on a real time. So all these days before Azure AD identity protection, we used to work maybe post sign in. We need to take the action, or we might be doing the actions on the post sign in. But with the identity protection, it's a real time. We haven't granted the authentication yet for the required resources. What we are trying to do is we are still trying to understand the risk and the sign-in of that risk, as well as the user sign-in risk levels. So that levels will be handed over to identity protection policies. So the policies will be automatically configured and it will be available for us. So as a scenario one, if there is no user risk, there's no sign-in level risk, and it meets the threshold. So when we say threshold, the risk will be, as we talked earlier, you have a low and medium and high. So if you configure your policies, anything is the medium and above as treated as the risk high, then this goes to the scenario 2. But if a scenario 1 is the treated as the medium and low below, then it will be allowed for the user will assign, the sign-in process will be without challenging your MFA, it can allow it. Whereas if the scenario 2 comes, the user risk level meets the identity protection, then this will be challenged to change the password, or maybe user account will be blocked, or maybe it will be challenged with the multi-factor authentication. So these things will be available within your identity protection policies. So based on that action, either the sign-in will be blocked, or it will prompt for the changing password, or maybe disable for some time, or MFA will be challenged. So this is how the workflow will work. Now let's talk about other way of structure, like user, risky user, sign in, and then the disk detection will be considered as the risk level 1, 2, 3, 4, all that. A kind of ranking will be given. Now let's also talk about the product-wide alignment. So how it happens, like you do have the policies, you also have the reports, and public APIs also available where you can integrate with the help of these sign-in APIs, which are available within the Microsoft Azure Identity Protection, and also you have the enhanced machine learning mechanism. So all these will be calculated at the user risk level, sign-in risk level, and then
it will be calculated the value of the risk. And to configure this, these are the next 2 slides or from the direct Microsoft documentation. You can refer the documentation. So if you are trying to work with identity protection, then you might need to have at least these are the roles, like global admin permission or security admin or security operator or security reader, so that you can do all the respected actions can be done. For example, security admin and global admin can perform almost everything, and what they cannot do except the reset password for a user. But the security operators can reset the password for a user, as well as they can also configure the challenging policies, and they can change the policies. They can configure the alerts so that you can get the automated email for the IT admin or the security team. All that can be done if you have the permissions with the security operator. And the security reader is he can view all the identity protection reports and the overview complete blade, and he can configure, change policies. He can do almost all the things which are available with the security operator, and also he can give feedback on detections. And now it's a time for understanding the licensing. So I would put it in a simple way. If you want entire suite of identity protection, then go for Azure Premium 2 license, because on P1 license you don't get it much. All the basic information, for example, security reports or security reports based on the risky users, or sign in, or security reports for the risk detection mechanisms, all will be very, very limited. And also these two also you're getting actually from Azure AD free, basic free options also. So you don't need to especially have a P1. So there's no use if you use the P1. Instead, if you go for the P2, for those users, it will be really benefit. It gives the benefit for the risky users. So you can go for the Azure Premium AD. This is one of the question even in the AZ-500 exam. I hope this lecture gave you a great overview on Azure AD Identity Protection. In the next lecture, we will be working more with the demo and the configuration, and we will work with those risky events, all that within this flow, whatever it was showing here. Thank you for watching this. I'll catch you in the next lecture. Hello and welcome back. In this lecture, we will be working with a lab on Azure AD Identity Protection. So to add here the identity protection, here you don't see it normally. You need to go to the search and you need to add that. So I'm just searching here as identity. You see here identity, so I can see here Azure AD Identity Protection, and I can click on that. So the blade is coming up here, and I can pin it if really needed. Here it's pinned to my dashboard too. Now this is the overview section where you have the complete dashboard. If you have already configured, it will be showing you here how many risky users are detected, or risky configured policies, and all that information, including the sign-in risks, and also your score on identity score. Currently it is configured, score is 28 out of 203, which is Microsoft recommendation. Now, as we talked earlier, there are two different categories where we configure. So simple, one would be the user risk, other one would be the sign-in risk. The first one is the user risk. We will have a look on it. So user risk is need to be configured. I'm sure that not all the user accounts will have the Azure P2 license, definitely. So you may have to scope it for this. If you want to apply for all users, that's well and good, and that means you have the P2 license. If you don't have the P2 license, and you can click here and select the specific group of users, for example, whatever the group, for example, in my case, if I have MFA enabled users group, this is the group. In the last demo we actually enabled P2 license, so we can select that group, for example. So in my case, I'm just choosing as the all users, and here you can exclude any of the user accounts that do not want to apply the specific policy. So here all users selected, and now the condition is coming. So within this
condition is selected, here what kind of risk is. So I need to select here 3 radio buttons. Out of this, 1 radio button to be chosen. One is medium and above, or low and above. So if I found this is a risky user, that means medium and above if I treat, it's all depends on based on the sign-in risk, it will be automatically calculated. So it was not clearly mentioned what is treated as the high and low and medium, but it's meaningful that if you try to start with the medium and above, then it will be good, and you can select that medium and above, click done. So I did configured user risk. Now it's a time for control. So the first one is the assignment. For all the users, the risk is treated as the medium and above. And controls are what kind of access you want to grant, whether you want to allow the user, if so, how you're gonna allow them to change the password, but we are enabling to allow the access, but we are also requesting them to change the password. So I'll just select this, and the policy now I need to choose from off to on to enforce the policy, and click on save. Now the user risk policy is enabled. Now the next one would be I can work with the sign-in risk policy. So the policy is already configured. Now I'm gonna work with the sign-in risk policy. Here I can say this should be again the same process, like you want to allow for only specific AD group or for all users. If you have the Azure AD Premium 2 license, you can take as all users. If not, you can also exclude the specific groups. So in my case, all users, and conditions, I'm saying that here again medium and above I'm choosing for the signing specific risk also. And coming back to the control, I wanted this time, if the user is trying to sign in, I wanted it to be challenged with the multi-factor authentication. Now you might be getting a thought process, what's the major difference between here signing for sign-in risk as well as for the user risk? So the difference between these two are, user risk is, that means the user ID and the password might be known in the .NET, or maybe over the internet it was compromised, so hackers knows the username and passwords in the known database. So Microsoft will purchase these known information, or they use the known usernames and passwords to always they update. They have their own mechanism to always check it, these common passwords, common compromised user IDs of all the organizations, and they update their database. If they found that, then here in the user risk, it is asking us to change the user ID, change the password actually. That's the major difference. So whereas with the sign-in risk, it is actually proving, it is asking us to prove with the multi-factor authentication as the next level of challenge. So that's what I'm going to enable here. That's the sign-in risk. I can save. So that's a major difference. I clicked on save, so it will take some time to save maybe. Yeah, it's saved. So here that's a major difference between the user risk and sign-in risk. So user risk means the user credentials got compromised. It might be available somewhere for sale and it got compromised. You might hear sometimes so many usernames and passwords got already available over the internet in a darknet. That's how they sell it, right, hackers? So similar way, if it was compromised, this kind of user ID and password, then it is asking us to change the password as a mandatory here to change the password. So that's a risk, and we configure now. So the user risk as well as the sign-in risk we configured. Now MFA registration policy also we're going to set it here. So this is a policy for all users, and controls require MFA. And I'm going to enforce this policy. So clicking on save, that would actually configure for MFA enabling if it is any risk found. Now if I go back to my risk reports,
I should be able to see here if I found any of the risky users. Similarly, any of the risky sign-ins I should be able to find here, and the risk detections and more information can be found here. And also you can configure under users risk detections with the alerts, and also weekly digest also you can configure. So now we will be trying to simulate. Now we configured what to be done, what kind of policies to be available, and what kind of action to be automatically taken in a real time. For demonstrating purpose, I will be opening a private mode of the browser, and I will try to open myapps.microsoft.com with an user account called Daniel Craig account, and let's see what will happen for this user account. So Daniel Craig account and password to be entered. So I'll just enter the password. That's fine. Whether save or not, that's fine. So it was not challenged anything here. Now the same account, if I try to log in from Brazil, what would happen? Let's see. This is a mission from a different location altogether, from a Brazil. So the earlier we logged from India, now this is from Brazil. So let's open like myapps.microsoft.com. Here I can enter the user ID and the password. Now see this. Now it is asking me to enter the multi-factor authentication, where I need to enter for that specific user the multi-factor authentication ID. So the code which is showing on my phone. So I entered that, I have verified, and then it is allowed me to log in. If you see in the Azure portal, there's no events got logged in as a risk because it was successfully validated by the end user of that challenge that was asked to prove with the multi-factor authentication, and it was successful. So there was nothing has been happened and no events got generated here so far. So I can refresh and show you one more time. There are no events here as a risk. Now the same thing we will be trying to do with the Tor browser. Let's see that demo. I have on my Brazil machine a Tor browser got installed. So as you know that Tor will be a circling, so it's not going to connect from the same network. If you see here, it is actually coming from Canada with the Tor. So that's why it is asking me to prove as a human all those. So let me actually go to my apps.microsoft.com, giving the same user ID, learn in my lab for Daniel account, and then a password. So now also we will be challenged with MFA, and it says a suspicious activity detected, and we have detected something unusual about the sign-in. For example, you might be signing from a new location, a device or app. Before you can continue, we need to verify your identity. So this is altogether a suspicious activity because we're trying to log in from Tor browser, where it is actually circling as a circuit from different countries like Canada, Germany, Romania, and then it's going to the required Microsoft site. So it is asking us to verify. Now we got 3 different options. You see here, approve a request on Microsoft app authenticator, or use your verification code, or just a text message. So if I can't do it, I can't proceed further. So it's a real time. So this is where you have the protection directly for the sign-in. So I can say that I want to prove myself. As soon as I approve it in my mobile, it is actually coming up saying that, hey, you must have to update your change the password, because since someone else may have access your account, you need to choose to a new password. Don't use the same password. So that's the configuration which is popping up. So changing the password now to sign in further and see what happens. So I'm able to see the application. So this is how it works. If you just go to the Identity Protection Manager specific to the dashboard, you can see now there is a one count was initiated under user risk.
And if I just go to the risky users, or also if you see here the count and protection, protect 11 times, these are the fully automated because of the configured policy was taken action, and whatever the number of counts it has come up, so all that has been automatically remediated. So let's go to the risk specific. Now this is the user risk specific, so uh, I'll just run here once again the policy. So we said if it is a risky user, then require the change password, and also we did in fact it was asked for us to change the password. Now let's see whether this will report or not. Here this is nothing showing, because the reason being it has been automatically already remediated with the help of the policy. So if I just filter and show you here with the remediate specific, then I should be able to see Daniel Craig account, and he tried to access, and the user performed secure password change. So the risk state is currently remediated. So if you confirm that, I mean, this is complete process is fully automated, and you want to take some kind of action, you can still take like confirm user compromise, or you can dismiss user risk. It all depends on the action can taken from the Azure admin. Let's also check from the risky sign-in what happened. If you see here, by default risk state is only confirmed and compromised, but if you want to uh, locate the remediate purpose, you might see some other logs, like here if I can see here, the one is Daniel Craig's account, which is coming from the Brazil location with the IP address as this, and it got remediated. So these are the detailed information you can check out from the risky users as well as the risky sign-in. If you want this information automatically to get an email, you can actually look at here and configure the required email ID. So in my case, I can configure here as the email IDs which are configured, so that the user will get automatically all the required high specific risk only it is coming. If I want, this should come for low and medium. Based on that, it will start coming up these alerts. And also you can go for weekly digest, where the weekly report will be sent to you. So here you can include the required email IDs. So in our case, we have already configured these two, which are in fact it's by default for the access specific. To this, it was already included. So this is the dashboard side view. Since I have very less data to show you, I would like to show you more data from my other tenant Active Directory, so that you know how it looks like. So if you see here, you can take the multiple actions by selecting and confirm compromised or such actions. Also you can filter and you can perform the actions with the multiple selections can be performed. So you have here the identities score, as well as the risky sign-in and risky user specific, and all these configurations. Except the protection, you see the reporting also available in other place. Let me show you that also. If you go to Azure Active Directory and the security, if I just go to security, and then this is where we used to configure even conditional access, right? So the same place you have here report specific risky users and risky sign-in, risky detection. So you get even here these same specific information. Hello and welcome back. In this short lecture, we will be learning about privileged identity management. In short, we also call as PIM. And to work with privileged identity management, we need to have Azure Premium 2 license. That's a key. And let's understand about what exactly this privileged identity management is as an overview within this lecture. Privileged identity management is a service within Microsoft Azure, which comes from your Azure Active Directory, where you can enable the service to monitor and manage and grant the access for important resources within your organization, so that these resources, let's say
These resources can be your Azure Active Directory or Azure services, or like a PaaS enabled services, or Microsoft online services like Office 365, SharePoint, or Intune. All that it can be. So what we can do is we can apply the we can apply a different roles against, let's say, Exchange admin is trying to perform some action on Office 365. So what you can do is you can apply privileged identity management. So in general, for Exchange admin, he will be having a role as the permanent, but when you come back to the privileged identity management, when exactly it is required this access, then we will be granting the access within that required scheduled change management time, maybe, or maybe he wants to run some kind of task, so we would be granting during that time only, and it is completely fully automated. So the end user, as the Exchange admin, he will never have full rights. So there is no concept of permanent here. So you don't have the permanent access. Instead, on demand, when you need the access as an Exchange admin, or maybe a SharePoint admin, or maybe a backup contributor or website contributor, or maybe a global admin activity to be performed within your Microsoft Azure cloud, or maybe a security admin or Intune admin for that matter. So you would be raising a request that goes for an approval process, and based on the business justification, once it is approved, it will be granted access for you within that given time frame window. So when you raise a request, you will have to provide the time frame when you want to perform this specific change, and why you are performing all this change, and then this information will be get notified with other privileged identity management resources, so that, or the global admins, let's say, so that they know that what kind of change you are actually performing here, and that way you would be knowing what kind of change you are performing, and they knows that, hey, this activity is going on. So the idea for this privileged identity management is you will never be granting a permanent access for your resources. You can make users as eligible. I'll be talking about eligible kind of a word. There are different terms that needs to be understood, but for now, eligible means we are, instead of making a permanent, we are making them as the eligible resource or eligible user, so that they can apply for the privileged access, and then system will be granted the access. And with the help of privileged identity management, you can grant the access just in time, or in short, JIT. So you can define a time frame for which the users will get access. That kind of access can be automatically granted, so that if you're trying to perform an action on a specific VM, so you get that just in time specific time frame window, and users can perform their required activities. You will also get some notifications. Let's say user 1 has requested for privileged identity management access for within a time frame, and he is performing some change. As explained earlier, you also get the notification. When I say you, other users, other global admins also know that what is happening, and they monitor what kind of permissions or what kind of activities you are performing, so that you know that what is the importance of this. So why do we need to use privileged identity management? Let's understand the reason behind. So these days, organizations want to minimize the number of people who has access to secure information or maybe resources, because that reduces the challenge of malicious actor getting that access, or an authorized user inadvertently impacting a sensitive resource. However, users still need to carry out privileged operations in Azure AD, or maybe Azure services, or Office 365, or software as a service or applications, or maybe SharePoint portal or Intune. So organizations can give users just-in-time privileged access to Azure resources or Azure Active Directory, so that there is a need of oversight for what those users are doing with their administrative privileges. Instead of you grant as a permanent, you are making them as eligible, so that you can easily monitor all the activities that our users are performing. Let's say, let's take one other example. You have Office 365 or maybe Microsoft Azure or maybe Active Directory. So you may have Exchange Admin, as we talked, or maybe backup contributor or global admin. So what we are trying to do is, here as a summary kind of thing, users will always have a permanent access to resources. When we look at not in a PIM case, so these exchange admins always have a permanent access. But if you enable the PIM, users will always they never have the full permissions, right? They can we can make them as the eligible, and then they can request. So the possibilities for the why we are all doing this is, if you look at if you have maybe more than one exchange admin or maybe backup contributors, you will end up one day with stale entries, where those users might have a higher privileged access. So that's a risk for us. So so other admins never notified what they are trying to do, or what kind of actions or what kind of changes they are doing within the environment. So that's the biggest concern for any of the organization. So to address that, now privileged identity management can help you out. So if you want to learn more, let's understand more about what does actually it does. It actually provides a just-in-time privileged access for your Azure Active Directory or Azure resources, and also this access is completely time-bound. So when I say time bound, it is within that specific time only the access will be granted against to those resources, or maybe against to the Azure AD. So they can start and they can end within that time frame only. Of course, they can request for the extend, and based on the approvals, it can go further. And also you can enforce with the help of a multi-factor authentication. You can enforce another layer of security for the admin roles, or whoever trying to perform privileged identity management. So it's not that you are already logged in, and when you are requested for a privileged identity management, then it will trigger one more layer of authentication for the user challenging to prove that he is the multi-factor authentication to be approved, so that he is the actual user who's going to perform that specific activity. And so users always have a justification to understand why users are active, and that needs to be filled. Also, other users also gets the notification when privileged access roles are activated. So again, here activate or activated, these are other terms which I'm going to talk in a minute or so, but just to explain, as these are more familiar, so you get the notifications for the privileged roles when they are activate or activated, and conduct access reviews to ensure the users will still have any of the needs of the roles. You can conduct when it comes to the planning side, you can do that. And also you can download complete audit history for the internal or external purpose, so that you are more compliant whatever we are trying to do. So let's understand more about the scenarios where we can use this. So the first one would be the privileged role administrator permission. So when you enable this, so you have the approval for specific roles, and the specific approver users or user group to be approved based on the request, and you can view the request and approve based on the history for those all privileged roles. Also, there is another permission called approver permission. So when we talk about the approver permission, so what he is going to do is he can view pending all approvals like a request, and he can approve or reject even for a role elevation. It can be single or bulk request can be performed. Also, he can prove justification for his approvals or rejection. So this is very useful in other terms, like if you are the approver permissions, if you have that, the user approval permission will be approving that. So you can integrate within your ITIL service management so that it makes more sense. So they would be performing within that change window time all these approvals, and it can even export. And let's also talk about the eligible role user permission. So we can request activation of a role that requires some kind of approval, so that you can view the status and request to activate, complete your task within the Microsoft Azure AD if really activation was approved. So now let's also talk about the terminology side. So we do have within the privileged identity management some other words. So these are the 11 different terms that we use it within privileged identity management. So the first one being said eligible and active. So these are the two related to the role assignment. When we talk about the eligible is a role assignment that requires a user to perform an action or more than one action in order to use this role. And if I have been made eligible for a role, for example, as the global administrator, I can activate that role. Here, if you see here, that's another word, activate that role when I need to perform the privileged task. But I need to know, perhaps provide some kind of justification, so I can give why I need to access with some kind of ticket number to be punched in, or maybe verify my identity with multi-factor authentication. So there's no difference in access given to someone with a permanent versus an eligible role assignment. So we did talk about the permanent role assignment also earlier, so there's no much difference. The only difference is that eligible people don't need access all the time, so they are ready, so they don't need to have full access all the time. So that's a major difference between permanent resources who have the access versus eligible. Now let's have a look on active. Active is other type of the role assignment. Active is a role assignment that doesn't require a user to perform an action to use the role. If I have an active role assignment that I'm a member of a global administrator or maybe a security administrator, I have the privileged assigned to the role. That means I have the privileges to perform some kind of role. When we talked about the eligible, we said that the user would need to perform one or more actions in order to use the role. That is called activating the role. The purpose here is the active is the process of performing one or more actions to use the role that they are eligible for it. So the other two, activated assignment, is it means that you are an eligible role for an assignment, so you can perform some kind of activities as a role and you're now active. So that means you're activated and you're assigned simply you are ready to perform some kind of an active role. So the difference between the two of these, activated means I can use a role for pre-configured period of time before I need to be activate again. And whereas the assigned means here I have it all the time. So I have all the time this kind of access. The next four, which is the permanent, eligible, and also the permanent active, expire eligible, and expire active. So out of this, the permanent eligible is the known as the role for assignment based on the duration. So these four are based on the duration where you can assign. So the first one would be the permanent eligible, means that I'm always eligible to activate a certain role. I always have ability to increase my access. Now I may still need to perform one or more steps too in order to do, but I always have the ability to do it. That's called permanent eligible. Now when we look at permanent active, means you're always a member. You will always be a member event. So whereas the expire eligible and expire active are just the opposite side, one with each of them. Expire eligible means I have a window time within that I can either I can use it or I can activate that role. At the end of that window, I cannot no longer do anything. Whereas the expire active means I can use the role within a given time of period. And the final two are just in time access and the principle of least privileged access. So JIT is which is the model of what we are trying to attempting to use by implementing PIM. With the temporary permissions to use a privileged tasks, and the principle there's a principle of least privileged access is we have used so many times, like there's a least permissions where we start and perform any kind of task or the job where we start doing it. Like example, if we take it like a VM, you want to grant a permission, so you might give as a contributor permissions for that VM so that he can work on that specific VM settings. So that kind of access on those resources you can give it. Even for the website, you can give as a website contributor role so that it doesn't need more licensing. At the same time, you are giving explicitly permissions for that specific object. That's all about the these different terms that we use within the PIM. Now let's have a look on Azure AD Privileged Identity Console. This is the blade within Microsoft Azure where you have the privileged identity where you can assign and you can activate that specific roles if you are the user, and then if you are the approver, you can approve it. All that goes to under tasks and you can review, approve all that, and also you can check the alerts, and you can run the wizard if you want to manage. This is how you're gonna do with a quick start. Now let's have a look on one of the dashboard, how it looks like. So this is a dashboard from the last 7 days activities that are performed within the privileged identity management. If you see here, these are the eligible activities for the 148 members, and the permanent active assignments are completely reduced, and time-based activity assignments also lesser portion. So you can configure even for the group specific, so that also you can check out. So this is a dashboard, nice dashboard, where you can have a view of what kind of changes are going within your organization. Now let's plan about how best you can actually deploy it. Before we just deploy it, you can think about what roles you cannot assign actually. So if you're planning anything to assign account administrator or service administrator or co-administrator, by the way, these three are from classic subscription based. So if you are talking about the classic subscription administrator roles, then these roles you cannot manage with privileged identity management. Let's also think about how best you can design and deploy for your organizations. So coming back to the designing, there is a path which Microsoft always recommends to go with a 4-stage model. The stage 1 is the immediate, where the stage 1 where you need to take the critical items that once you start running the wizard or the configuration for the privileged identity management, it will you need to address the critical items that Microsoft recommends to achieve this complete privileged identity management solution to implement within your organization. It's not just a one click, because a lot of problems might come, because all these days you granted the permission as the permanent. Now you're asking them to go for a different process where we are granting for only on a time base. So definitely we need to go for a planned mechanism like stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, which is a 3 months, and stage 4 is the last one. So stage 1, in that period you would be addressing immediately within 2 days timeline all the actions, for example global admin specific, enabling multi-factor authentication, and reducing the global admins, and granting only identifying the required resource as the eligible. All that will be done within the 24 hours. And stage 2, mitigate the most frequently used attack techniques, and also the stage 3 for the build visibility and build for control and admin activities, and stage 4, 6 months and beyond, where you would be continuously building the defense to further harden of your security. Just to conclude what we have learned so far, with the privileged identity management is you can enable just in time, so that when we need it, we can grant that specific permissions instead of granting the permanent as the roles to be assigned. Instead of that, we can assign as a just in time, and that will include time bound, and you can go for approval and multi-factor authentication. Justification can be attached, like a ticket number or such information. Also, you would be get notified with other admins, and you can conduct the access reviews with the help of planning fees, and also you get all the audit reports with the history. So you can configure all these configurations with the help of privileged identity management. I hope this is useful for you. Thank you for watching this. Stay tuned for the next demo on privileged identity management. Hello and welcome back. In this lecture, we should be learning Azure Active Directory Privileged Identity Management, but unfortunately I'm going to schedule this lecture for a later time because currently Microsoft has some issues with the privileged identity management, and because of that we were not able to use Azure Privileged Identity Management Wizard, and I will be sharing you that artifacts with you. And if you see, we have here completely privileged identity security wizard, which is a PIM specific wizard, is temporarily unavailable. Thank you for your patience. So if I just go to Microsoft Azure portal and look for Azure AD Privileged Identity Management, I do not have here the wizard specific configuration. So what I'm going to do is I would be recording this specific lecture later point, and I wanted to release this course, but at the same time, without losing the concepts, I have already explained the complete overview, and I would also give you a direct Microsoft link which is posted in a YouTube, and please do check out that specific link which talks about in-depth configuration and it's specific to the Azure Active Directory Privileged Identity Management and its best practices, which is explained by Microsoft team. I hope this will be useful. Once again, my apologies for since I did not have the proper resources at this point of time, and there is a delay which is coming from Microsoft. I cannot demonstrate to you everything, and my apologies for that, but we would be definitely continuing to release the specific lecture later point. In the meantime, you can check out the resource section of this lecture, which will show you very similar configuration, which will be useful for you to learn more about privileged identity management. Thank you. Hello and welcome back. In this lecture, we will be learning about how to transfer billing and subscription from one account to another person. Let's say you may have a company has acquired, or you may have completed a certain project, and that has to be handed over to your client after completely building up. So similarly, there could be a different situation. Just you wanted to transfer some kind of billing just for the internal purpose to one other account from one business unit to another business unit. In that situation, you might have to look into the subscription transfer along with the billing transfer. So this is one other question which may come definitely on AZ-500 series exam. So let's have a look on how to do that. Let's assume that I'm going to demonstrate that anyway in the next once I completed the slides, but post to the transfer, there are a few conditions that needs to be understand. So let's understand more about subscription specific. So once you subscription transfer from one account to another account, then you need to revalidate the specific
specific to the key vaults. If you are using anything related to the key vault for securing your data, and then in that case you have to again change the tenant ID. After that you have to revalid the key wallet specific, and also you have to re-enable any of the managed identities that you are using. Also you must have to re-register any of the Azure stack if you have, and all the resources will be online, and there will not be any impact while this account transfer happens. So let's jump into the demonstration and how we can do that. I have opened two accounts. The first one is paddy@leninmylab.com. This is the official account which I have been trying to demonstrate all the lab within this account. And also there is another account that also I'm going to show you. Before that, you can see here this is ending with 26 is the subscription ID, and it's a pay-as-you-go model, and you can check out any of the billing and other information. Now this is another account which is a free account. That means personal account. With my personal account I did created here one other subscription. Now it's time for me to transfer this personal account which is ending with gmail.com. This subscription I wanted to transfer along with the billing to other account which I just shown you, which is paddy@leninmylab.com subscription. So to do that, you need to focus on the subscription number. Make sure that you can remember that it is ending with a 2C, and you can see here my ID, and also I can go back to my subscriptions, and you see here this is my subscription. And if I want to do the transfer, I can actually do it from the transfer billing owner. So from here I can just click on that, and that would actually gives me an email ID. This is where I need to enter the email ID, so that what would happen is it would send you an email also along with my Azure subscription AD tenant. Also I'm completely moving my tenants from here to new subscription or the subscription where I'm sending. So in this case you need to read these points. You have to when you're trying to move these recipient as your tenant, if a recipient is a different tenant than your subscription tenant, all existing role-based access control permissions to Azure resources in this subscription will be removed. That means if you configure any of the permissions, that all will be taken out from the source of this tenant. In this case, this is the tenant subscription ID. So from here, everything will be removed, and you need to reconfigure on the target Azure tenant. So that's what it means to say. So if you're sure, click on yes, and that would actually proceed further. Click on yes. That would initiate the process of the transferring. So this will take another a minute to get an email. So let me open my emails and show you what kind of email I got it. So this is the email which I got it. In this, it's very clearly saying that I need to accept the transfer. If I'm okay, so the billing would happen. So I need to just right click and take the link or copy paste, or maybe you can activate. So in this case, it is very clearly showing that this is the subscription which is ending with the 2C. That's a subscription with my personal account I created. So that is a pay-as-you-go model. Again, it's going to transfer as a pay-as-you-go model only. So here you need to remember few points, like if you're trying to transfer your MSG subscription where you get normally credit of $200 or $100, that also can be possible to transfer, but the only condition is in the target also you need to have that similar kind of MSG subscription so that you get that credits. Otherwise you don't get that credits. So you have to convert into the pay-as-you-go model so that it will start the billing building. So I need to simply accept the terms and conditions, and then you see here this is what we are trying to do, 2C, and the 2C which started with F7. Accept that. So now in the background a task will start initiated. So make sure that when you're trying to transfer the regions and other things should definitely match. Otherwise, you need to raise a case with Microsoft in order to achieve that. So in this case, this would take another 15 minutes to 20 minutes time at least to complete the background process. So in the meantime, it would ask you for the payment. So I need to give here my credit card details because, as I said, it's a pay-as-you-go model, and I have accepted my credit card details and simply accept the terms and conditions. Then the actual transfer was initiated from here. If you see here, it's just opening another pages where it's gonna show you a detail in progress status. So I'm gonna pause this for a minute in the interest of time saving, and you see here I just refreshed and the transfer is successfully completed. Now as a next step, I can check my subscription. So in this case, it's the paddyMaddy in mylab.com, and if I just click on my subscriptions, I would definitely get it here. So let me go back to subscriptions, and it is currently filtered with one of two. So let me take out the filter option. So you get this 2C, which is a subscription in this case, which is highlighted here, 2C, and it is transferred successfully. Now if I go to my personal account 2C, and if I just click a refresh of the page to reload, the subscription will disappear. So there's no resources, no subscription now within this account. Everything got transferred to the new subscription management ID. There's a paddy at leninmylab.com login ID. Now I should be able to create any of the resources by using that subscription. Now if I want to show you from the legacy portal, just go to that URL, and within that URL it's gonna show you the legacy subscription. So you see here I have here two pay-as-you-go models, and it says that hey, you must have to use the latest Azure portal for managing these. But in any case, if you want to see the legacy one, just go to account.azure.com/subscriptions. And also I get an email saying that we have transferred billing ownership of an Azure subscription successfully. So that's the conclusion. If you get similar kind of steps to be performed within the exam, you can follow these steps to complete. I hope this is useful for you. Thank you for watching this.
Hi everybody, welcome back. This lesson is about Azure Key Vault. Azure Key Vault is a vault. It safeguards and manages our keys for cryptography, certificates, and secrets used by Azure applications and its services. We can also store them in a central repository, and we can secure it, and that's a repository for things like your passwords, your secrets can be stored within that repository. With the help of Key Vault, we could create and control encryption keys used for encryption data for your storage accounts or maybe for your drives, and we can also provision and manage, deploy public and private SSL certificates for use with our internal connected resources. And also we can integrate with ARM templates, whatever the ARM based template. For example, we are going to do a demo within this, maybe the next third lesson from here, or the second lesson. What we will be doing is we will be creating a ARM template, and we use the template to create a VM. But normally within the ARM template, we always try to give when we are trying to deploy, we will supply the user ID and the password for the user creation. But this time what we do is we create a secret called the user ID and the user password within the Azure Key Vault services, and from there we will recall that specific secret when we are deploying ARM template. That's what we are going to do it in the upcoming lecture. For now, let's talk about how best it's going to help us, the Azure Key Vault, and what are the problems it's going to solve. The first one would be the secret management. With the help of Azure Key Vault, you can securely store and
whatever the passwords or certificates or APIs, and you can securely store them, and you can integrate with other resources also. And also for the key management issues also, it will be solving, like Key Vault can be used for your key management solutions, where Key Vault will make it easy to create and control the entire encryption keys that are used within your encrypting your data, let's say for your storage accounts or maybe for different data drives. And the next feature would be definitely, it's going to address for us the issues related to the certificate management. For the certificate management, it can store your TLS or SSL specific certificate informations, and you can provision them, you can manage, or you can deploy it for the connected with your internally connected resources specific. You can manage with the help of Azure Key Vault. So that would be your central repository. And also you can store not just the software. So far we talked about the software. Now I'm talking about the hardware security modules. Let's say if you are looking for, if you have a hardware protected secret key, that also can be integrated here, and you can use that as a second validated HSM or different layers. And let's talk about why we have to use Azure Key Vault. So there are a few of the bullet points which I have made. The first one would be the, earlier we tried to tell about different problems that we have discussed about, for example, secret management or key management or certificate management or even hardware security modules. So all these are centrally can be stored and it can be managed. So it's a central storage of your application secrets within Azure Key Vault, which will allow you to control their distribution, right? And Key Vault greatly reduces the chances of the secrets that may be accidentally leaked within your teams, or maybe somebody who left the organization, right? And when using Key Vault applications, developers no longer need to store any of the security information within their application. So they simply have to give the resource ID of our Key Vault, and that will actually query to the resource ID. And then if you are looking for some of the secret name should be given, and then it will query to that, and it retrieves the password directly from the Azure Key Vault. So it's a fully automated. So that helps a lot for the developers, and they no need to maintain these secrets in any other repository or maybe not in their applications. So that's a great example what we can take for the central application secrets. Now let's talk about the securely stored secrets and keys. So we talked about everything as a software. Here it actually supports your industry standard algorithms that are based on your some kind of hardware security modules. So that's called HSM. It's a simple standard hardware security modules, HSM. And these HSM are the federal processing standards that needs to be followed some of the organization standards. If that's the case, this also supports the Azure Key Vault, and this can fully integrated with the hardware keys, and that also integrates internally with the Azure AD, that where you can also control with the role-based access control or with the Key Vault access policies. So it's easy when we talk about the Azure Key Vault services. Finally, Azure Key Vault is fully designed that where Microsoft doesn't see or what is there your exact secret data within your Key Vault. That's how Microsoft has designed. So let's move to the another point. So we talked about the software and hardware where we are storing some kind of secrets and keys and other things, but let's talk about how we can actually monitor the things and who's using what, or that can be also we can fully monitor and check it. So once we have created a couple of these key vaults, you want to monitor definitely how and when your keys are or the secrets are being accessed. You can simply monitor activity by enabling your key vaults. So you can configure your key vaults for archiving a storage account or stream to an event hub, which we talked within the Azure monitoring section. You can send even Azure logs to the Azure monitoring logs. So all that way you can actually monitor
this Azure Key Vault services. So let's also have a talk about the simplified administration of application secrets. So when we store valuable data, maybe in your application or maybe somewhere within the Azure Key Vault also, you must take some several steps within your company or within your business process, where you need to secure the entire information, and then it must follow some kind of life cycle and must be highly available at the same time. So Azure Key Vault simplifies this entire process of meeting the requirements. Like, let's take one example, like it can removing the need of in-house knowledge of hardware security modules. You don't need to understand about HSM modules. It fully automates and scaling upon a short notice to meet your organization uses, where they wanted to just change the secret value, whatever it in the application side, no need to do any kind of changes, because Key Vault secret only got changed, and the application will go and contact that secret application name, and the secret, whatever it is there, it will retrieve. And also you can replicate this entire content of the Azure Key Vault within a region or to a secondary region, so that your entire keys are definitely highly available, as we talked. So you have the option for the regional and the secondary region and high availability. All these options are available within the Azure Key Vault services. And also you can manage this Azure Key Vault with definitely from the Azure portal, as well as from the CLI and PowerShell too. So automating different tasks also can be performed automatically. For example, with respect to the certificates that you are purchasing for the public CAs, such as the enrollment or renewal process, will be fully automated with the help of Azure Key Vault services. So these are some of the key important points that we can talk about the Azure Key Vault, and I hope you got some idea about the Azure Key Vault services. And I'm going to be talk in the next lecture about a demo, and later point we will straight jump into the demo. Thank you for watching this. I'll catch you in the next lecture. Hello and welcome back. In this lecture we will be understanding about the upcoming lecture, where we are going to perform some kind of VM deployment, and we use the Azure Key Vault. So let's understand what we are going to do. So as a first step, I will be creating Azure Key Vault, which is directly from the Azure portal. And then within the Azure Key Vault, I'm going to create a secret key to store a password with the name called VM admin password, which is a template name. So this is this should be the same, because in the next phase I'm going to create actually ARM template for a creation of a VM. So in the VM creation, for the password value to store, this should be the same value, should be this. So if you're doing also, you should be following the same thing, because that's the skeleton, that's the template value, so that must be exist. So and coming back to next step, once we have created a secret key, I'm going to create I will run with a virtual machine creation wizard, but I'll cancel instead of creating the virtual machine, I'll just download the ARM template, so that I will have the Azure VM creation ARM template, and I'll be a little bit modifying the ARM template to fit, that means to connect to Azure Key Vault services integration. That's where I need to enter a Azure Key Vault ID, and then also the secret key which we have stored. So the value would be the again VM admin password. That secret value should be given inside this ARM template. So for what we understand is, we'll create a Key Vault, and then we also have a secret value for VM admin password. That's the administrator password for a VM to store, and that's a secret, because if you try to enter any of the password, that should be a secret. So the secret of that password is storing under VM admin value. And what we do is, we will be creating a template, and we will modify that ARM template to use our Azure Key Vault services and the secret value.
that's a secret name, in this case VM admin password, and then we will deploy that with the PowerShell or maybe Azure CLI. Azure CLI we will deploy with that, and when we are deploying, it will not ask for a password to be entered because it gets directly connected to the Azure Key Vault services, and then it uses the secret value within that, whatever the password was there, that password will be taken, and it creates a VM. And later point I will be also showing how to connect. Definitely it's a normal process to connect. I would be creating a Linux VM, so we would connect with SSH. That concludes the demo. So it includes a key vault, a production key vault service, how to create, as well as the how best we can securely store a secret and recall within Azure services to use the Azure ARM model. So remember that for to use the ARM model, we need to have a specific checkbox to be enabled. That is also I will not be enabled, and I'll try to deploy. Let's see what happens, whatever the error we are getting, and later point we will be enabling with that ARM provisioning method. Then it will actually success. So that concludes the complete demo. I hope this introduction is useful for you. I'll catch you in the next lecture.
Let's open Cloud Shell from Azure portal, and we'll keep it this in the minimized state, and later we will connect from the Microsoft Azure portal to navigate to the Key Vault. So this has been connected, Cloud Shell. So I'll try to minimize this completely, or drag and drop, or minimize. I'll be creating a Key Vault. So I'll just search for the Key Vault. There's no Key Vault service, so I'm gonna click on create new Key Vault. So I will be choosing here a meaningful resource group, or my existing resource group, in my case demo VMs, and I'll stick everything with ECUs, and I'll give a name here, like we can give here web app IUSU projects, and I'll stick, as I said, ECUs. And for the pricing tier, as we discussed earlier, standard and premium. So premium, where you have even the pricing for the hardware, third-party hardware, where you can also integrate the hardware key vaults. But here everything is a software, so we are trying with the standard key vault. At that point, I'll just go with the everything is a default, like retention period of 90 days and purge protection is disabled. All that are going to be by default for me, and that would actually create. So this is very important here. If you see here, 3 checkboxes for enabling access. So these things, if you look at here, the first checkbox is talking about Azure virtual machines for the deployment. Other one would be the Azure resources, that's ARM model for the template based deployment. Let's say we open the Cloud Shell and we try to deploy with a template, then it doesn't work if you don't have this checkbox. So I'll take this for now, and later point I'll take it out. I'll remove, and I'll try to deploy it as part of this demo and see what kind of errors we would be getting it. So that's what I'm going to test it in a minute or so. For now, let's go to the networking. So I wanted to grant my key vault for public network, or to just to the specific network. Let's see, here I can configure if I just go for public, that means everything is open. And if I just configure for a selected network, selected Vnets, and later point even I can configure even firewall specific settings also. So in my case, I'm just choosing the public endpoint, and remaining settings are by default actually, so I can skip them. I'll be creating here with a click on create auto validation. So this would take a minute or so to get it created in my key vault. So it got deployed. Now I'll be just going back to my key vault, and this is my overview. And as the next step, I'm actually creating a secret file as the manual. So here, if you see here, this certificate based is depreciated, so everybody is using only a manual now. So I'll just enter here a name called VM admin password. So remember, this name is completely a standard format. So because we're going to use this name
because it's actually a ARM template name. So it's the schema name, so you can't use a different name. So you use this name so that when you're trying to deploy a virtual machine from your ARM templates, this name should be matched. So that's why we have given here the exact name, and then if the password must be. So I gave you a simple password, and you can type your content type with the optional optional name, for example VM password. You can even set for the activation date, maybe in the future date if you want, or even you can set even expiry date for a future date, so that it's gonna expire maybe next month or something like that. So let's create this. So it's gonna create a secret. So what we have done is now we actually created a secret key here. So this is a secret key, and let's open that secret key and show you. If I just open up that, so whatever the password I have entered, that I should be able to see, that's a secret identifier number. And if I just click on show secret value, that's an ID which is showing for me. That's a VM password, which is a description. So let's go back to, we have now two things, like we have the key vault and as well as the secret key. Now just copy this resource ID from the properties so that we can use this later point when we try to edit the ARM template. So as a next step, I would be actually going back to, I'll just copy paste this into my notepad, and I'll be creating here a virtual machine, sample virtual machine. So I'll just try to run this entire VM creation, and then I'll download the ARM template in the zip format, and then I would be editing my all the parameters file. So this is going to be aligning. So I'll just take the lesser pricing and Ubuntu server I'm gonna deploy. So I have sticked for the ECUS, and I'll just give here password based, not the SSH public key. So I'll just choose as the password, and that way it actually, so if you see here, that's a different password what I have entered, and a later point I would be actually entering the password which is from my key vault, which we entered. That value will be used. So I'll choose here default settings, like I'll be creating here Vnet, so that a name standard will be there, Vnet 01, and also for the public IP also I'll give as a public IP -01 or something like that, so that it will be more standard because it's going to be a template for me. So I'll just give here 01 and then click OK, and the NSGs and everything is default. So I'm not going to change anything. I'll be again working on my management. So under management tab, I'll be working. So here I'll be actually disabling boot diagnostic and OS diagnostic, all that, unwanted things. I don't want to get some errors. So I'll just leave that for a quicker and easy method. So remaining all the steps are actually default. And now if you see here, I have an option here, download a template for automation purpose. So I'll just click on that instead of I create. So that would actually take it here, and one more time download. So this would actually shows me here all the variables and the resources and parameters, all that value. So here instead of I edit here JSON file, I'll just actually open up my zip file and then work on directly on the notepad. So you see here admin user ID, all that. So this is where I'm gonna work on it. So I'll just open up my template.zip file, and you see here two files out there. I'll just copy them and paste into a empty folder here, and I will be actually editing here so that I can work with my Azure Key Vault services where with my secret key. So I wanted to pull the password with the help of the secret key instead of the actual password. So you see here I have here admin password, which is ending last of this document. If you see here, this is where admin password is there. So I wanted here
replace these values with some other values which are specific to my key vault and other information. So I'll just copy till that exactly that location, and then I'll be simply pasting that value which I have already written. So if you see here, admin password is this and the reference ID and key vault. So key vault is the ID, which is key vault ID, which I need to copy paste the key vault ID which we copy pasted in a text, and this is going to be secret name. So let's see what I can copy paste. So the first thing, I need to go to key vault ID, so which I have already copy pasted in a notepad when we created actually key vault. From the properties we have taken this value, so I'll just take that copy value and then paste it under double quotes so that it'll be inside the double quotes. And now it's time for us to enter the secret name. The secret name is the VM admin password, which is the template standard name, which needs to be same. If you give a different name, it doesn't work. So let me save this file. So this should be looks like this. Let me save. So now I have the two files which are ready. So I'll just go back to Cloud Shell, and I will be uploading these two files one by one to Cloud Shell. So let me go back here, and there are only two files. There are nothing actually, so I'll just be uploading. The first one is only getting uploaded, which is a parameter.json file. I have to upload one more file manually. I'll just click on one more time. Let's see, let's type ls and see. If you see here, parameters.json file, single file has been uploaded, nothing else. So I need to one more time upload the file which is pending, which is template file. So I'll just click on that, upload, this time template, and now that also has been uploaded. Let's see, ls. So now I'm able to see here both the files has been uploaded. Now it's a time for us to use these template and parameter file to create a virtual machine out of these templates. So I have already a command which I have already typed in a notepad. I'll be just pasting here and I'll be explaining. So if you see here, the file is actually, the command line is very simple, which talks about AZ deployment, that's Azure deployment, to create a resource group or under resource group called demo VMS, which we have already, demo VMs, and the template file name is template.json file, which we are going to use that JSON format file, and the parameters for that JSON file already mentioned under parameter.json file. So that's how it was designed, this query. So in your case you can change. So we got an error because we didn't enable Azure Resource Manager for template deployment. I did actually uncheck that later point just to show you the error for you. So let me reconfigure that so that it works for us for this deployment. So if you just go back to access policies, and you see here there was no checkboxes are enabled now. So I have to take Azure Resource Manager for template deployment and click on save. So this would actually enables me or gives me an option where I can deploy even or it can actually serve my key vault for ARM-based template deployments also. So I'll just enter the same command, and this time it's actually running in the background. This might take some time, so I'm just fast forwarding this entire video just for, and it's finished, and you can see here it's a successfully deployed, provisioning status success. So it's time for me to connect to the VM with the password which we have given as the Azure Demo @123-. So actually that's a password. So what I will be doing is I'll just go back to the VM, and you can see here the VM is successfully deployed by using that password from the Key Vault services. So as you can use all these methods, standard methods to use for SSHI to connect to that virtual machine, or I can use even the PuTTY based connection. So I'll be just using the PuTTY based connection. I'll simply open up my PuTTY here, and I'll just enter the IP address. That's a 52.149.132.210, which I'll just copy paste and open. So this time it's going to actually asking for logon user, so which we have given as a username called Azure user, which we entered while creating the VM. And this time it is actually asking for the password, which we have given as your demo at 123 asterisk. That's a shift 1 what we have given. So once I enter that password, I'm able to successfully log into Ubuntu server. So I hope this lecture is useful for you. Thank you for watching this. We will be continuing in the future once again, wherever it is possible to work with Azure Key Vault services, we would be utilizing them as part of this course. Thank you for watching this. We'll catch you later.
Hello and welcome back. In this lecture, we will be talking about Azure Virtual Network. I know that this is going to be a very basic topic which I'm going to talk in this entire course. Maybe probably this is one of the very basic one which I'm talking really. Just to talk about the Azure Virtual Network, Vnet in short, we also call within Microsoft Azure world, we call as a Vnet. So Vnet is a fundamental building block for your private network within Microsoft Azure Cloud. And Vnet enables many type of Azure resources such as your virtual machines to communicate securely, or to communicate over the internet, or maybe to communicate for that matter with your on-premises network. So Vnet is very similar to your traditional network that you would have operate on your own data centers, but it brings with additional benefits within Microsoft Azure Cloud. With the advantage of the Azure infrastructure, for example, scaling, availability, and isolation. So Vnet also have some of the concept that needs to be remembered. The first one would be when we represent here as the Vnet, this is the icon. When we talk about any of the diagram, pictorial representation, we use this as the Vnet. So Vnet will have your address spaces and also your subnets and the region which you are creating. And region means like Vnet is scoped to a single region or location. However, multiple virtual networks from different regions can be connected together using the virtual network peering. So that's called Vnet peering also in short. And these Vnets definitely part of some of the subscription. So let's take a further level to understand about peering concepts. So within this Vnet, you have this IP range or the subnet. So you have the address. This is the address space, and this is your subnet. So within this subnet, whatever the machines are there, they can communicate with each other. Now, if you look at another diagram or another slide, so within this north central region, okay, and you have one Vnet, and let's take this as a Vnet 1 here, and also you have the Vnet 2. So you might have two Vnets. So for these two Vnets, by default isolation would apply. That means they do not communicate with each other. To communicate, what we do is we do something called peering, and this is called Vnet peering. So when we enable communicate these machines with another Vnet, so that's called the peering. Let's also take additional considerations. For example, point to site VPN. You can also establish these kind of point to site VPNs or site to site VPN, or even Azure Express route. So when we talk about these kind of things, like if you look at here, this is your on-premises network where you want to communicate with this network. So you might have here some other Vnet. So the top level one would be definitely the subscription and the Vnets, and you have some of the subnets. So these subnets can communicate with on-premises networks with the help of either site-to-site VPN or maybe something called express route. So in this case, it was represented as a site-to-site VPN connection, but you also have something called express route. So express route is the establishment, it can establish between your network and Azure through an express route partner. So this connection is completely private and traffic does not go over the internet. So it's a fully secure communication. You need to contact to enable express route with your ISP providers or your partners with Microsoft, so that they can make this connection to be enabled, so that you can configure the express route configuration. So coming back to the filters within the network, you can apply the security groups. We talk about the security groups called NSG. So NSG will give you the next layer of protection over your VNets. Let's say you have this VNet. When you configure here any of the NSG, so the incoming and outgoing completely based on your rules only, it will be allowed. Like let's say you have this VM which is running maybe a web server, so you need to configure within your NSG as one of the rule to open a port called maybe 80 if it is a web server example. So such kind of configurations will be allowed within the network security group. In fact, we have a next upcoming lecture on only specific to the network security groups, but just wanted to give you an overview since it's a completely very basic lecture which I wanted to talk here. And apart from that, within your VNets, you can also use your application security groups so that your applications can be secured with the help of application security groups. To conclude with our within Microsoft Azure VNets capabilities, the first point would be you will have the isolation, and also you will have the internet access. If you really need to enable that, access can be enabled with the help of your NSGs, and also your resources which are available within the Microsoft Azure can communicate with each other, and they are normally will be hosted within your VNets, and you can connect with help of VNets with your on-premises network, as we talked earlier, with any of the site-to-site VPN or express route configurations can be done. And also you can filter the traffics. You can apply the network routing within this, very similar to your on-premises, but you do have here as your routing as the additional feature that can be used. Also, you can use your own DNS servers within your VNets, or you can use Microsoft Azure provided DNS. That's an additional feature if you want to use. And also you can choose to connect the network to your on-premises or to the internet with help of different networking options. Also, you can buy from the Azure Marketplace required network security protocols or network security appliances. All that can be also purchased. So let's jump into the demonstration on how to create VNet. You can search for the VNet or directly virtual networks, or maybe you can just go to navigation, and from here you can also search, you can choose the virtual networks. To create VNet, you can click on plus add button. That would actually create the VNet wizard. So this is where you need to choose the simple, very basic configuration or the information that you have to provide in order to create this VNet. For example, the first one would be the resource group. So I can choose here as the one of my resource group. For example, web security is one of my resource group. I can choose here, and I can say that this is my VNet 1 for East US. So I can choose this, and the region I'm choosing as East US. The next one would be your address space. So you can look at here within the address space, it actually talks about what's your address space. So I wanted the machines with the 10.1.0.0/16, and I can, if I want, I can add my IP version 6 address space also, and this is going to be my default subnet and the subnet name, and I can give here the subnet name if I want. For example, this is VNet subnet 1 for maybe my location called US 1 example. So I can give here so that I know that what subnet I'm referring, and then the subnet address is 10.1 from here. So total 5 would be reserved and 251 can be used. Total network machines can be provisioned. So next it comes to the security. So you have the Bastion host, which is your connectivity directly. If you're looking for, instead of using the RDP, you can use this so that it's more secure. Directly the machines can be connected over the Azure portal. And DDoS protection by default, that's a basic which is enabled for any Vnet, and if you're looking for the standard, you need to pay for that based on the resources, and other pricing would apply here. So you can choose based on the security, and also you can also enable the firewall for your network. So what would happen is here on top of your Vnets, you would actually enable here a firewall. So before that, you also have your NSG. So all the traffic would divert from that firewall. So it would get filtered, then only the traffic will be allowed. So you can configure that configuration, and we would be discussing firewall, DDoS protection, and another lectures, a dedicated lectures on these specific things. And coming back to the tags, you can apply the tags in order to get a proper billing information so that you know what's happening, and click on create. That actually creates the Vnet for you. Once you have the Vnet, you can provision any of the virtual machines within that Vnet, or maybe an additional resources can be provisioned within that Vnet address space. So this is how just it got provisioned, the specific Vnet, and you can locate your address space and also your subnets. If you want to create some more subnets, you can click on subnets, and you can add for the gateway subnet. And also you can do the peering all that configurations directly from here. And if you want to enable any of the firewall settings, you can configure post to the Vnet creation also. I hope this is useful for you. I'll catch you in the next lecture.
Hello and welcome back. In this demo, we will try to use our existing Vnet, which we have created as part of this demo in the previous lecture, and we also try to create a NSG, and then we create a virtual machine with the help of Vnet and NSG that was created as part of the previous demos. And then we will try to host one web application within the server, and we'll try to access from the outside, and we will fine tune some of the NSG rules to allow the web traffic which will come from internet to our Vnet inside virtual machine. So let's jump into creation of the first Vnet. We'll go back to our virtual networks and see we have created earlier Vnet-EAST, that's a Vnet name, and this has our address space with the 10.1. With the class 16, and the subnets, we have one subnet here /24, and as a next step we are going to create the NSG. So NSG stands for the network security group. Simply click on network security group, and that would actually gives me an option to create network security group. Now let's choose your resource group and give a proper name. For example, I want to give here as my NSG for my East, yes, maybe a web app specific server. So web app server, and then simply click on review and create. That's easy to create. Once we have created this, we need to actually associate this specific NSG with the required subnets and Vnets also. So we are going to do that. So it just got created the NSG. So let me go back to the NSG, and if you see here, this is our NSG. We have the default rules, which is by default it will allow anything from the virtual machine to out. That's a outbound is fully allowed, but incoming is completely blocked. That's how it's configured currently. Now if I just look at for my subnets, I don't have any of these subnets here configured. I can associate these required subnets. Let's say I need to go for my virtual machine, and let's choose Vnet is US1, and then I can have here my subnet, so that on top of this Vnet, it's going to actually apply these NSG. Let's try to understand what we have done so far. The first one is we created Vnet1, which is a East US, that's a name, Vnet, and inside that we do have a Vnet subnet. And on top of it, we have created a NSG. As a next step, we are going to create a virtual machine. So as part of the virtual machine creation, the virtual machine definitely will have a network card. So this is a network card. So on top of it, the NSG gets applied. So anything goes incoming or outgoing with help of your network card, that gets filtered with the help of your NSG rules. So that's what we're trying to achieve here. So let's go back to the demonstration, and this is the Vnet, and we also have here subnet as we discussed, and these two are associated with the NSG. So this is the NSG we just created, and as a next step we are going to create the virtual machine. So as a next step I can simply click on virtual machines. So if I have any of the virtual machine, it will be showing here. You can create directly virtual machine without you first create your Vnet and NSG. As part of this wizard within the networking, also it gets created as a create new, or by default it gets created. Otherwise you can choose your existing VMs, VMnet specific Vnet. So let's go to the basics and try to create here. So I'm going to choose here my app security as the resource group I can use, and I can stick to my server name as the demo SRV01 as the computer name, and I wanted to choose to ECUs, and I wanted this machine with maybe a 2016 data center edition example, and I wanted to choose a very limited one like 8 GB with a 2-core CPU. I wanted to enter the user ID and password. It's a very basic, in fact you might have already knows. If not, this is the first time, that's okay. And here if you see here the public port, which is 3389, what happens is inside your NSG you are allowing a rule to allow port communication called 3389. If you remember, we don't have any of the rules which allow other than the default one. Now with this we are going to create a default rule to allow this virtual machines to connect over the 3389 port. So that's what we're trying to do. So click on disk. So this is the disk specific, and go back to the networking. Here we have the concept where we need to choose what is the VNet you want to choose. So we have to choose here, if you remember, this is what we have created, VNet1 ECUs, that's a name. So I'll choose this, my VNet, and within this I have only one subnet. If you have more than one subnet, you will be provisioning different subnets, but in this case just one subnet. And if you are looking for the public IP to be static, you can choose as the static, if not just the dynamic, and click on next. So that's going to actually create as a next step for the management. So do you want to allow the diagnostic settings for monitoring purpose, or you want to allow only identity managed identities, which we covered in another specific section. And auto shutdown, I don't want to go for the auto shutdown for this VM, and let's click on advanced. And if any needed additional extensions to be allowed, you can click and choose like additional extensions, but we don't have anything here. So click on tags. If you want to give for the billing purpose, you can give and review it, and you can click on create, so that it's going to create in a minute or so. What I'll do is I'll just pause this recording, and I'll come back to the once the VM is created. Resource has been created. So let's go back to the resource within the virtual machines, and you have here the virtual machine, and you can connect to the virtual machine from the RDP, but the port is open, because if you just go to the networking, and within the networking you have an option for the network card, which we talked in this case it's a demo SRV01. That's a network card which has given as the random name here, and on top of it you have the inbound and outbound rules which are associated with the NSG. So NSG name is this, NSG East US Web App Server. So here by default it's incoming and outbound ports are completely blocked, in fact, because we don't see anything called port 3389 to allow. So let's try to connect and see what happens. So I'm just going to connect with RDP for this machine. So I'll just download the RDP file and try to give my user ID and the password, and if you see here it's not even asking because the port is completely blocked. So what I can do is I can actually enable here the RDP port for my NSG, so that it actually enables the communication. You see I got the error because the port is not enabled. So what I can do is I can go to the either NSG and click on
your NSG and go back to inbound rules, or you can go to directly from virtual machine and select your virtual machine, and if you go to the networking, you have the option here, the inbound rules and outbound rules, so you can configure these rules. So in my case, both the ways are okay. So let's create from direct NSG. So you can click on NSG and you go here to the inbound rules, click on add. So this is where you can see the source is represents from where the connection or the source of the network traffic is coming. So in this case, from anywhere I wanted, or to secure more, the better way would be to give you a specific IP address series, or maybe application security groups also can be configured, which is the next lecture. Most probably I'm going to talk on that, but for now, from any location, the source ports or anything, but the destination is 3389, which is the RDP protocol. So I want to allow and it's a TCP protocol or UDP, ICMP, I can more specifically give, and then protocol any, allow is the action, and the priority is 100. As I told in the NSG introduction, you have the lesser number priority that becomes as the higher priority. So in this case, I'm giving as 100, and the port is 3389 as a description, and then add. So that gonna create a rule within my NSG, and this might take a minute or so to get it affected. And so the rule got created. Let's try to refresh, and you see here you have the rule is already configured with the action as allow. Now if you see here, it's just giving us the yellow kind of warning. It says that, hey, this is exposed, it's not recommended, it's only use, or you need to use the better recommended method would be to try to use your VPN or private connection, because you are completely open up over the internet, which is definitely not a recommended option. So what I'm going to do is now I'll simply again download the same virtual machine specific connection settings, and I'll try to connect. So this time let's see what happens. So this time it's actually going to ask me to enter the user ID and the password, because the port is effectively configured now. So I'll just give as the Azure user and then the password of that specific user, so that would actually connect. You see the connection is getting established. I hope this lecture is useful. So what we have done is we actually configured our Vnet and then a subnet within the Vnet and then the NSG. So you might be thinking within the Vnet you might have definitely the virtual machines like we talked here. If you look at here, so what happens is within the Vnet you have multiple virtual machines. So on top of it you will have your NSG. If you see here in the representation of the architecture, so you have the Vnet, on top of it you have the NSG. So what if the communication should go out of your network will be filtered with the help of NSG? What if you have the firewall, the entire traffic goes to the firewall, and from there the communication would establish. That's how it's going to work, and we are going to talk on that specific in the upcoming lectures. I have logged into the machine and installed a web service as the role for the server, which works on a port called 80 for HTTP protocol based. So what I'm going to do is when I browse the localhost, I'm able to see the machine. But if I try to browse with the IP address, that is 52.188.16.185, so this will not work because the traffic is completely blocked. The reason being, if I just go back to Azure portal and browse my NSG, I'll just go to the NSG and simply here I need to create some of the inbound rule, which is port specific to port ID. So in the incoming, which is the request coming from your internet to your source is the internet and going back to your virtual machine. So I need to create here a rule, but with specifying as a port number as the IT destination. And I can give here my web application name and simply add. Now if I try to browse this specific virtual machine, I should be able to get the public IP based also. I should be able to browse. For example, if I just go back here and try to browse with this machine, I'm just entered I just entered here. So it was not working, but now in any point of time it should work, just because we configured the traffic to be allowed in the NSG. So any point of time, once the rule has been successfully created here, I should be able to connect with that specific port. So the rule has been just created just a few seconds back. I have to wait for a minute or so to get this rule is affected. Now the rule is affected. If you see here, I'm able to browse with this public IP also. That means the inbound connection is enabled. So network security group is in Azure is the way to activate a rule or a access control list, or ACL in short. Sometimes we refer, which will allow or deny network traffic to your virtual machines instances in the virtual network or in your Vnet. So NSGs can be accessed with the subnets or individual virtual machines instances within that specific subnet. That's how you're gonna secure it, and I hope this is useful. I hope this lecture is useful for you. Thank you for watching this.
Hello and welcome back. In this lecture, you will be learning about application security group. This is application security group, very similar to the NSG, but it is on top of NSG. The reason being is you can control even micro segment level of security within your network layer. And this application security group is completely follows your business logic. Let me explain what exactly application security group at the high level first. So application security groups will allow you to configure your network security at the natural extension of any application structure. Let's say when I say natural application structure, let's take one example, as you may have your web servers, application servers. So these applications will be coming as a front end from here as a web server, and similarly these applications will have to communicate with database server in the as a backend. So front end would be your web servers, middleware would be your applications, and here the database. So that's your backend. So now this is your business logic. What happens is, if you want to design with a network security group, not with ASG, I'm talking about network security group layer, you may have to end up with creating a separate set of NSGs at each layer of your business logic, and at the end you would be end up with lot of overloaded with the network security group creation as well as the rules creation, and at the end to monitor and to check the logs, it would be a really difficult job, honestly. So that's where the application security groups comes into the picture. What happens is either you have multiple NSGs or you have a single NSG. It doesn't matter. What it matters is it should be on a same Vnet. The servers should be in the same Vnet. So as you know that if the machines are in the same Vnet, they are free to communicate with each other. But if you want to isolate in a situation like web server can talk with application as well as the database server, but the database server shouldn't talk with web servers because they are might be exposed to internet. So in that situation, what we do is we create application security group and we would assign here. So what we do is we will create application security group and we assign on top of these computers. Let's say the first application security group or an ASG would be on your web servers, and the same one will also be allowed here. That means both can communicate with each other. But when it comes to DBs, since it does not have any ASG, it cannot communicate with these two of the categories. That's where what we do is we create one more ASG, and just for the application service as well as for the DB service. That's where both can communicate. But since the first category is not available for the web service ASG, it cannot communicate. We are going to do that in a practical in a minute or so. For now, let's understand what exactly NSG. So I told that network security micro segmentation is nothing but your application security group.
That's where it is more focused, and it is more focused on your business logic of your applications and the service logic, not on any of the IP traffic or IP address filtering or any other rule settings. And it can implement very granular security controls to improve your isolation of your workloads, as I said, front end and back end and the middle servers, all that way, and it will protect them individually. At the same time, if a breach occurs, that would be very limited. It doesn't spread to other servers. So what exactly application security group? By this time you should be understanding that application security group enables you to configure your network security in a natural your business logic or your application structure, and that will allow you to group your virtual machines. And once you group those virtual machines, you can define your network security policies based on those virtual machines groups. Let's take one more final scenario to better understand so how it looks like. So in the previous design, that is, this is the design, what we have done is we have a network that's a Vnet. On top of it, this Vnet, this is a dots one is a Vnet. On top of it, you have a NSG configured, and also you have different servers within this Vnet, like web servers, application, and database servers. So definitely NSG will have different rules. But if you see here, normally in NSG you might be configured like IP address or any of the source kind of thing. But here what happened is, if you see, the application's destination is web servers. That means web servers is the application security group name. So that means these three servers are falls under, what we have done is we have grouped it. When we grouped it and we labeled as web servers, so that's the name here what we have given for this ASG name. So it can communicate on a port 80 and 443. That's good. And if you see here, for the app servers, both can communicate here. That's a web servers as well as the app servers, but there's no communication between DB servers and web servers. So there's no rule in your NSG, so they cannot communicate. That's a design. So let's also look at the other design. This is a more complex design but easy to understand. So you do have here the web servers and also application servers and database servers. So what you're going to try to do is once you have grouped it, the first step is to group all the required virtual machines to one of the ASG group. So in this case it's the web servers. So that means within these three you can communicate, even though they are in the same Vnet. Normally all these machines should able to communicate, but when you group it, so this becomes as one other a special kind of container. Maybe I can use maybe a container kind of word, where this becomes as a micro level of your network segmentation. Within this the communication would happen, but it doesn't go out. So when you want to communicate with these application servers, you have to group another one like app servers and then enable the communication. So you are explicitly saying that web server to app servers can communicate. Like that, you can make a group of different groups for the application security group, as well as the NSG specific firewall specific rules can be created, like inbound and outbound rules. So that way you're fully isolating within the same Vnet. So let's jump into limitations, what you cannot do, what you can do. Here per subscription you can go for 3000 ASGs, and you cannot go more than that. That's a limitation from Microsoft Azure. And you can specify one application security group as a source, but you can't have multiple source. In this case, like you have a web server one, this is another group what they have created, right? Web server. So you can create here web server one, but you cannot have web server 1 and 2 in the source or maybe in the destination. So that's the this bullet point. And coming back to the other bullet point, you cannot have this Vnet, for example, all these machines, these ASGs applicable within the same VNet. Let's say you have maybe more than one VNet. In that situation, you cannot assign this ASG for different VNets. So it should be on the same VNet, all these group of servers. Also, it should be having, if a machine has a two network cards or more than one, both should be assigned for the same subnets. That's the same VNet. Otherwise, it doesn't work. That's a limitation because it's more about your application logic defined, so it should follow that steps. That being said, we will jump into demo. For this demonstration purpose, I will be using total 4 different servers, and just to explain at the high level, the server 1, the web server 1, web server 2 and web server 4 are in the same subnet you have, that means the same VNet. And when it comes to the server 3, this is completely different VNet, and you cannot communicate. So what we try to do is we will be trying to connect, or we will be trying to enable RDP protocol on these servers, how best we can isolate. So the isolation purpose, what we do here in this lab, we will be configuring these servers as a group of servers, and then we apply with the NSG help, we will be separating them with the protocol wise. So let's jump into the demonstration. These servers, so if I just click on server, web server 1, you see you may have to make a note kind of thing, like you see here just a port called 3389 with the priority of 300 from source as any. So once we have created application security group, we would be changing that value. So we would be creating the application security group from actually application security group. Here when we click on here, you have an option to create. So before doing that, I just wanted to show all these, how these are available. So if you see, even the web server 01 is the NSG one for the both the servers. You can make a note on that. So you have the same web server 01 for the server 2 also. Search here within the Microsoft Azure All Services for the application security group, and then you would be able to get this group name, and then just click on it, and later point you can simply click on add button to create a new application security group and choose the right subscription. And the resource group is the same resource group which I'm using. It's always recommended to use the same, and I'm giving here the name for the instance name, and the same region also I'm choosing where my resources are exist. And you see here this is very clean, and there's nothing much inputs here. It is asking similar to a resource group kind of simple input is asking, and once we submitted this, it will create the deployment. Once it's created, I can go back to the required resource. So within this resource, I can see there's no much configuration that I can do here because we don't see anything except the audit log. So this is the one which we can see later point if needed, but for now there's nothing much here. And you also have your move option, so we don't have anything to do now with the move. And this application security group specific things will be configured on group of your servers. That means you have to go to each virtual machine and add the application group name as a tag. So what we do as a next step, I'll go back to dashboard, virtual machines, and then I'll go to one of the server. You see here web server 1. So all I have to do is from the web server 1, I'm grouping to that just created application security group. I'll just click on here to configure, and if I just drop down here, I can see my ASG, my application security group. So I just have selected that and saved. Same thing, I have to do it for my web server 2. So once this saved, Yes, it got saved. Let's go to Web Server 2, networking, and you see here again application security group. I have to configure here as that drop down list my application security group 2. So now what happened is Web Server 1 and 2 are become as one group for that's part of one kind of container, as I explained in the as part of the demo. So now I'm going back to the server 4. Server 4 is again I wanted to make the same thing like application security group, but you see here if I just add this, it will not be a good demo, so I don't want to add it here, but I can show you here what's happening for the server 4 and the server 3 and server 3 and server 1 and 2. So 1 to 4, the servers are associated with the same NSG group. This is the NSG group, as well as you can see here their IP address 4, 5, 6, like server 4, server 2, server 1, all are assigned to one NSG. So the demo would be from the server 1 and server 2. We should be able to do the RDP from our local machine with the RDP protocol. What we do is we should be able to connect to 192 but not to the server 4. That's a demo. So when you try to connect here for the server 4, it shouldn't work. So to do that, we have to what we have done is we made these two servers as a group, but we did not add this server as a group to our ASG. So our ASG is grouped here with the two servers. So that means the communication is enabled for these two, not internally. When I'm talking about the protocol wise, that means at NSG level. So as a next step, what I have to do is I have to go to the NSG and do a configuration that saying that ASG to anything coming from the outside to the destination of ASG, I can set kind of a rule. So that's the next part which I'm going to do it now. So let's go to since we have seen all this, let's go to inbound rules and see this. I'll just open this NSG, which is my NSG for the 3 servers, and I'll open this port. So I wanted to play with this for this demo 3389 port. So source can be anywhere, that's fine, but my destination I wanted to choose here. As you can normally what happens is you would normally all these days you might be ending up to configure with the IP addresses, but this may not be a good solution because if your business logic or your application logic is completely different, you cannot go for the micro level of network segmentation. So that's where this application security groups comes into the picture, and I have to choose here application security group. Once I've chosen this, in the destination I can choose my ASG group name. That means my the group of 2 servers from anywhere will only go and will be enabled for this protocol, that is 3389 protocol, and I can give the description if I want, but I can just wanted to save it. So now what happened is I should be able to communicate from my local machine for these group of 2 servers which are in this ASG group. So this ASG group is grouped of 2 servers, so that should work. So ideally the server 4 shouldn't work. The reason being it's not part of your ASG, right? So now what we're going to do, we'll just refresh maybe, and you can see destination as ASG. Now I'm in top of my server. I'll just try to connect from the Azure portal and show you. Just download the file, connect. So this is a server 1, so I should be able to connect. I'll just give my password and it gets connected. That's good and interesting. It got connected, and then I'll just connect to server 2, similar thing. So for the server 1, server 2 both works because they are part of ASG group, same ASG group, whereas the server 4 is not part of the ASG group. So let's connect with the giving the user ID and password. I can sign out again because the logon process is completed successfully. Now it's time to test for the server 4. This server 4 shouldn't connect because it's not part of ASG group. So just connect. So it takes some time and it will throw an error saying you cannot connect it. So maybe it's a good time for you to show even with the telnet command whether this port is open or not at the NSG layer. So it successfully said that you cannot connect. So our demo is successful at this point of time. Now I'll just take this IP address and go to command prompt and do a telnet to that IP on a port called 3389. That's a port which we configured in our NSG. You see, it took some time and it got failed. So it's failed to open the port. So that's the configuration for the application security group. I hope this is useful for you. If I want to enable for server 4, I'll just go to the server 4 networking. I do the same thing, just go to the application security group and simply have to select my ASG group name. That's it. Now if I just do the Azure telnet, it should work. That's how it's going to work. So pretty simple that it actually follows your application structures. So whatever the logic you have, you wanted to isolate your some of the front and back end servers, you can do it very well. Now let's type the port. It got connected. That means I should be able to now do the RDP. That concludes our demo and how to use this application security group. I hope this is useful for you. Thank you for watching this. Hello and welcome back. In this short lecture, you will be learning about Azure Firewall. Azure Firewall is very similar to your on-premises firewall or any of the managed firewall. But here within the Azure, it's a firewall as a service model, which you are getting as an offering from Microsoft Azure Cloud. So there are not just a Microsoft Azure firewall, there are different third-party firewalls also available like Checkpoint or Sophos next generation firewalls and Palo Alto. All the great firewalls are available. Out of that, Microsoft also introduced something called Azure Firewall, which is also works very similar to other third-party products. But this is dedicatedly from the Microsoft. So you get the support from Microsoft Azure Firewall. So to begin with that, to understand more about Azure Firewall, it's a completely managed and cloud-based network security service that provides to your virtual networks as a resource. So it's a fully stateful firewall as a service, which is built on high availability and unrestricted cloud scalability. So within this, it works on L3 and L7 connectivity policies for the user policies, and also it is fully integrated with Microsoft Threat Intelligence for known about malicious IPs and other FQDNs. So it's a fully integrated this Microsoft Azure Firewall. With this, you can centrally manage and enforce, and you can manage, not just the manage, you can also log every information, every possible information, and you get that network connectivity policies across your subscriptions, and you can filter them and you can identify what kind of traffic it is originating from your virtual networks or your Vnets, and it's fully integrated with Microsoft Azure monitoring for log analytics services. And this Azure Firewall is fully built on high availability, so no additional load balancing is definitely not required for you to configure. So if you just install and configure this Azure Firewall or introduce this service within your resource group, that would take everything. When it comes for the communication side, this Azure Firewall works based on hub and spoke method. Like it is a central point, as I said earlier, from where all the spokes will communicate to the firewall. So let's say if these are into different Vnets, that communication will go and communicate within the Azure Firewall, and then the server communication or within that Vnets also will be established the communication between with the help of Azure Firewall. To do this, you definitely need to depend on your routing table. So there's a Azure routing tables which you are gonna create it, and then you would divert the traffic from the Azure firewall. And this also supports not just the cloud, it also supports your on-premises traffic also can be managed. Let's jump into more to understand about Azure firewall. So Azure Firewall, as we discussed, it's a firewall as a service model. And this is fully managed cloud-based network service as a security feature which is coming from your Microsoft Azure Cloud to protect all your network resources. And it's a fully stateful firewall as a service which built on high availability and unrestricted cloud scalability. And you can centrally create, enforce all the logging applications, and you can monitor your entire network connectivity across your subscriptions and also from different Vnets. And as your firewall uses a static public IP, that means you can get the exact log information whatever it's going outside, and you can block a lot of firewalls rules can be applied, either application specific or any other things for the outbound, and you can get that specific identity for the traffic which is originating within your virtual network. And the services is fully integrated with them for the log analytics services, so you get the more in detailed information with the help of the logs when you are subscribed for the log analytics services. That means you can integrate that, and also it's highly available. It's built in, so no additional load balances or no additional cost is required to manage these kind of services. Unlike other third party, always recommends you to go for more than one firewall mechanism. This doesn't require, and also you can enable with the availability zones, and your availability increases up to 99% if at all you use for the availability zones, and there is no additional cost for the firewall deployment in availability zone. However, there are additional costs for inbound and outbound traffic which is associated with your availability zones. And we didn't talk about the pricing. Pricing is it's very plain, based on hourly pricing. So how many hours you use, based on that it's going to charge. Also the data which is traveling from your firewall also will be measured for the costing purpose. If you're looking for the better performance per region, deploy one firewall per region basis. And also you can centrally create allotable networking rules by source and destination IPs or ports or application protocols. And also you can have your FQDN tags, which makes easy for you to known rules side if you're trying to create any of the network traffic through your firewall. And you can apply service tags, and it also built in threat intelligence for off, medium, or block automatically. All that kind of configuration can be enabled, which we are gonna look at in the demo which is coming in the next lecture. And also we do have the outbound SNAT and inbound DNAT support. And also if you look at the limitation sides, there are multiple limitations. If you are looking for the more known issues or limitations, go to this URL. But for now, as I'm recording of this May 2020, these are the limitations, and who knows, in future it may change. So coming back to the most common known or useful cases where you have the limitations is network filtering rules for the non TCP/IP UDP protocols, such as ICMP kind of thing doesn't work for internet bound traffic. And you cannot move your Azure firewall to a different resource group or a subscription because it is fully associated with a subscription and your network resources. So once it is tightly integrated, you can't move it definitely. And limited port range is supported, like 65,000 range, and post 30 doesn't support. You can check out more from the known issues within this URL. And also no customs DNS is supported. That means it only uses Microsoft Azure DNS, and there is no support for your other DNS support. And also no SNAT and DNAT for your private IP destinations. That's how it's gonna work. Now in the upcoming lecture, we're gonna try spinning up 2 virtual machines, and we will create one of the jump server from the jump server 2 your server location, you can do a RDP and then access some of the websites. Then that traffic will be routed back to your firewall, and if the rule matches within the firewall, it will allow for the internet connection like we create for Microsoft site or maybe for the Google or different sites, and we will try to filter the traffic from the firewall. That means we are going to deploy 2 servers and 1 firewall in the upcoming lecture. Let's go back to the Azure calculator, price calculator, and search for the firewall and you get it as your firewall. Let's take that and see the firewall deployment is per deployment you're going to charge per hour basis, and also for the data processing per GB it's going to charge for you. And let me change currency to USD so that it will be easy for everyone, convenient. And deployment is per deployment it's going to charge $1.25 per hour, and any of the data it's also will be included per GB 0.0016 or 0.16 cents. And the secured virtual hubs deployment, this is the price if you're trying for any virtual hubs pricing which is in a preview, which is not scoped for AZ-500 or AZ-300 exam series. And these are the normal pricing, and I hope this entire lecture is useful for you to understand more about the Azure firewall overview. If you can look at here, it's stateful as a consolidated. You can go through this specific link. This would definitely help you out to understand better. And let's catch you in the next demo lecture on Azure Firewall.
Hello and welcome back. In the previous lecture, we learned about Azure Firewall Overview, and in this lecture, we will be learning about Azure Firewall with the practical demo. That means within this demo, you're going to set up your test network. Within that network, you are going to create a Vnet with the 3 different subnets. One subnet will be dedicated for your firewall. Other 2 subnets will be dedicated for here 2 different servers. So these servers are deployed into different subnets. So let's talk about the 2 different subnets. So the first subnet which we talk about, the jump server subnet, means it's a jump server where you try to log in from internet, and from there you log into your workload. So workload will have a different subnet and jump server will have a different subnet. So these 2 subnets are part of a single Vnet. That means here also firewall also will have a different subnet. These 3 will be part of single Vnet. Now once I have created these 2 servers, that means as a first step I create the Vnet and 3 subnets, and then I also create 2 servers, Windows servers, and also I create here a firewall also. So this workload server will not have a public IP. That means it's not have any internet connectivity, but what we do is we change the public DNS. We will change the DNS to a different DNS server which we configure, and also we will associate with the help of routing table with the static route, so that the traffic anything originates from this subnet will be go and hit to your firewall, and from the firewall if the rule matches it will go, but if the rule doesn't match, the default rule is to deny, and that gets the denied traffic as the firewall will show you within your browser as it's not matching. So for this demo, what I'm going to try to do is I will be trying to open here within the server workload a google.com and microsoft.com and other different websites. That's a demo. So let's jump into the Azure portal and try to create this infrastructure. While I was creating, I'll also explain what I'm trying to do here. If you're not clear at this point of time, you can also understand what I'm trying to do. I will try to capture every possible step. At the same time, I will like to go in a fast forward. So let's jump into the demo. Welcome back, and as a first step I need to create a resource group. So I'm going to create a resource group by clicking on add and giving the resource group name as test -wrg within the location called West US, and from there I'll just go to create a new
Vnet. So for that, once this resource group got created, I can refresh to find out, or just go to your Vnet. So from the Vnet, yeah, Vnet, click on virtual network and then click on add. So here I'm gonna create a Vnet for the address space of here, and I need to select the existing resource group and giving the name and choosing the same location, that's a region, West US, and instead of review and create, I must have to go to the IP address, and then I need to give here a space, address space. So I'm just choosing as a 16, and this is very, very important that once you choose this IP subnet or IP range, here the default will be there. That means the name is already given as a default. Make sure that I can say that it could be a bug or it could be a recommended setting, but you must have to follow the exact name. Either you do it on your lab or you do it on your production. As per my testing, it should follow a specific name called Azure Firewall Subnet, and this name must be matching. Otherwise, it will fail when you try to deploy Azure Firewall in the firewall deployment phase, not now. So I would like to give all the time this name, and also I'm going to here associating the specific subnet with the range. So here as a 26 with the one subnet, and click on save. So that actually creates a Vnet for me, and the remaining settings are fine. So this specific Vnet is for your firewall subnet. So that's a 10.0.1, and review and create, that gets created. So here I'm not choosing anything DDoS or firewall specific settings. I'm simply going for the default. So what I have changed here is just the IP addresses specific I changed with the IP subnet information. Now if I go to the, again go back to my Vnet, I need to create another two different subnets. So I'll just go to that Vnet and go to subnets. If you see here, I have already 10.0.1.0 subnet. Now it's time for me to give other subnet. One subnet is for my workload computers. So starting with the 2, which I'm trying to give. So this name can be anything. It doesn't matter. Just for only this, it is conditional match. But other things are fine. So in my case, I'm just giving as a workloads SN and 2 /24, and I'm also trying to create one more subnet quickly. You see here it's already created, so I'm just trying to give here as a 3. This is for my jump server, so I need to give here meaningful name for jump-sn, maybe server name, server network, SN as server network, and simply click on OK. That actually create here subnet. So here 2 subnets got created. Right now total we have 3 subnets as we talked. Now I'll just go back to the virtual machines and try to create a virtual machine. So before that, let me go back to the virtual machines here and click on add. So here I need to create a new virtual machine. So click on add, select the right resource group, that is in our case test -fwrg. All the time I'm trying to choose this, and here the machine name I have chosen as a server jump. So one server I'm creating as a jump server, and it's a Windows server, so I am selecting as a Windows. Default settings, but make sure that in the networking you have selected a subnet specific, and the Vnet should be a proper, and also subnet is for the jump server, so it's a jump SN. And you make sure that you also have here the public IP. So because it's a jump server, that means from internet we are trying to come to jump server. Once the jump server is accessed, when we reach here jump server, that means this should be within this subnet, and once we have the internet coming within this with the public IP of this public IP jump server.ip, and then what we do is we do MSTSC to another server called workload server, and from here we try to browse. That's what the demo. So as a next step, I'll just go for other default settings. I'm not going to change anything because this demo is completely specific to a firewall, so it's a default. I'll just go advanced and show you what are the options I'm choosing. Tags also, I've not taken anything. Review. So once I reviewed all these settings, I can simply, let me scroll down so that you can see the complete settings and create. So that would actually create a virtual machine. So we created the jump server. Now the next step is to create another server, which is a workload server. So here I would take this time to create a workload server. So it's just taking some time. Yeah, it has just created. Let me go back to the dashboard and create virtual machine and click on add, and this time I'm choosing the same resource group, but the computer name I'm choosing as the different name, that's a server-workload, same region, and again Windows Server or Windows 10 I can choose, but let me go to the server configuration to make sure that this time I'm not going to choose any of the public IP. Even RDP ports also not enabling. If you see here, RDP port is not enabled, and also here in the disks I'm not doing anything, but in the networking you see here it's more important. Here the virtual network is the same, but the public IP is not there, no public IP. And if you see, the workload subnet is I have taken because this machine belongs to workload. So what I'm trying to do is when I try to browse from internet to this jump server, this is a jump server, so from jump server I'll do the RDP, but from here to this specific server which we are trying to create now, this server doesn't have a public IP. That means from here to here I need to do the MSTSC, and then this is in a different subnet, so this is no public IP, so local private IP I will be using, and then remaining options are quite similar and default. I'm not much changing anything here because this demo is specific to firewall specific. And once this is done, we have now a subnet which is 3 subnets which are associated with your firewall or with a single Vnet, and then 2 virtual machines. Then next step would be deploying the firewall. So let's submit this completely, creating this VM. Once this VM is created, I will be creating a firewall. So I'll just go back to dashboard and set here as the firewall. So I get as the firewall and click on add to create a firewall, and it's basic. All I have to do is I have to choose here the resource group, right Vnet. So the name I'm just giving here, just a Vnet, and the same region I'm choosing here. Now the important point is, instead of you creating new subnet or new Vnet, what I'm trying to do is, since I have already existing my machines as well as my Vnet, I will be using this method as the use existing. And this is where I have been trying to explain here. When you choose here this option, it says that it must be matching with specific to a Vnet name called Azure Firewall Subnet. So make sure that if you don't give in the first Vnet when you are trying to create, instead of the default, you should give there as the Azure Firewall Subnet. If you don't give that exact name, you get it here as the error. That's the practically thing. And also definitely I can't use the existing public IP because my firewall itself will have a dedicated public IP. So all I have to do is I have to create a new public IP by clicking on add new, and this is where I can give some name like Azure public IP firewall, something like that, and it must be a standard and static. So the IP must be static and also it should be standard, and in fact those are by default. So click OK, and that's it. Review and create. That's going to create for you a firewall. This would take post to the review and click on create. It takes at least 5 to 10 minutes time, so make sure that you have selected the right Vnet and a public IP, definitely, and then click on create. That's it. It's very basic steps to create the firewall, but next step would be the configuring the firewall settings. So I'll just wait
until this to be deployed. So it got deployed now. I've waited for 10 to 15 minutes time to complete this entire step. As a next step, I'll just go to my resource group so that I can show you, what are the resources I have inside that my resource group. So my resource is test-firewall resource group. You see here I have different resources, 2 servers, 1 firewall. Let me sort on a name, maybe that might help you, or the type maybe, like you see here, 1 firewall public IP, and also 2 NSGs and 2 VMs and 1 firewall here. So I'll just go to my firewall, or sorry, I need to create here now route table. So I'll just go to the routing. That's where I need to create a route table. So just click on that, create a new route by clicking on adding. So here what happens is you need to choose a right resource group and the location, and post to that you need to add a static route. So I'll just choose my name and other things. I'm just trying to fill the default values like firewall route and other things, and I'm not doing anything much here other than choosing the right location and right resource group and right subscription name. So this would actually takes a minute or so to create for me this route table. Once the route table is created, if I just do a refresh or page refresh, I will be getting here the firewall-route, which is we just created. Click on that, and now it's time for us to create a subnets to be associated. So let's go to the subnets and associate here and select the Vnet which you wanted to associate. In this case, test-firewall, and also the subnet. So here I'm going to associate the workloads static route. That's I'm going to do it. So that means the subnet is the workload which I'm associated. So with this static route, what I'm trying to do is from here, from the route, click on give some name, maybe like this is for the workload, so I can give here as the firewall specific default gateway kind of thing, and then suffix would be anything like 0.0.0/0. That means any communication you want to go out from your appliance. That's appliance is nothing but your firewall. So in that case, if it has to go, so the next hop should be your private IP address of your firewall. So if you don't know, just go to the firewall overview. You will see the firewall IP. From here overview, you can check out here the firewall private IP. So take this IP address and give it there in the static. So let me switch back to the other tab which I'm running this wizard for the route table. I'll just give here. So what happens is I'm trying to route any information, that means any kind of communication with the virtual appliance for the hop ID is to my firewall. So any communication, it will route back to my firewall. So that's what I'm trying to do. Click OK. So now the route has been done successfully. Now it's time for appliance to be for the creating the firewall specific application rules. So let's go back to firewall here. So I can go to the resources and then I can click on from there, or I can search for the firewall, or I can pin it. So in my case, I'm just going back to firewall. So test-fwrg, which is my firewall. So from the rules, I need to create here 2 type of rules. I don't need to play with anything with the netting. So I don't play here anything. I'm going to create first as the application rule, and then I'm going to create the network rule collection. So let's jump into the application rule. So into the application rule, I wanted to allow maybe Google for this point of time. So I'll just give a name as the allow Google, and then I'll be creating FQTN base. So let me go back. So I'll just this is in a different tab. Let me go back to the rules. Again, application rule collection. I'm sorry for that, but add. So here I would be entering a name called app collection 1, and the rule priority is 200, and the action is I'm trying to do allow.
for my target FQDNs. So that means I know the exact URL name. So I want to allow, and the IP address here, if you see here, I just filled this allow as the Google, that's a rule name, and the source subnet is this. That means anything from my, if you remember, this subnet is your workload subnet, right? So from here, and then the protocols, I'm going to choose here HTTP and HTTPS, and the FQDN of your www.google.com or whatever the website. So I'll just enter those values here. And similarly, whatever the websites you want in a whitelist, you can give it here, because whitelist is allowing action. The action what we are choosing here is the allow. If you're not allow, then you may be blocking a certain website. So let me type here completely google.com and click on add. That might take a minute or so to create your application rule. So once the application rule is created, I need to go for the network rule. So in the network rule, I can again create a specific DNS rule. So in the DNS, like I wanted to route the traffic from my public DNS servers. Instead of you route the from a different DNS service, I wanted my traffic to go from the a specific DNS service. So that's what I'm trying to do. So here I'm just entering the LO DNS, again rule priority 200. So here the IP address information, all that, the name and other things, I have to fill it. So service tags are just the optional, but LODNS protocols, I can choose here definitely the UDP protocol, because DNS is UDP. In this case 53 I wanted to give here, and the name I just wanted to put it as a static, that's a net-collection01. So I'm choosing the UDP protocol and the IP address here, and the source is from my workload source, that is 10.0.2.0/24, and the destination address is a specific DNS service. You can give here maybe Google DNS server or any of the DNS server which you are trying to use. So in my case, I'm just entering a different DNS server which I have here, and that DNS is a public IP DNS, which are the public DNS, definitely like 8.8 or 4.4.2. Something like that. In this case, I'm entering my own DNS server by comma, so that primary and secondary DNS it is taking. And the destination port, definitely it's a DNS port is 53, so I give here as the 53. And next step, I can simply click on add. That would actually create the network rule also. That means now what we have here is we have already created the application rule to allow Google, and next DNS also we allowed. So these DNS is nowhere configured on your virtual machines. So the virtual machine, especially we are talking about the workload virtual machine. So I need to go to my SRV-workload. That's a workload machine which I'm going to test. So on this machine, network called properties. So just the settings and networking, and then the network card. So from there, I need to give these DNS servers. So these are the DNS servers configuration I need to enter. So let me go to networking, and then you can choose your NIC card, which is in this case SRV-work 883. So simply click on that network card, and once you have chosen the network card, you have the DNS server. So this is where you need to give the DNS. So in my case, I have the custom DNS servers, right? So these DNS servers we created and configured under our network rule, right? So I'm just assigning this. So when you apply anything additional custom DNS, it means you need a flash of your IP config along with your DNS. So we need to restart your virtual machine. So I'm going to restart the virtual machine in the next step. So now it is configuration is saved. I'll just go to the virtual machine called the same virtual machine which is a workload. I'll simply restart this virtual machine, and I'll wait a second to restart my virtual machine. So it just got restarted now, And as a next step, I need to connect to the virtual machine. And if you see here, there's no public IP and there's no public IP, and the IP address is 10.0.2. Series. So I need to just go to the jump server to connect. So I'll just go to the jump server overview and just trying to download the RDP file, so that I just hit to my my jump server. From there I just log in, and from there I need to connect to my workload server. So I'll just click on this. So I just logged into this. So I'll just open MSTSC to log into my workload server. So MSTSC and the IP address of my workload, which is 2.4. In this case, I can give my user ID and password for the authentication. Once it is authenticated, I can log in, and also I wanted to disable the enhanced security internet enhances security, so that I can browse without any additional pop-ups. So I'll just close this server manager, server admin. I'll just go to local server, and I'll just disable this, so that I'll not get any additional prompts when I'm trying to browse, because it's a server operating system. And recommendation settings I'll choose, because this is the first time I'm opening my IE. So I'll just choose IE11, and I can simply open google.com, and this works without any problem. That's good. Now if I just go to microsoft.com, maybe it doesn't work if I try to go for microsoft.com. And if you just read it, let me zoom it maybe, so that you can read in a better way. Like, it's actually blocked because it found as a deny action. That's a default action within your firewall. So it got priority wise application rule, otherwise everything getting denied. So it got denied by default. So that's good. So I can maybe give a try for Microsoft to allow. So this time again, I'm just editing the same application rule with same subnet. That's the workload subnet, and the protocol same, but target FQDN name is this time Microsoft.com. Maybe whatever the website you wanted. So the traffic will route to your firewall, and firewall will send the whether based on the rule matching, it will allow or deny. So just updating this firewall rule might take a minute or so. So it got, no, it's not, it's saved, it's still saving. Yeah, it got successfully saved. I can go back to my site here, and I can refresh simply. I don't need to reboot even. So it's opening the Microsoft site. Similarly, Google also works without any issue. And what if I try msn.com? So that would definitely be blocked, because that rule was not matching anywhere. So that's how this works. Similarly, Yahoo or any website you try to open, it doesn't work. I hope this entire lecture or demo will be useful for you on how to work with your firewall services to secure your network. Thank you for watching this. We'll catch you in the next lecture about specific to firewall specific settings. Hello and welcome back. In this short lecture, you will be learning purely Microsoft Azure firewall specific settings only. In the previous lectures, we learned about the Azure firewall overview, as well as we also performed a firewall demo. But post to this, I thought to add the configuration settings and other configurations which I might not be explained in as part of the demo, but I wanted to cover here as a consolidated. So to begin with this, so when you install the Azure firewall, you have the public IP as well as the private IP. So that's where you actually use because the traffic will go out with the public IP. So this is where the public IP information will be there. And also in the rules, you have three different type of rules. One is a NAT rules, and also you have the network rules and the application rules, and also the most useful feature, which is the threat intelligence. So you can configure here threat intelligence levels, whether you want to completely turn off or you want to set it just for the alert only. So when you put it as alert, you get the alerts information, and also you get in the logs also, and also you can configure alerts as well as the DNA. So by using the DNA option, any of the known high confidential alerts or traffic going through your firewall, which is known as the malicious IP address or destination with the FQDNs or the domain names, it gets automatically blocked. So that's a recommended setting. Maybe you can choose, and you can click on by choosing that. You can save it. So threat intelligence basically filters your entire traffic which is routing from your firewall for whether you want to get as an alert or you wanted to completely block it from known or unknown malicious addresses. So that's where it will be used, threat intelligence. And also this entire firewall services are moving to the firewall manager as a preview. So here it's going to change the complete view to the next generation preview, so which is not scoped at this point of time. And these are the firewall properties. So these values you can't change it definitely, but if at all you want to see your Azure firewall, whether this firewall deployed firewall is in a availability zone or what subscription or what are the resource IDs, all that information you can find out from the properties of your firewall under settings. And this is a logs for any other Azure blade you have similar option. And the metrics is monitoring. This is where you can filter, you can choose, and you can get more realistic firewall monitoring metrics like data processed, which is went out or incoming. That information you can put, or you can get it as the data process or application rules only hitting, or maybe network rules filter or SNAT port utilization. So all that way you can filter based on the metrics. And if I just take any of them like application rule hit, as part of the previous demo we did some of the application rules like the Google or things. You can see there what kind of size of the data has pushed, like 220 KB or something like that it was done. You can choose that. And also let me show you here, like 800K it is looks like, and that's what the data specific. And you can drill down further level by integrating with your log analytics services. Even for the data dashboards, you can simply click on advanced filter. So this is where you have the options. So these are additional filtering options to get more REST-based API specific chats, which are default sometimes, some of them are not. And that's about the metrics, I would say. And let me go back to diagnostic settings. So here, if you just add any of the diagnostic settings options, you can configure based on the streaming or exporting or platform logs to your specific to diagnostic destination, so that you can check later point with the different logs. And coming back to the log analytics services, this is a additional offering from the Microsoft, and that's a service for almost all the Azure offering services can be integrated with the log analytics services, and you can query with the KQL, which is an additional log analytics version of a different language. You can just filter, and you can write that log, and you can get the exact information. So if you want to integrate that, you can doing from here. So in our case, we have not done any kind of integration with the log analytics services, but if you're interested, you can click on get started. So we talked almost everything, like the rules, like NAT rules. So these are the NAT rules which we don't want to do it anyway, but if you want more information on DNAT or NAT rules, you can check out here the rules and the protocols, allow DNA, all that can be done. These are the examples for the network rules, like allow DNA, which we have already played in the previous demo. And coming back to these are the same thing, like we just tried with the HTTP. Now you can also try with SSH or any other protocol which you know. And also application specific also we tried, like inbound, outbound also you can apply application specific rules, and NAT outbound specific rules also can be done. I hope this entire demo is useful for you. Please do check out the resources for additional learning material. That would really help you to understand more. Thank you for watching this. Hello and welcome back. In this session, we are going to learn about just-in-time virtual machine access. This allows you to lock down administrative ports of your virtual machines, which has either RDP protocol, which is 3389, or SSH port on 22, or whatever the protocols you wanted to block it to connect to these machines. And this requires your users and system administrators to request access to those remote ports using a feature that will reduce your attack surface by not allowing full time access to the administrative ports. So you need to have a basic pre-requirement, that's nothing but your Azure Security Center standard subscription, and then you should be able to use this. And this doesn't cover with the standard free version. It will not allow you to configure this feature because it's a premium feature which is just in time. VM access only supports virtual machines deployed through Azure Resource Center. So I'm talking about ARM model. So if you have the machines with the ASM model, long way back mechanism of older way of VMs, that you must have to be upgraded to get this feature. To be honest, I hope nobody is using these days with the older method of ASM model. Now everybody is continuing with the ARM model. I'll just go to Security Center within the Microsoft Azure portal, and you can see here my current subscription is not upgraded, and I need to upgrade in order to enjoy just-in-time access. So just-in-time VM access will be available here under Advanced Cloud Defense Mechanism, because this falls under a cloud defense mechanism. And if you see here, this needs to be enabled as the Security Center to be upgraded to standard mechanism. So I need to just click on that. The first 30 days is a free trial. If you have already have the standard subscription, please ignore. In my case, I'm just upgrading so that it's actually going further. And as you know that Security Center can cover a lot of subscriptions. So I just wanted to go for one subscription, install agents. So I just have enable for only one single subscription instead of multiple subscriptions, because I do have multiple subscriptions. Since there was no VMs in that subscription, I was not able to install any of the agents. That's why it was showing as a 0 when we try to deploy the agents for this subscription called new. Now, as a next step, what I will be doing is, if I just come to the Security Center overview and click on the recommendations, if you see here, and here under security management ports, which will add me 25 plus points if I can fulfill these requirements. The first one would be management ports should be closed on the virtual machines. Management ports should be protected. So here, if I just go back here and click on it, so I should be able to see here a VM which is unhealthy. On top of it, I need to you see here, this is a VM which we have now. This VM has a port called 3389 automatically enabled when we try to create a VM. So it's very quick. Like when you try to create any of the virtual machine, normally it will ask you whether you want to open for RDP port or SSH. So that port will be automatically open and it will be added into your NSG firewall. So it was just for the security ports that we are talking about it. So once we configured it, actually what would happen is the port, whatever we are trying to connect, the management port that we talked about, either 3389 or SSH port for that specific VM gets locked. That would become as the deny automatically, and that specific time only, within that specific time only, the users can log in. And also you can configure additional policies to
configure in a such a way where it can only management port should be open for only specific IP address, so that it's not open for entire internet. So that kind of configuration can be done. So let's jump into the configuration part for the configuration of that specific VM and click on enable just in time. So once we do this, it actually creates in the backend with the open security center, and you see here you have the option. Once this configuration is done in the backend, you can check out here whatever we have, just clicked on enable button, just in time access successfully enabled for this VM. Now I should be able to request here like by clicking on here. So what would happen is, by default, if I just go to the VM now under networking, now earlier it was actually enabled. If you remember, 300 port was there for RDP, but now what happened is 3389 is blocked completely. So this rule was automatically created. It was not done by me. As soon as I enabled from the management, configuration management, so it has created a specific rule within the NSG fully automated method. So as a next step, what we can do is we can request the specific access for this VM. So to do that, what I can do is I'll just go to open security center. So you need to go to the security center and then virtual machines, this specific VM, and click on that and request access. So currently it is completely disabled. So let's give it a try by going to the overview and see whether it's really blocked or not. So I'll just copy this public IP and I'll go to my run and MSTSC. I'll try to connect here, and I'm getting error as I'm not able to connect because just-in-time access is configured, and if I try with the port also, it remains the same, like so the connection is completely blocked. So let's give it a try for accessing. So this is how you configure. So we configure. Now if you want to request access, the next steps are to go to the VM and go to the security center, or just go to the manage configuration, and then from here just request access. So this is where it's going to ask us this specific policy. You see here, if it is a Windows VM, it's going to give as 3389 as like this, but if it is a Linux SSH port will be listed here, and toggling on or off you can choose, and your IP range, that's your IP or a specific IP range, that is from anywhere if you give star, or if you have a what's your public IP, whatever the public IP is there, from there also you can configure. So I'll just give here any IP for example, and also here the time duration. So if you see here, this talks about the time, how much time I have to give here, and based on the hours, I'll just go specific to the zoom because it's not showing properly. If I just go a little bit zooming down, I should be able to see here it's a 2 hours or maybe 4 hours, like that you can give. Post to that, it will be automatically, the policy gets revoked the permission for 3389 or whatever the SSH port, and it will become as a default as deny, so that you are actually protecting. So now what I will be doing is I'll just take for 2 hours for 3389, and I can give here justification. Let's say I want to configure my application and say open ports. So what would happen is, in the backend, it actually grants a specific access within NSG. If I go back to virtual machine, networking, and NSG, there should be another rule has been created with specific to the JIT, just-in-time access, and I should be able to connect. So I'll just take this, or I'll open again one more time MSTSC, and I'll try to connect to the IP, which is this 152.147.198.92:33F. So this time it should be able to connect because we have a working policy. You see here it's actually prompting for the user ID, so I can give here my user ID to get connected so that the VM port is completely enabled. And after 2 hours of the policy, this NSG rule gets changed. So it will revoke the policy. So it gets applied as the deny policy. So this is how just in time VM access will work. So this VM is got connected to the RDP protocols. Now let's have a look on activity log about what was recorded here. If you see here, the complete security, like the policy enabled for the JIT network access policy, and the when we enable this create or update of the virtual machine, these all the things has been completely logged so that you know what's happening within this activity for your specific VM, so that you can easily monitor, or you can create an alerts, or you can forward this entire information to log analytics services. In case if you are more specific to the only just-in-time VM access specific activity logs, go to Security Center and select that specific VM. And if you see here on the 3 dots, you can check out about the activity log, and this is where it actually only filters with that specific information with related to JIT network access or JIT specific activity logs will be complete, and this would actually initiate, or all that actions will be shown up here. And in case if I just go back to the previous page of VM, and if you are looking for any additional things, let's say you want additional port to be configured, you simply have to go again to the JIT and simply enable that ports, like by clicking on edit, and you can add additional ports in case if you are looking for. One other example of port would be like a VNC, like a 5900 port to be enabled up to maybe 24 hours. That's what maximum you can configure, and later point it gets automatically deny access would be applied. If you want to revoke the complete policy, you can click on this button to take it out, so that would actually take it out this policy, the current configured policy. So that's it about the just-in-time network access for virtual machines within Microsoft Azure. As explained earlier, this is you can use the specific settings, same settings for Windows as well as for virtual machines for Linux operating system, and it could significantly decrease the attack footprint in your environment. Your virtual machines do not need to be on internet for this to be a great solution, because as we know, most attacks occur within our network boundaries. So we can use this even though our virtual machines do not have internet access. So thanks a lot for joining me in this session, and I look forward to be working with you in the next lesson. Thank you.
Hello and welcome. In this lecture, you will be learning about Microsoft Antimalware for Azure Cloud Services and for virtual machines. It's not just for the single virtual machine. Yes, you can manage for the multiple virtual machines with the help of different tools like Security Center, and VM extensions can be used to manage this malware protection. Yes, Microsoft Anti-Malware for Azure is completely free and real-time protection. You can get it that helps to identify and removes virus, spyware, and any other known or unknown malicious softwares. It generates alerts when unknown, malicious, or unwanted software try to install itself or run on your Azure Cloud VMs or Azure services. The solution is built on the previous products that you have already heard, like anti-malware platform for Microsoft Security Essentials, or Forefront Endpoint Protection, or maybe System Center Endpoint Protection, and Microsoft Intune even. And most of you have already heard a product called Windows Defender. So all these products one and the same closely the backend engine, and that engine will be used to manage this Microsoft anti-malware for Azure in a single agent solution for applications and for your tenant environment. And it will be, you can go for a design to run in the background without human intervention to protect any of the deployed virtual machines or deployed application workloads, or either securing them by default automatically, or you can go for advanced custom configuration including malware specific monitoring alerts. When you deploy and enable Microsoft anti-malware for Azure applications, the following core features are available. So to talk about, the first one would be the real-time protection, which will monitor every activity within the cloud services on your virtual machines and detects and blocks automatically any malware execution. The second one would be the schedule scans. The schedule scans periodically detects malware including any actively running programs with the help of quick scan or full scan on a schedule based. And malware remediation is the next point, which will automatically takes an action on detected malware, such as either you want to quarantine or delete that specific malicious file, or it will clean up altogether, and it will give you the benefit of complete malware remediation by clearing those registries or the physical files and the location. And also signature updates, which you will be getting directly from the Microsoft for the virus definitions to protect known and unknown viruses. And the next one would be the anti-malware engine updates, which is automatically comes again from the anti-malware engine. And similarly, anti-malware updates, you automatically get it very similar to the signature updates. And active protection will be a kind of reports which will give you all the time as a telemetry data about deciding whether threats and suspicious activity going on within your Azure services to ensure rapid response from evolving threats landscapes, as well as including real-time synchronization signature delivery through Microsoft Active Protection, which is additional service. And also the sample reporting you would be getting, like when you submit anti-malware services, it helps you to find when for the enabling and the troubleshooting purpose. Also exclusions, when you're deploying any of the anti-malware policies or anti-malware, you do have an agent. When you're trying to deploy, you have an option for the exclusions of the files and folders and processes as well as the drives. But the biggest problem as on date of this recording would be, which is the con side I can talk, like you cannot centrally manage for all the machines the exclusions unless you have decided and you try to deploy. Then you can set up a exclusion, but if you want to modify later point, you need to go for each machine and do the exclusions. Of course you can also do it from the PowerShell, but that's what I'm trying to say here. You don't have a central console. Even though you have a deployment console from Security Center, you don't have a managing complete full-fledged policies directly from a single console. So still Microsoft is working on that. We never know when they are going to release. And the next point would be the anti-malware event collection. So it's going to record and it's going to tell you the anti-malware service health and suspicious activities and the remediation action steps that are going to take by the operating system from the event logs, and it collects that specific information and it will send from the storage account also. Let's go by design and flow how this works. So once you install the Microsoft anti-malware client downloads, it actually the latest engine protection and signatures from the platform of the operating system directly from the download.microsoft.com, and then that information writes within the operating system. Either it could be a web role or the server role, whatever the virtual machine. Okay, it simply writes under operating system logs called Microsoft anti-malware event source. So that there's an event source called anti-malware, that's Microsoft anti-malware as the source will be shown, and that includes the anti-malware client health state, protection and remediation status, and new and old configuration settings and the engine signatures and updates, security specific, everything will be get logged into there. And you can enable the even anti-malware monitoring for your cloud services or for your virtual machines to have the entire
logs to be written as a pre-configuration for you to produce into your Azure storage account. The anti-malware services use the Azure diagnostic extensions to collect these anti-malware events from the Azure system into tables in the Azure customer storage account, and then that information can be pulled. And you see here you do have the option to enable the Microsoft anti-malware extension for a single machine, or you can also do it from the security center portal. All that kind of configuration can be done. These are some of the default actions that are configuration enable settings, which you can do. For example, enabling anti-malware option, either true, default is none. And also extensions exclusively, you can exclude some kind of extensions like .gif or maybe .text or .log files from the scanning. And also you do have option for the exclusion of the paths, like maybe E: or C:, some application path or some application DLL files. In that way you can configure. So these are the configurations you can do it. Also for the real-time protection, also you can enable or disable, and also you can set this schedule scanning can be enabled, and daily schedule scans and default values of these or the default options. Also you have the monitoring option and storage account specific settings also you can configure here. And these are the default settings that you can configure and are available for you to configure. Now let's jump into the demonstration. Hello and welcome back. In this demonstration, we will be performing Microsoft anti-malware for Azure Cloud Services, especially for the VMs configuration. We also try for PowerShell as well as how to configure based on the VM extensions, and if you are wanted to deploy on a bulk machines, this anti-malware configuration, we will be looking into it. So to begin with that, let's go to the dashboard and the virtual machines here from the blade. So you see here you have two machines. One would be the this V-UD machine name. Other one would be the Linux-Ubuntu. So when I try to deploy anywhere, anytime on anti-malware specific, it's not going to support, since for the Linux or Ubuntu specific, it won't be showing you as required. So I will be showing you first on V-UD. So I'll just go with the extension specific. So how do you do is you'll just go to the extensions, and you see here there is a default Microsoft monitoring agent is there, but not the anti-malware specific. So if you just scroll down a little bit, you do have Microsoft anti-malware, right? So what you do is here to install this specific add-on, you can either create and then give the extensions like which you wanted to exclude here, as well as the exclude the file extensions. So the first one would be, this is a path specific, and this is for the file extensions, and also this is for the processes like outlook.exe or maybe notepad.exe, or some application specific exe files you want to exclude, or child process you want to exclude, you can configure here. And next one would be the real-time monitoring. So the real-time monitoring is nothing but your on scan specific requirement. So by default it is enable. If you want to configure as a disable, you can do that, but it's not recommended. Always configuring enabling should be the good option. Now for the schedule scan, by default it was disabled. You can enable to run the schedule scan, and the type of the scan you need to configure. Either you want to configure full or quick, and when to happen. Let's say you want to happen on a Sunday or Saturday, and the scan time. So by default it takes from the 12 a.m. and from there how many hours you want to take it. So that converts into the minutes. Let's say if I give here 120 minutes, that's 2 hours. That means from 12 a.m. to 2 a.m. it's gonna run the scan. So this is how you actually install the extension. So if you click on OK, that goes as an extension, and it gets installed on that specific VM. And this process is for single VM.
But we don't want to do that now, and we wanted to deploy for all the machines. To do that, I need to go for the security center. So how can I go is you can go to the search here and type here as the security center, and you get this. And if you're quite new to this, if you have not yet configured, you can check the configuration part how to do that. And once I have configured the security center, which I can enable at the subscription layer, and it would be charged based on instance and other application based. Now once I open this security center, I get the scoring. So you see here the scoring is very important. And also this specific Windows Defender specific settings, or when I say Defender like anti-malware specific here, you get it under compute and app services. There are multiple things can be managed from the security center, but we are focused within this demo specific to Microsoft anti-malware for Azure cloud services as well as for the VMs. So I'll simply select this specific one, which is a compute, and you see here you do have your multiple things. Out of that, I can either search for the malware, then I would be getting, or you see here install endpoint protection as the option. So this is where the install endpoint protection solution on one machine is pending. So either I can click on that to proceed further, so that I can install on one VM this specific option. So I can simply click on that. So you see here it is showing as other servers, like other my Windows servers, where I have already installed, in this case, Microsoft anti-malware for these VMs, but I didn't install it on this specific VM just to demonstrate. So that's why if you see here the issue is showing as a resolved for rest of the VMs, but this specific VM, that's the v-ud VM, it's still open and the risk or the severity is showing as the high. So simply select that specific, and you can install, you can click on install on one VM. This is how, if you have the multiple machines, you simply have to take all the checkboxes of the required VMs and click on that button. That would again takes to the same web page which we have done earlier for the VM extensions. So you see here you are getting the again files and locations to be excluded. Let's say I have an application which is maybe on a C drive or D drive, gets installed or it works a path called maybe excluded path or app1, app2, whatever the path you want to completely exclude. So you can give that specific path, and we can validate these paths and the extensions. Let's say when one of the extension, maybe I can say that maybe like .jpg file or some other business specific files or maybe file extensions can be given here. So just for the testing purpose, this is all the demo, so I'm just giving as .jpg, and also excluded process, so that entire thread will be excluded. Let's say if outlook.exe or some other application, a business application, is taking some specific threading is happening, you can give that kind of extension. Say I can give here as outlook.exe or notepad.exe just for the demonstration purpose, but in your case in the real world you may get this information from your application owners who request you to whitelist their extensions and the processes and the application folders. And also coming back to the real-time protection, you can take that checkbox which is a default enabled. And most of the time with my experience, like if you have more than one antivirus, like this specific Microsoft anti-malware is compatible to with coexist with other antiviruses also. Let's say you have another antivirus like Carbon Black, it is compatible, so both antivirus can work on the single machine. In that situation, real-time protection works from Defender also from the Carbon Black also it works. So either way, you can either disable or enable this kind of configuration, which is on scan specific. So any of the file which is running will be automatically scanned and will be treated based on the scoring and various definitions.
and the real-time. So now I'll just enable that, and also I'll configure here the scheduled scan. So here the scheduled scans are key. Definitely you have two different types, like a quick as well as a full. So I always go for, I like to go for the quick with the Sunday on 120 minutes, which I say 120 minutes, it's 2 hours, starting from the 12 a.m. That means till 2 a.m. it completes the scan. That's how it's going to run. So post to that, again it will pending, and the next day it gets take the opportunity to complete, and this might take some time. So in my case it took maybe 14 to 15 minutes time, and sometimes you don't get the output also here. All you have to do is just a refresh, and that specific window, if I just go to the again extensions, I will see here as the extension is already got provisioned. And if I go to Security Center and try to check out, definitely that also will be available. So in this extension, it's got completely successfully installed and it's available. Let's go to the Security Center, and from the overview, again, computing, and you can see here the install endpoint protection solution. None is pending. That is in the green. Earlier it was in a red, now it is currently in green state. So it's success, and we can further drill down to see. So you see here v-ud also has installed, and everything got resolved here. So that's how it's going to work. So let's log into this specific VM and see what kind of configuration is currently affecting. So to do that, I need to go to the VM and just download that RDB file to just log into the VM to check out how this looks like. So I'll just run a fast forward state to log into this specific machine. Once it's logged in, I can show you by opening the Windows Defender. So this Defender service is will be available here. If you need further level of any of the customization, you have to come to the each machine and do it, or you can do it from the PowerShell also. I'll just click on the virus and threat protection, and also you see here it is everything is green, right? And you can go for the virus threat protection settings, and you see here real time is protection is enabled, and also you have the controlled access and more extensions. You see whatever we have given, like app data1 or app install .jpg files, and also the outlook.exe and notepad.exe. All these got perfectly configured without touching us anything. So that's good configuration. Now if you want to configure on a multiple machines with a custom setting, so this is very special documentation is available for you to download. This is a very old document from 2015 onwards, it's there. So what happens is it's a simple JSON file. If you just go through this entire document, it says that a JSON format file where you need to just to configure specific things, especially like these are the headlines like anti-malware settings, all that. So if you see here within this anti-mal configuration, so the first one would be the extension 1 and extension 2, whether you want to exclude, and the path of drive like C drive or D drive with any of the specific folder, and the processes. So what I'll do is I'll simply copy this entire JSON format file or the XML configuration file. I simply take this configuration and save as in a notepad and modify according to your requirement, and save as either JSON or .xml format, and run a PowerShell command to configure on different machines. When I say different, multiple machines, you can configure it. So as a first step, I'll just save this as either XML or maybe JSON format. So once I save this, I'll show you another web link where you can get the configuration directly from the PowerShell. So this is a set command, and you are actually doing like getting the Azure VM specific server name and then the configuration, and then you are setting a policy like Azure specific policy like Azure VM Microsoft anti-malware extension, which we're gonna install along with the configuration. One of the biggest backdrop of this entire configuration is you don't have a central configuration unless you integrate fully with Endpoint Protection Manager or some other tools. But even though you don't have a central tool directly from manage outside of the VMs, so
That's where the biggest drawback. Otherwise, it works very well unless you're good into managing on each machine or multiple machines. And maybe you can take help like these kind of PowerShell commands to configure those XMLs or JSON file based configurations. And I did actually saved as a JSON file, but that's the XML format. But you can also save in it, create a JSON format file, and you can give that also as an input, which works very well with the PowerShell. I will be adding these two URLs within this lecture resource section, so you can please do check that and get more practice on that specific. I hope this entire demonstration is useful for you. Thank you for watching this.
Hello and welcome back. In this lecture, we will be learning about how to update your virtual machines within Microsoft Azure Cloud. And this mechanism also works with your on-premises. That means you can manage with the updates for multiple Azure virtual machines as well as for your on-premises computers. The backend of the infrastructure includes your automation account and log analytics services as a combination, and then you would be able to patch almost all possible operating systems. So to begin with that, you can use the update management console to update with the Azure Automation, which manages in the backend with some kind of runbooks which will be there, and that would actually triggers on those machines. And also you can manage not just the cloud, you can also manage on-premises machines, and you can quickly assess for the required patches which are required or got installed. All that can be done, and you can enable the update management with multiple mechanisms, not just the one method. So you can do it from the Azure Automation account, and also you can do it from the non-Azure machines. That's manual method. Also, you can do it from the Azure single machine. That means you can just go to the virtual machine and from the portal, and you can do it. And also you can also do it for by the same thing. You can do it for multiple machines can be selected and enable for virtual machines for the patch management solution. So let's have a look on it how this works. So this will have in the backend as the log analytic agent, which will be available for Windows as well as the Linux machines, because we're gonna update Windows and Linux machines. And also in the backend, this will also have the PowerShell DSC, which talks about the compliance management for the required desired state configuration. So that would required for the Linux machines. And also for the, you can do as we talked about, you can also manage your on-premises as well as the Azure cloud machines. That's where the automation hybrid runbook worker will trigger that workbook or the runbook. So coming back to the backend for the Microsoft updates will be there with the help of the WSS. And if you locate this structure, so what would happen is if you see here, there are two different runbooks are available. One for the hybrid runbook, other one would be the just the log analytic agent for Windows and Linux. So with the automation account, it will actually check for the status reports will be always done, and based on the reviewed assessment and defined deployments which are done against to these runbooks, it will tells the what kind of status it has. Like if it is required some of the patches, it will gets installed. Before it actually gets installed, you can actually run pre-steps and a post steps, and then the updates also can be configured. So that means you do have the pre-scripts can be executed, and in between Windows updates will be deployed, and then post steps also will be there. So you have an option where pre and post steps are very useful. For example, you want to manually stop some services or some kind of manual activity to be done, that can be fully automated with the help of PowerShell commands. And once that's executed, and you can
schedule for the maintenance of the Windows updates. That would install all the patches, and then post steps will trigger to start that server specific activity. So that's how it's going to work. This is the architecture in the back end. Now let's have a look on it. What are the operating systems are supported? So we talked about the many things within this update management, but we didn't talk about the supported client operating system. It supports almost all the server operating systems starting from 2008 to 2019, all kind of editions, like you take standard edition, enterprise edition, or even the core edition also will be supported. And coming back to the Linux, yes, CentOS 6 and the 7, also Red Hat 6 and 7 for the x86 and x64, SUSE Linux and Ubuntu 14 and 16 and 18 versions. And there are definitely non-supported operating systems also there, which we need to talk about. First and foremost, it doesn't support all the client operating systems. When I say Windows 7 and 10, it's not going to support. And also Windows Server Nano technology specific Nano servers are not going to support. And KBS, that's Kubernetes services, which are not going to support it. And now let's have a look on it, how to manage. So we talked about earlier about the overview. Again, we will just have a look on it, the same thing. So if you look at here, Windows Update Management can be done for your Windows as well as the Linux operating systems. You can onboard them, you can assess them for the required available updates, and then you can select and then you can schedule for the required updates. So what would happen is in the back end, the review deployment results will be verified with the successful of all the virtual machines which are enabled. So then you would be getting very similar to this kind of screenshot which is presented on your screen. So here non-compliant, compliant or compliant for different operating systems, whether it is critically missing or security missing, all that would be reported back to you as a consolidated view. And as we talked, this also supports for Linux computers. So the Linux supported computers will be to report back. The time frame is at least 1 hour to be innovated, and whereas for Windows it's just 12 hours to be innovated for full-fledged you get that information. And again, these 2 points are the same, but let's add some more points. So let's say you already deployed the patches, and to report that status back, it takes 15 minutes post to the schedule to compliance policies to be verified on the schedule to scan, and that information will be sent back every 15 minutes to your Microsoft managed agent for your service. And also for the Linux case, it's the same case, almost 15 minutes, and sometimes it can take 30 minutes to 6 hours for the dashboard to be reported within your dashboard. And coming back to the classification, as we talked about the patches, not everybody is ready to push all kind of update classification. Some of them only interested on critical or security or update rollups or feature packs, service packs, or definition updates or role tools and updates. So all these kind of updates classifications are available. So you can choose that based on that criticality and filters, and then select them and get it installed. And coming back to the updates to include or exclude, you have that option whether you want to include that specific update or not. These are the additional features which I'm talking here, which are going to pop up on your screen in this box. So you can include or exclude some of the updates. You have that option. Also, you have the scheduled settings so that you can go for recurrence or maybe once only to deploy these patches, or recurrently you can do it, set it one time, and it does an automated fashion on every month. And also you have we talked about the prescripts and the postscripts options, where you can run some kind of prescripts as well as the postscripts. And maintenance window,
Yes, you do have the maintenance window in minutes. You can configure also reboot control, how the reboot should happen, if really reboot is required or always reboot, all that kind of options you have. So for example, some of the machines not required to be rebooted, reboot is not required, or maybe always can be rebooted or never rebooted. That configurations can be set it, and only reboot will not install the updates. So that kind of options also you have. So it's not going to install the updates, but it just reboots with this option. So all the possible options you have, and based on that you can deploy the patches. So this is all about the overview. We talked about the supported operating systems, not supported, and the backend of the log analytic and automation icons which are involved here, and you have all the flexibilities, and it's going to support Windows and Linux operating systems and the schedules. This is all about the overview. I hope this is useful for you. Thank you for watching this. I will catch you in the next lecture. Hello and welcome back. In the previous lecture we understand about managing updates for virtual machines within the Microsoft Azure cloud, and in this lecture we will be demonstrating how to configure the steps as a step-by-step and how to push the patches for the different operating systems. So let's begin with that. I do have here a few of the virtual machines has been already created. Let me show you some of them. So I'll just go to the virtual machines, and you see here some of them already there, and I will be also creating as in required some more virtual machines like server 5, server 6, or some other Linux boxes as part of this demo, but I will be not just cutting that part how to create section, but rest of the part will be the same. So now once we have the virtual machines, if you just go to any of the virtual machine and under operations, if you see here before we go to the operations, under operating system, you see here it's the Windows Server 2019 data center, and it is into West US 2, and the resource group is UDV. Now let's go to the operations. Under operations, update management. So this is where you need to go, update management, and then once you click on it, you would be getting a small window where you need to fill the values. So the values are specific to the log analytics specific and also for the automation account. So in my case, I have already created log analytics services as part of other demo. That's why it is completely grayed out. I cannot change here any value. But whereas for the automation account, I can actually edit here. That's why it is coming as the automation account, because I didn't work with the automation account. So if you get as the drop down list, that's fine. So all you have to do is click on enable. That would automatically creates for you log analytics services here as well as the automation account. So both get automatically created for you, and it will be provisioned for you when you click on this enable button. So I just hit an enable button, and I'll be waiting for a minute. In the interest of the time saving, I just paused and continued. You see here, so it might take 15 minutes time to complete the wizard, or in the background the installation of the deployment to be successful. So in my case, deployment is successful. I can simply close it. Oops, this is the very long queue which is not related to this. This is the 4 hours. If you see here, it was a previous notice which is coming up. That's fine. I'll just close that, and you see here I was able to see here like what are the update names which are missing, and also based on the classification and the published date, and also I get the KB information. And if you see here, this is for the missing updates, and this is for the deployment schedules. So what it means is when you find the missing updates, you would actually use this button to update. That's the schedule. So once the schedule is happened, it comes under this tab, as it will be listed so and so time it's gonna deploy. That information will be there. So the wizard output will be saved into this specific tab, and then the success of the installation or failure of the installation called history, that will be showing here. So that's a demo. So that's what we're going to try in a minute. So let me again run here. If you are trying to configure on multiple machines at once, all you have to do is you have to click on this
button, which is the automation account. So if you just go to the automation account to manage, you will be getting all the machine specific updates, similar view. All you have to do is again do the same thing like missing and the scheduling, and that goes to the deployment from there to here. So we're going to do that in a minute or so, but let's understand more about within this tab what kind of options we have. So here pretty much good. I have almost explained everything here, so I'll just click on one of the update. So what happens is when I click on that update, it actually taking me for the log analytics services. So log analytics services will have a query where I can actually run and I can find out more information on it. So these are the other built-in queries what you have already available. And now here I have already created a Server 05 as the machine. If you see here, this is completely a different region, ECS, and different resource group also. That means since it's a completely different region, if I at all enabled automation account or log analytics services specific for the managing updates, it will create another automation account. So let's go ahead and configure this specific setting. So I'll just click on Server 05 and then I'll just go to my operations and then update management, and you see here this time I would be getting a different values. In the previous server, when we try to enable, we got it here as the drop down list was completely grayed out, because in that specific region I had already a log analytics service which was created as part of my other demo, which is security center specific, if I'm correctly remember. In this case, in this region it's not there, so I can choose here the which region I can put this log analytics services, but I'm fine to go with this existing location. And then if you see here, the automation account is completely grayed out because one automation account is more than enough for the entire subscription, and it's gonna work. So I'll just click on enable. This would actually runs in the background for the deployment will be initiated, and which will take another 15 minutes to complete the process. Once it's completed, I will be able to see the missing updates, but at the same time, you see it's completed now, and at the same time I should be able to see two different automation icons. So let me show you here, and I have one from the ECS 2 and WES 2, both were there now, and the name difference is ESU and WS2, and that's what the major difference. Now if I just click on one of the account and go to overview, here if there are any kind of jobs has been already completed, I would be getting like patch deployment, other things. Otherwise I don't get anything. Now let's go to the update management. I should be able to see one server within the subscription, 1 out of 1, which is server 02, and it's clear that post to the machine name, I'm able to see also missing updates. These are the missing updates. I can filter if I want. I can go for the classification, also do the filter, but the classification also showing here, and number of machines which are missing. That's what I said. If you're trying to work with the from the automation account, you would be getting number of machines if at all you enable these specific settings, and the KB number and the operating system. So once you have all these done, like in the deployment schedules, if at all you have already configured deployment schedules, these it will be listed. In a minute we are going to do that, and there's no history of the success or failure for these. So let me search for the automation account once again, and let's see what other servers are listed. I should be able to see even my Linux as well as the other server, Windows server, in one of the automation account. You see here, here I have the one server with the Windows operating system, other one is a Linux, and Linux is already compliant, and but Windows server is not. So I would actually deploy the patches for this. So you see here I do have the two accounts, so I'm just clicking on the other account. So I think that's the same account which I clicked on. No, that's the other account. So here also I'm able to see that I'm still missing some of the patches, close to 4 different patches or 5 different patches. So I'll just have to click on that schedule button, and then I need to enter here the deployment name. So it can be a monthly update or whatever the meaningful name. And if you're trying to deploy for Linux, you have to select this option. Otherwise, Windows means like here. And you can also filter here. If you see here, Azure and non-Azure, this is for the on-premises. And that's a hybrid especially. And in our case, for the Azure specific, you do have here the subscription can be. So in my case, I have one subscription, and I can filter if I want based on the resource groups and the location and other tax information. But I don't want to do that, so I'll just filter with one subscription. So entire one subscription, whatever the machines are there, that's the top filter. So next funnel would be the click here to configure, where I can select the machine. So I can search here based on this search type. So the search type I can take it here. So let me go back to search type and then choose as a virtual machine there, so that what happens is I can add that specific virtual machine directly. So click on watch machines and it will be listed. So just click on that, it will get added to the selected item, and click OK. That would actually include the machine. So what we have done so far, we have actually filtered as the subscription, and from there to now the machine. So it's a funnel is getting closer and closer. That's how you're going to design. Now let's click on the classification, one more funnel. So here the application you can choose only 4, 5, whatever it is. For example, critical, security, definition, all that, whatever you want it. And later point also you can change it. We'll come back and we'll change that later point. And also if you see here, this is very important. Like if you don't want a specific KB to be installed, just enter the KB number so that it will not install if you choose the exclude. And if you choose as only to be approved patches to be installed, then you can more explicitly configure your KB article numbers. So in our case we don't have anything, so I'm just clicking OK. Now the schedule time comes. This is very interesting that whatever the time it is showing, that's your current logged on server's specific time zone. Definitely, so it's my time zone here, and I can choose the, even if I want time zone specific to your specific time or any of the time zones, and I can just take for maybe 10-15 minutes extra time before this demo to complete. And I can choose here one time or recurring, like recurs every weekly, daily, monthly, the way you want it. You have all possible options, trust me. And you see here weekly, monthly, hourly. And also if you just go to the weekdays like second Thursday or second Tuesday or second Wednesday, you can configure such configuration, or monthly on specific date, or no matter what date it is, or what day it is actually, but the date, if that date belongs, then it gets pushed. So all that options you have, let's say, these are the possible options which I'm trying to show you as part of this demo, like what kind of options we have, like second, maybe a Wednesday, or I can go for and apply all the patches. And you can also set expansion date or first, all that, monthly, all possible options you have. And once you have configured your schedule settings, you can continue further for the pre and post configuration actions to be performed. Let's say within this pre scripts or the post scripts, you wanted to execute some PowerShell script so that it's going to stop some of the SQL services properly before patches gets applied. It will move your nodes from one cluster to another cluster, or it might put into a maintenance mode so that you can go for the patch management. Like that, actions, you can put it into the pre and post actions. The post is maybe a service to be start kind of thing. So you can put it all the script. So in our case, I don't have anything, so I'll just click OK or cancel. And this is the maintenance window. If you see here, the last 30 minutes or less than 30 minutes time it will take for the actual approved maintenance window for rebooting. The last 20 minutes maintenance window is dedicated for a machine to restart, and these are the maintenance window specific settings. So here if you are trying to configure the specific time, let's say 120 minutes, that's a 2 hours. So from 12 a.m. to 12 a.m. to 2 hours, which is till 2 p.m. 2 a.m. I'm sorry, it's till 2 a.m. it's going to apply the patches. And for the reboot, you have the options for no reboot, always reboot, but will not install updates. So you have the options. You can choose whatever the option is applicable or required as per your change management process. And once you have done, just click on create. That creates this deployment. So what happened is, in the background now, we clicked on this button to create the schedule, and that schedule will be available here in a minute. So you see here the schedule deployment is created. So I need to wait for that time to trigger, and once that time reach, the machine gets install all these patches, and I should be able to see in history. So let's click on maybe deployment schedules, or if you want to manage any of the manage machines, so you have here also the option. Like these options are reporting for the log analytics specific service. So it might take 15 minutes before this data to appear into the dashboard. So you want this to be reported and on all available machines, or just for a specific machines, or in the future machines kind of configuration can be enabled. So in our case, it's a default configuration which is already available, and I'll be choosing the enable on all VMs. So I'll just close this button, or it gets changed in the back end. So that's good. And next step would be to go back to the deployment schedule. So here you see here whatever we have created, like monthly updates, it's there, and the next time it's going to run is 8:15 a.m. it's going to run on this specific of the machine. Is just a one machine, and one time, it's not going to be recursive, and the schedule maintenance window is 120 minutes. That's good configuration. So we'll wait for another 120 minutes to get the status back. So if I want to change, what if you can just click on that and do any of the changes. Let's say I want to change maybe a classification, like everything to be install example. Just it's a test. So I can go here and configure, and post to this the patch management configuration part is done. I have to wait. So the similar things I can do it for other machine also. So we worked with the one of the automated account or automation account. Now we're going to work with other automation account where we have the Linux as well as the Windows box. So I'll just go to operations. I'm sorry, under operations again, update management here, and here it should list actually two of them. One is the Linux as well as the Windows. So I'll just click on server so that I can run the log analytic query, like required patches, like 4 patches which are missing for server 2012. So that's okay. I can show you the same information from GUI. That's showing good. So these 4 patches are missing, and these are more about the Windows Server 2012 specific, if you see here, because the operating system is 2012. And as a next step, I would be creating the schedule updates, and the similar fashion, similar steps I have to do it. So I'll just click on that and give whatever the name you wanted to give here, a meaningful name, and then choose the operating system, like in this case the definitely Windows, and click on configure. And here I can choose maybe old, but this time I wanted to show you the apply. Yeah, let's go for the only subscription based with the filter. And then again you can go for the, if you have imported from the WSS or AD or SCCM, in this case you can choose this, but in our case just the machines. So I'll just take the filter as a machines, so it will list as the server 05. All I have to do is I'll just click on that, so it's selected this, and as a next step I can click OK, and I can choose the required update. So this time I will select everything, and the include and exclude buttons are the same, and time zone and time specific settings, all that can be configured. So I'll just give here another 5 minutes or 10 minutes extra so that this demo can work. So one time I'm choosing as actually very normal specific schedules. There's no custom specific, no pre or post scripts. I wanted to reboot. Definitely always gets rebooted, or reboot if really required. Create. So this gets created. Now as a next step, again deployment schedule and then history. So under deployment it just got created and it's able to show you server 5 schedule. For the maintenance window I have to wait for a few minutes. So I'll be waiting, and I have waited close to half an hour, 1 hour plus time, and then I'm able to go back and show you the status. So you see here the overview is completely showing for us as the completed on 2 computers. So let's go to the updates management. You see here update management, and you should be able to see here for a single machine it's fully compliant. And if I click on that, again the same long analytic query, so I don't want to do that. Now missing is 0 completely. Deployed schedules is one of the schedule and which has run already successfully. But if I just go back to that same deployment, I can edit if I really wanted for the future, and I can click on history to view the updates. So I'll be showing that history for other machine. That's okay. Just go to the updates management directly this time, and then this server also got updated completely successfully. So from the update management, I can see here 2 machines, in this case Linux and the server 5, both are compliant, and history is showing as the deployment is successful. And if I click on that deployment, what all the patches has been, whether it is failed, if so it will be listed here, all or 0, that means 0 failed, and attempted, not attempted is 0, that means nothing has been done as a failure, but everything got installed. It got installed completely on all the machines. So that's a good method of deploying. So all the patches got installed. So this is all about the demonstration of the patch management, how best you can manage the patches from Microsoft Azure, and this is how you can secure and you can take the advantage of the existing automation account as a benefit. I hope this entire demo is completely useful for you. Thank you for watching this. I will be catching you in the next lecture.
Hello and welcome back. In this section, we will be learning about Azure Container Security.
I wanted to cover in this lecture a completely to brush up or to give you a very basic understanding about Azure Container Services, and post to that we have a few of the demos which are coming up. If you see here the Azure Container Registry, where we would be creating container registry from the Azure CLI as well as from the portal, and also we would be working with the container and we pull and we create our container instances within this. Also we discuss within these all the security specific recommendations or the topics that should be covered. Also we will be working with the container groups, which is similar to more than one kind of container which acts as a complete one solution for you. And finally we will in detail consolidate all these topics with a lecture called Container Security. This is where we focus on all the important topics which are related to the container security, or the best recommendations that are recommended by Microsoft. Now within this lecture I'm going to talk about what exactly the containers, why containers, and what is container services, all that basics things. If you are completely new, this would be definitely useful lecture. So let's jump into the actual lecture. So the first topic would be why containers. I'll come back to you what exactly containers. But before that, what exactly the why containers? So a container can work on any machine. It doesn't matter whether it can be Linux or Windows or cloud or even drones or Raspberry Pi or IoT devices. So it can work anywhere as a same environment. So it doesn't change. So if you're developer working on maybe on a his own machine or maybe on a production or maybe on a cloud, it remains the same. So that matters actually. That's what why containers it comes. That's where the value was added. And why environment looks the same. So that's where everywhere the environment is completely looks the same, and increased velocity definitely. And this is these are the few of the points of why containers. Now let's talk about what exactly the difference between virtual machines and the containers, because all these days we also worked on the virtual machine. So let's talk about the virtual machines, how we used to build. Let's say you have a great hardware. On top of it, you used to install some kind of hypervisor like Hyper-V or VMware or some kind of other applications which will give you the hypervisor functionality. On top of it, you used to install the guest operating system, and you used to call this as a separate VM, and this could be another VM, and this could be another VM. Let's see, this could be your application one front end, and this could be your SQL, and this could be maybe a critical monitoring services, or maybe Azure specific Active Directory or identity management solution. So this is how you used to do it. On top of it, and every application used to be installed on those VMs. Let's say, as I said, this was a one of the application servers, so you used to have your binaries and libraries, and on top of it you used to have an application. So here application 2, application 3, like that you used to build. Now when it comes to the containers, we will have very similar infrastructure, but it matters at the VM levels. So I'm going to show you that. Now, if you see here, you have the definitely an hardware, and then on top of it you have the operating system. That means here also you have the operating system, and you may have here hypervisor, definitely the hypervisor, and on top of it there is another software comes which comes as the container engine. So in this case there are multiple vendors you have. So the container engine will be, for example, if I take it as a Kubernetes services, so Kubernetes is or Docker. So these are the different vendors who provides this container engine for you. So this engine, what it does is, once you have the software, so whatever the applications you want to have, so that will be under a specific instance. So let's take one on top of the container you have one VM, so this 3 different colors comes under one VM, but the applications here you see here, app1, app2, app3 in the virtual machine case, or the binaries in this case, are hosted here as the single VM, but they are completely isolated. They work as the individually. So you no need to worry about failures and other concepts. That's the advantage. So let's talk about what we talked. Let's have a look on it. So if you see here under VMs, you can have a separate OS per instance, and this requires definitely a large footprint, and when you try to start the application, it would be definitely a slow startup. But whereas with the container engine, so you have the host as the OS kernel and portability, so you can copy this or you can move this complete container to anywhere it works same. So that gives the flexibility, and it gives faster scalability also. Now let's jump into the one of the main services or main words you would be using within this entire section. So the first one would be the Azure Container Instance, that's called ACI. So when I say ACI here, think that each box is nothing but one of the instance which is running. Let's say you have an application which also have the binaries, so these two are running as one instance, maybe this as another instance, and app3 and binaries which are showing here red are in a different instance. So here you have 3 instances. So that's just think for now as the Azure Container Instance. As we go into the other modules or other lectures, we would be working with ACI. We would create, we understand, we talk about what exactly is here, we deep dive it. So for now you can understand that it's one of the container. Now what exactly is your container registry? So you can think that registry is a repository where you have the image. Let's see this, as I said, a instance. So this instance, to load it, it needs an some base of files and base setup, right? So that's called image. So these images will be inside your Azure Container Registry, or ACR sometimes we call it. So these ACRs can be public, that means anybody can go and pull that, and it can be even private, that means you just create it with your developers help and you customize for one of the application specific, and you would be reusing them again and again. So that's called the container registry. We will be deep dive in a minute or so about these two things, but for now you just have to understand what are the two different words or vocabulary which we would be using within this lecture, or maybe in the upcoming lectures, or in this entire section. Now what exactly is ACI? ACI, what it does, it will actually proceed, or where you are going to use it. You can build, as I said, the container instances. With that you can, data processing jobs can be done. Let's say you have a machine now and it used to work on a schedule basis, and it works on that specific schedule and specific day. Whereas when you convert that machine to Azure Container Instances, it actually starts on that specific moment as a container will be started, and it just start the job, and it does the job, and then it will goes back offline. So what happens is you would be charged per second basis. So it would be really a cents which you are going to pay it. Whereas with the infrastructure as a service, you would be paying dollars. Here it would be definitely a cents. And coming back to the management side, it's really easy. And coming back to other event-driven applications like Azure Logic apps, as I just given one example here for the data processing, you can definitely integrate with the serverless applications, serverless logics, all that, and virtual nodes and elasticity for Kubernetes on AKS. All these things can be done. Now let's talk about the container registry. What exactly container registry? As I said, I'm gonna explain to you what exactly these two words. So I talked about the container instances. Now it's time for me to talk about ACR, which stands for Azure Container Registry. So container registry is, as I said earlier, it's a repository for storing your container images. So when I say container images, it could have your application specific, all the needed coded files and all that to boot up, to run that application, all that packed up. So that's called container image. So as I said earlier, this can be a public registry. That means when I say public registries, so anybody can go and download. Let's say the most popular one would be the Docker Hub, one of the. So you can go to the Docker Hub and pull any of the projects that are available, or you can use these are the free and the ready-made available code, so anybody can use. So when it is ready-made available, it might be designed for a specific purpose, or it might contain even vulnerabilities, right? When you talk about the security, as this entire lecture is for the security, definitely it's not really recommended you to use the public registries. Maybe you use it, you have to customize it, you have to go for complete vulnerability scanning and all that, code by code and other ports configuration, all that to be validated before you actually use it, the public. Instead, you always go for the private. So if you want to have the private registries, you have to end up with the Azure Container Registry. That's where you're going to create your own registries. That means nothing but a repository you're going to create, and you would be storing your own images. So
that's what we're going to do it in upcoming lab. But for now, you understand about the Azure Container Registry. Now let's move to the other point. You can secure with the private registries, as I said, and the entire registry, that means the container images, will be storing on your Azure storage maybe, and you can secure them, their passwords and the storage account with the secure with your secure wallet example. You can use that, and your team can store not just the Docker images. It can be, as I said, earlier I just talked about the Docker image, but it can be any almost all the world popular containers providing softwares. For example, here, which is the MKE or Docker Swarm or Kubernetes, all these can be stored as a private images within the ACS or Azure Container Registry. Sorry, it's ACR, and that would really helps for your DevOps team, so that they have the flexibility with ACR. They can use their own favorable container services or containers, and they can run their required commands, because they might be using Azure CLI commands to work with them, so they are most familiar, and they can speed up their entire DevOps operations or the development. And ACR can be configured even during replication. That means very similar what we have with the SQL services or any other Azure resources. You can actually replicate this entire containers or the Azure Container Registry services with another geographical region. So if that entire region goes down, also you can pull it from there. So that's a high availability option, what we talked. And now let's talk about what are the commands you're going to use it. So it's very simple and easy commands that you can easily remember. One would be to log into the Azure Container Services. Simply, as I said, ACR, so ACR log on, and you want to pull the image. That means pulling from one location, that means downloading. So use the Docker pull, and you want to upload the image to maybe somewhere, then simply Docker push. And if you want to remove it, RMI. So these are the easiest commands that we're going to work with ACR commands also in the upcoming lectures or in the demos which are already scheduled in this section. Now let's talk about the what other benefits you have with the Azure Container Services. Why I have to use only from the Azure specific? Because if you have already resources already exist within the Azure, then this is easy to integrate. You don't need to again do all the data to be replicated, because it's so easy within the region, within your design. You can simply create your ACR services or AKS services, and then you can pull the images. Let's see example OpenShift, or maybe you have all these different vendors or the partner services. From there you can simply pull it, direct images, and they can directly integrate with your your applications, and it can work. So it's easy for using Azure Container Services, and you can easily integrate it. Either it could be a infrastructure as a service or a platform as a service. It can fit everywhere, this Azure Container Registry as a service. And now let's talk about what are the elements that we have within the orchestration or within our AKS. So you can schedule so that that specific application or the container can start, and you can go for affinity or anti-affinity or health monitoring purpose, or you can use failover. Let's say you have one container which has failed, automatically it can restore, or it can go back to the state where it has. So you have this flexibility within AKS, and you can scale it, as I said, to the ones and twos with the groups of with the grouping of Azure Container. That also I'm gonna demonstrate for you. And also we talked about the networking is a higher level, where that's the first point where we need to look at the security point of view. So you can use either public IPs or private IPs or private node configuration, and you can definitely integrate with your NSGs, all this Kubernetes services or your instances or containers, and then you can
apply all the networking concepts that we learn in a Vnet section, or maybe within the Azure Vnet services. All that can be applied here almost, and on top of it you can go for the IPS IDS detection firewalls, or maybe the default Azure firewall that can be applied, and you can divert, you can monitor all the traffic which is generating, and you can audit that specific things. And also service discovery, what are the services are there, and also you can coordinate with app upgrade. So it's easy that if you just go to the container, and you will be seeing all the versioning information, and if you want to upgrade one version to another version, it's so easy to just select that and it will be upgraded. So these are the other elements which are mostly unique and mostly powerful. That's why most of the people will go for Azure Kubernetes Services, or AKS. And now you may be wondering that where should I start. Simply go to the all services and then go to the containers as a category here. So within this category you have all these options. So we would be working with the Kubernetes services, container instances, container registries. So these are the things which this is where you are going to actually perform the entire demonstration. So let's jump into the demo to show you how it looks like. If you just go to Microsoft Azure portal and then go for all services, under containers you have all these options. So you can start actually from the registries, and then we will be jumping into the containers, which is container instance. If you see here, this is the container registry. So this is the registry, that means it's a library where you have different images. Let's say you have image 1 and image 2 here. Let me take one of them, and you see here under repositories, as we talked, container registries are nothing but a repository. So you have here a code called hello world with a version 1, and you might have version 2, version 3 also, and that builds can be automatically applied or pulled, as we talked about different commands like pull, push, and RMI. So we would be pulling this from this registry with this registry name. So what was the registry name here? Like container registry name is this is the registry name, so I can use this registry name, and this repository within this I can pull that image and build the instance. So let me go back to all services again. Let me show you here, and to container instances, this is where you have different images. So within these images are pulled from your existing or private repository, or you can directly even pull directly from the public and then upload to your own container registry, and from there you can pull it. So all that way also you can do it. So if I just go back to one of this container instance, and you can check out here, this is the instance. So that means it has all your application and your library, all that. So what you are going to do is within this you would be applying maybe a identity management options, and you can save all that passwords. You don't need to enter if for example within that instance there is an application that will talk with other Azure services, so that's integrated with Azure AD, then if you enable these services, it would automatically it will check for the wherever it is stored the password, for example key vault and other things, and it would give you the options which we learned in the previous lectures. And also you can save this entire passwords into the key vault services, and that way you get benefit out of it. And you can check out the containers. Let's say these are automatically terminated. If you see, that means it's failing the number of times it's failed, so that means this specific container has a problem. Whereas if I take other container, which is this should be working fine. If you see here, just go to the containers, and the restart count is just the one. That means it's working fine, and the container is only one. It's not more than one in this case. And if you see here, it's pulling, and all that it happened, and finally it created and it started. So this is where you are gonna work with this, and not with this. Also you are gonna work with the
Cloud Shell, all that are exciting things which are coming up in the next lectures, where I'm gonna demonstrate more about the basic things which you wanted to learn on the container specific or container instances, or for that matter container registries. Post to that, as part of those demos, I will also talk about different security concepts that are available within these either container instances or container registries. I hope this entire lecture is useful. Thank you for watching this. Hello and welcome back. In this lecture, we will be looking into Azure Role-Based Access Control. In short, we also called as RBAC. To begin with that, we will be looking into overview of the Azure Role-Based Access Control, what it is and what you can do with that, and followed by to understand about the more about Azure RBAC, how it's going to work, like security principles and role definitions and the scopes. And we will look into the how best we can assign multiple assignments. Let's say you assign more than one role, what would happen, what it's gonna effective, and we will be looking into that. And then we also look into deny assignment. This is just started. It's a limited support on deny assignment. I mean, it's just started, so you have not much, but you do have the deny assignment. What happens? We will be looking into it, and we'll get to understand out of this lecture, and also how technically the flow of the Azure RBAC access, like starting from the service principles or maybe user accounts, and how it's going to acquire a token, and what happens with the REST API, all that along with the ARM and other assignments within technical steps. We're going to understand about this topic, and that will conclude by ending with the licensing requirements. To begin with that, what is role-based access control, or in short Azure RBAC? So access management for cloud resources is a critical function for any of the organization that is using the cloud services. So by using the Azure role-based access control, it will help you to manage who has access to what Azure resources and what they can do with those resources, what areas they have the access. Also it can determine, and it can give you a granular access to that. And if we take some of the examples, let's take some of the example to understand how we can give the permissions. Let's say you have a user who wants to manage virtual machines in a subscription. You can add that specific user to manage only the VMs, or let's say another user wants to manage only virtual networks. You can grant that kind of access. Or maybe let's say you have a SQL DBA group who just wanted to manage all the SQL databases in a subscription. So if you want to grant that explicit permissions, then you would be depending on RBAC. Also, let's take one more example. Allow a user to manage all the resources in a resource group. That means he's gonna become as the owner within that resource group, so he can delete or he can create, he can do whatever the things he wanted within that resource group. For example, he can take full control of the virtual machines, websites, or web applications, or subnets, all that. And let's take one final example here. You can allow an application to access all the resources within a group. So these are the controls what you can use. Now let's jump into how Azure RBAC works. So definitely you need to understand in the backend how this RBAC works. So the way you control resources, because if you take in the previous examples, what we have done is we try to control the resources by using RBAC, and then we assign a specific role assignments. That's a key concept to understand. So now it's how permissions are enforced, and the role assignment consists is basically in three different steps it would take in the background. So let's take the three different principles or the elements. The first one would be the security principles. So when we talk about the security principles, we're talking about either a user object, or maybe group, or maybe service principle, or managed identities. So when we talk about
any of these things, these are the security principles will be targeting. So these are the objects who has a profile, or maybe who has the access within the Azure Active Directory or from your on-premises. We will onboard those security principles, and then we apply a role definition against to these security principles. So when we talk about the role definition, yes, a role definition will have a several built-in roles. You can also create your custom roles also, but when we talk about the first as the built-in, so built-in will have like owner, contributor, or reader, or backup operator, security operator, or virtual machine contributor. There are a lot of different default roles are already available, and you can use those role definitions. So what would happen is in the back end, when we will come to know, actually we will be looking into the flow control as the just before to the licensing slide, then you would be understanding more about this. But for now, to explain here, these are the role definitions will be depends on ARM templates or ARM access layer, which will grant you a granular access against to your security principles. So that's where the role-based definitions will come into the picture. Let's say you don't have a built-in role-based access, then you can create your custom access or a role definition and assign for the security principle. So the security principle will be part of this role definitions, and then they can, for example, they can read the support tickets or virtual machine operator. These are the custom roles or custom role definitions you can create on your own. So let's take the final one, that's a scope. So where you're going to apply these role definitions. So as you know that the top layer would be the managing your entire resources, starts from the management group and then followed by subscription and then resource groups, and then you will be placing all the resources in your resource groups. So this is how the structure will be there. So you can apply these role-based definitions at different layers. Let's say you can apply the security from the subscription layer, or maybe a resource group layer, or from the management group layer. So that's where we talk about that's where we can apply the role-based access. That's how it's going to work. Now let's have a look on how, if we put it as this as a consolidated, how it looks like. So what happens is you have these security principles and you're applying, let's say, example as the marketing group. So what would happen is in this you have an action to either delete or write or elevate access for the contributor. Maybe what happens is with this marketing group can have a definition here like contribute role or owner or reader. All these are built-in, or the custom rules can be created. So these are applying for a specific scope. So in this case, management group level, or maybe subscription or resource group layer. So this is how it looks like at the top level. And now we will jump into what happens if you try to assign a multiple roles. Let's take one user who is part of who has the access for the subscription layer as the contributor, and also for the same user you applied as a reader at the resource group. As you know that subscriptions, under that you have the resource group, and under that you have the resources. So what happened, this user have a contributor role assigned at the subscription layer. So what would happen if you apply explicitly even resource group also as a read? So at this layer you have a read, but top level you have the full permissions. So what, that is the contribute permission. So what happens is you will be getting contributor rights, because that's the top layer you applied full rights as a contributor. It will get inherited. So that's how it's going to work. Now let's talk about the deny assignment. So coming back to the deny assignment, you can block by creating a deny assignment some of the actions can be performed when you explicitly assign DNA users, and also DNA assignments can take the precedence over the role assignments. Do you remember that point? So when you're trying to assign a DNA, that's going to take the precedence. Now let's understand how actually role-based access determines in the backend. So we talked about the principles, we talked about the security principles, we talked about the role definition, we talked about the scopes. Now let's put all these three things and better understand how the flow will go. So to understand that, let's jump into the first point. If you see here, a user or the security group, or maybe or service principal or managed identity. So either any of these, what happens is A is gonna acquiring a token from Azure Resource Manager. In the backend, Resource Manager is the key. So it will acquire a token, and then the token includes a user group membership, including the transitive group membership, and followed by the user makes a REST API call to Azure Resource Manager, because you see here the user actually acquiring a token to Resource Manager, that's ARM, and here he's making a API, that's a REST API call method to Azure Resource Manager and with the token attached. So what would happen is, since he has a token, the ARM will retrieve all the role assignment list, whether he's a deny assignment or what kind of actions he's going to perform. That will help us the action, what kind of an action to be taken. Next one would be the ARM narrows further level of the role assignment that's going to apply for that specific user or the group to determine what roles the user has this resource. So the resource, whatever the resources are there for that, whether what kind of roles is coming from, whether he's a contributor or read, all that will be further level of the narrowing will be done. Followed by Azure Resource Manager determines if an action in the API calls to include in the roles of the user has to be this resource. If that's the exact resource, then it will be no granted. If not, if the user doesn't have the role with the action requested scope, access is not granted. Otherwise, the normally the user checks for the deny assignment policy. If the deny assignment policy is there, it will simply say that, hey, you don't have a permission. That's how it's going to work, and that way it's going to blocked, and it will grant you and tells us the blocked. Or if we have the access for that ARM, then the access will be granted. So that's how it's going to work. So coming back to the role-based access control, we talked about overview and understanding of the RBAC and multiple role assignments and deny assignment and RBAC, how it's going to work with the flow. And the last one is the license requirement. Coming back to the licensing, it's completely free to use any of the RBAC features. It's completely free for us since it comes into the security, and this is included within your Azure subscription. I hope this entire lecture is useful to understand about what exactly the Azure RBAC, and I'll catch you in the next lecture where we will be performing the demo.
Hello and welcome back. In the previous lecture, we learned about how Azure RBAC works and types of the roles you can create. Is some of them are already predefined for you from the Microsoft, that's called built-in RBAC roles. And if you want to create your own, you do have an option to create, for example, for a specific team who wants to manage maybe SQL servers and SQL database along with some of the VMs in a specific resource group, you don't find a built-in role. So for that, you may have to go for a customization. That's where you can create your own custom RBAC roles. Now let's jump into the demonstration. Within this demo, we would be learning about how to create and assign roles. So to begin with that, as we talked in the previous lecture, the order of the applying the roles would start from the management group
to subscription and then goes to the resource groups. So if we start applying at the management group level, then it also inherits the permissions all the way to the down till the resources. Let's say we'll start with the subscription layer. Let's jump into the subscription. So if I see here, I have two different subscriptions if I don't filter. So there are two different subscriptions and I can apply the permissions either any of the subscription layer. It means one of the resources within the subscription will have the permissions as inherited. So let's say once you selected the subscription, you can go to access control, that's AM. When you want to grant any of the permissions, you all have to do is within the Microsoft Azure Blades, you have to go to the access control within the AM. So it can be a subscription or can be a VM or SQL or whatever the resource. You simply have to go to the AM and then try to apply permissions from the add, and that's where you can grant it. And one of the recommendation would be, as per the Microsoft documentation, try to apply the permissions at the top layer but not at the resource level. So if you go for multiple users for a multiple resources granted the access at the resource layer, that would actually gives the problem. When I say resource, not the resource group, I'm talking about a VM or maybe a specific Vnet or maybe SQL Server specific settings. So if you try to grant that kind of custom settings, it would actually becomes more complex when you try to manage them. So always try to assign at the resource group layers. That would be the best and recommended method. So start from the management group, subscriptions, and end at least at resource groups, not on a resources, individual resources. And then click on role assignment. You have, if you see here, there's nothing is assigned, like the scopes are nothing defined, and role type and roles, nothing was assigned. But if you just click on add, you have an option to assign either a role assignment or a co-administrator. I'll come to the custom roles later and co-administrator. The first option is add role assignment. If I click on it, you do have here built-in roles. You see here you have the owner. So when you click on this I button, it gives you a meaningful description what that role can do. Let's say if I click on owner, it says that lets you manage everything, including the write and read and create options with this ownership. And if you just put the contribute, you cannot write, but you can contribute it basically. And for the read, it's just gonna read the permission. So like that, you have many of the built-in roles, and you can go through them, each of them. If you just go to I button or the information, which will give you a little bit of description. Let's say storage account contributor can manage, including the storage account and access and storage account keys that are provided for the storage account data. So all that options are available. So if I just select here as a owner, now I can assign here the access to. So now the access is either you are selecting for the Azure AD user or a group or a service principal. If you remember, that's what we talked about in the security principle. Either we are talking about the user, or we are talking about the group, or maybe service principal or managed identity. So when we talk about the managed identity, you do see here managed identities like app services and data factory functions, logical apps, all that are the managed identities. We'll come into that later point, but you can select here either a service principal or you can select a user ID. So I'll be selecting one of the user account to give the owner permission. So I can select here G and click on save. So he's gonna manage this complete subscription. That means whatever the resources we create, he can have the full permissions. Let me show you that. If I just go to I will be opening in another window, and once I open, I can go to maybe creating a resource group example. Click on review and create. That would actually create a resource group. Once the resource group is created, either you can refresh or page refresh to get it that specific group. If I click on the refresh demo resource group and go to access control, under role assignment, the new account which we just added is showing as the subscription inherited. That means it is actually coming from the subscription to down the way as inherited. That's why it is showing as inherit. Let's go back to the other tab which we talked. So now we know that how to add the role assignment. Let's talk about the deny assignment. A deny assignment is a explicit permissions where you want to grant not to inherit or not to have a dedicated permission on a specific resource. Then you would be assigning that by default. By default, always deny assignment takes as a precedence and it will be already there. That means if you don't see here, that means for other users who are not part or not showing here, they are by default denied. But in a situation where you want to block it, then you can go for the deny assignment. Also, I'm going to talk about the classic administrators. So classic administrators are from ASM model. So as you know that we do have the ARM model, which is the current model of Azure, where you can grant the permissions very minorly, granularly. You can grant the permissions. Whereas with the ASM, you can only manage at the top layers. You cannot go for the granular mechanism of the permissions or object creation, and that's where when started Microsoft Azure, ASM model was started. Now everything is migrated to ARM model. But if a resource is already available on ASM and if they have not yet migrated, you do have an option to manage as the two options. One would be the co-administrator and other one would be the service administrator. So these are the two roles, at least comes from the classic administrator. And what if you want to block, let's say, on a resource group explicitly? Let me show you that. If I just go to one of the resource group, like the demo group, and you wanted to block explicit permission, just go to the access control and deny access. In the classic admin, you do see here Paddy at learninmylab.com user has full administration permission or maybe service admin permission. So you want to block that. So you can explicitly add that specific thing here so that he will not be able to get that access. So you are blocking that inheritance. So let's also talk about other permissions. Let's say we did talk about the classic administrator and deny permissions. Now it's time to understand where do we get even these access control. These are you should be able to get the access control on every resource. So being at subscription or maybe any of the Azure Blade, you do see here access control. That's where you can control the access for your resources. It could be a VM or it can be a web application or any of the services or resources that are there. You should be able to control from the access control. So we know now about the role assignments and deny permissions and classic administrators. And coming back to the roles, these are the roles which are defaultly available. And what if you want to create, you can go and create your custom roles. Before we jump into creating any of the custom roles, I wanted to make sure that you to understand what kind of actions, what kind of customizations you can do it. So this is a documentation with specific to the roles where you can grant to what extent. For example, if you see here hybrid health service, a service which runs for the Azure Active Directory specific. So if you want to grant some actions, similarly you see here there are a lot of in the left side, lot of scrolling options are available. Let's take one easiest one to better explain. For example, computing. So within the computing, if you see here, if you grant access Microsoft.compute /star, that means if you give a star, everything, whatever you see here, like the actions that can be performed, for example, galleries, images, reading, writing, everything will be granted. So So I can say that star means everything that is covered. What if you want to just grant a specific permissions within the compute? Let's say you want to grant only for the availability sets for a specific user for reading or maybe writing or deleting. So in that situation you would go into this path, which you will see here within the Microsoft documentation, and then based on that you have to either create a JSON file or directly you can create it from the console. So we will look into the possible options, and I'll show you how to do that within the custom. So if I just go to Microsoft Azure portal and click on under permissions, you see here you take any of them like access control and then go to the roles, which will be shown here, and if you click on add a custom role, you would be getting this window where you can give your name, which will display very similar to your built-in role. For example, you see here owner is displayed. So similar way you can give here a name. For example, I want for the VM SQL admin example. So I wanted to grant for full access for the VMs as well as for the SQL. So it's better that you do give the description, so that if you see here the help, which is I button, gives you the information about that specific group. Similarly, if you want to give the description for VMSQL admin, you can give here, and the description has been given here, and you can see here either you can clone from existing role any of them and then you can start from there, or you can start from the scratch. So let's say if I want to start from everything, it will give me all the APIs which are available, and from there I need to customize. Or if you already have a custom JSON file which includes very similar to this format with a good file format, then you can import that. So let me start from scratch, and here I can add the permissions. So add permissions or exclude permissions, and also you can go for the assignable scopes, which is in this case it's a subscription layer, and the JSON format, how it looks like. So the format, if you see here JSON, it's automatically created for us. Let's say if you start adding here the permissions, it will actually create like these. So this is where the full permissions are coming from the assignable scope as the subscription, and the role name is VM SQL admin, and this group grants full access to the SQL. So this is the format actually which is automatically generated, and you can reuse by downloading this too. So I'm just going to add by clicking add permission. Let's say I want for VM example, so definitely virtual machines, so that's Microsoft Compute. So I will select I want everything, all the permissions should be granted for the VM, and also I want to add permission for SQL example. So I'll just choose as SQL. So in my case I do have here different SQL databases, so I can choose either Microsoft DB, MS SQL, or maybe just a DB for different database types you have here, so you can choose. So in my case I'm just concentrating on the Microsoft SQL database for this demo. I'll just click on that. So download all permissions. So in this case it's gonna add that specific permissions. Under SQL I can here mention either full owner, availability checking, or everything. If I want to give as a full admin, I can grant here full permissions, like he can be a part of everything like the SQL pools, he can manage Elastic pool, he can manage location, deleting servers, all that. I can add here that custom one and click on add. So that would actually includes my, if you see here, Microsoft SQL is there, as well as the Microsoft computing section also available. So both has been added here in this. So I'll simply click on next. That would actually limit the scope where you want to add. So I'm gonna say that this should be at my subscription layer. If you want, you can also apply at the management group levels if you have already created management group. So in my case, I'm not going to do that. Instead, I would be trying to do for my subscription layer. So if you see here for the reviewing, this is what the JSON file got created now, and it is explicitly added all the SQL specific locations. And if I just scroll down, I should be able to even see the computing. You see here the computing section also there. So that's good. Actually, it has created everything. Either you can download and import this file and reuse it, or you can customize within this, or simply review and create. So it's going to grant these permissions. So just click on create. This will create the custom role. You have successfully created a custom role, VM SQL admin. So if I just search for this custom role, I should be able to see. So if I just search for here VM SQL, I should be able to see, and you see the difference. That's a different type is mentioned as the custom role. And if I just click here, this group grants full access to VM and the SQL. That's also mentioned here. And if you want to edit or you want to clone, you can do the further level. Like you don't want to grant full access maybe for the instance pool as the right options. Example, you can remove it, or you can do whatever you want to do it. Either you can play from the permission side, or maybe from the JSON file format. That's how you're going to actually create. Once you have created, you can assign that specific group the way you want it for any of the user accounts. Let's say if I just go to subscriptions and I wanted to assign the specific group for a specific user. So what I'm going to do is I'll just go to the role assignment. Similarly, I can simply click on add as a role assignment. At this time, I would say that instead of here, I should be able to see here VM SQL, which is here, it is showing. So if I just click on here, so it's coming VM SQL, and I can add any of the user. Let's say I want for Anita C. I can simply save this user account. So this user will have the permissions as a custom specific to the VM as well as on a SQL. But what if you are trying to understand what kind of a permissions have a specific user, you want to know it. So instead you log in with their account, which is definitely not a good practice to do it. So you do have an option. If you just go to and if you click on check access for a specific user, what kind of permissions they have, either role assignments or deny permissions, whatever the permissions you want to validate, or you want to know it, you can cross verify from here. Like you can check out maybe a managed identity for, or maybe for the user group. So in our case, if we take a user, for example, we can take Anita, and then here you can see here what kind of permissions they have. So we granted a VM SQL, and you can find out what kind of permissions we have given. So computing partial, they have Microsoft SQL. So all that detail permissions you can find out here, like read, write, delete, and other actions. What other actions they can do it, all that has been here clearly mentioned. So that's how you actually view it, and that would be very useful in terms of, like, you see read is permission is granted, but some of the actions they are not granted. For example, skill sets were not fully managed, maybe such information is you can find out directly from here. So this will be very useful when you're trying to troubleshoot any of the user account specific access, or to validate user what kind of permissions they have, or maybe specific identities. So that's how you can secure and you can securely grant. I hope this is useful for you. Thank you for watching this. Hello and welcome back. In this lecture, we will be learning about managed identities. Managed identity will help you to secure your Azure resources and their environment. Managed identity helps you to secure your environment by avoiding you to store your credentials within a code. For example, if you're a developer, or maybe in a plain text, or maybe whether if you're storing your code on a computer, or maybe on your repository if you're trying to store, it will avoid all these possible ways you to store the code. So instead, what happens is it uses Azure AD authentication mechanism to explicitly give you the access for that lifecycle of the resource. So that's what we're gonna learn within this managed identity. So all these days we used to store credentials within the code, or maybe somewhere like in a plain text or a computer or in a repository. It has an issues so far, because when you want to access different Azure based service, you will always have to authenticate in some way and prove with that access with the supplying the user credentials or the system credentials within that code. For example, if you take it and a web application that's accessing a storage account or maybe a storage, then somewhere in some way we are going to storing this authentication information in that, so that you can access the storage account. And this is where managed identity comes to rescue yourself. And managed identities, what we can actually do is essentially associate the identity within the given Azure resources that serves your authentication against your Azure Active Directory. So here the key point would be the Azure authentication authenticates with the Azure Active Directory. So it applies for managed identity will apply almost for everything which uses Azure Active Directory. So that's where this service comes into its specialization. Now let's understand in the basics and complete overview of managed identities. In the past, we used to call Microsoft Service Identity, that's a formal name of managed identities, and now it's fully called as managed identities. And the common challenges, as we talked about, you have to you used to store the authentication specific credentials somewhere, but with the managed identities it doesn't need it, and it's a feature of Azure AD as we talked. So you don't need to pay any additional cost to use this managed identity as a service. And now let's talk about the terminology. So coming back to the terminology, the first one would be the client ID. So a client ID is a identifier generated by Azure AD. It's a unique identifier, and this will tied up with your application and your service principal during its provisioning status. And coming back to the principal ID, a principal ID is the object of the service principal object for your managed identity that is used to grant role-based access on your Azure resources. So what you do is normally you will be enabling the managed identities, then it generates the client ID as well as that will be associated this client ID with the service principal that will be basically tied up, and the principal IDs where we will be applying the role-based access. And there is another additional service which runs on a IP address, which is a non-routable IP address, well-known IP address, that's called 169.254.169.254, and this specific service will run, that's called Azure Instance Metadata Service, or IMDS. So this works with the REST endpoint accessible for all the infrastructure as a service VMs created with your Azure Resource Manager model. And so when you create any of the VM and you try to associate that VM with the managed identity, then in the back end it's actually provisioned something called IMDS, which will be works on a 169.254.169.254 IP address within that VM. So these are the three different terminologies that you need to avoid. Now let's understand the two different managed identities that you have. One, you can assign this managed identity at the system level, that's a VM level. Other one would be the user level. So when you apply at the user level, you need to associate any of the user object. But when you associate it here with the system, that means you will be enabling on the properties of the system. Just to show you where we can apply the system and users. So you see here, if I just go to the virtual machine properties, and under identity you have an option for managed identity for the system assigned and user assigned. So here you can assign any of the user specific objects, and here you can assign for the system specific identity. These managed identities are service principals of a special type. So that means if you delete your resources in the backend, it also deletes your service principals, whatever it is associated. That's the important point which we need to remember, because why I was talking about this is here, if you can remember here, we talked about terminology side, and everywhere we are getting as a service principal, because the client ID will be associated with the client ID, again with the service principal. Similarly, principal ID is nothing but your service principal, and all these two key terms or key uses will be associated with your service principals. That's where it's very important to understand. If you're deleting any of the managed identity, that means in the backend it also deletes your service principals accordingly. So the life cycle is completely dependent. And let's understand more about the password, how it's actually calling within the managed identities and how many days it's going to store. So as we talked, everything will be associated with the resource manager, and it's you enable, for example, for a virtual machine as the enable identity for the managed identity. Then what would happen is it's actually goes and communicate with your Azure Active Directory tenant under with a specific service principal. As we talked, when you create or when you work with any of the Azure identity management, actually it's actually in the backend creates the service principals. That's where it's going to talk. And then the third step would be it is actually updating. Since we created here the virtual machine, if you remember in the previous slide, we talked about everything works if you enable as a VM and you tied this managed identity for a VM. That means in the backend here IMDS will be used, which is Azure Instant Metadata Service, with this specific IP that would actually calls the specific identity. And when you go for the fourth step, that's a granting the identity access resources, which is the service area or the role-based access. So on top of it, it actually checks for the whether do we have a permissions. If we have a permissions, it will request a token from endpoint client local endpoint, and that token goes with the Azure AD, and then it will be validated and comes back for the Azure service with your token. So that's where it's going to be managed. Now let's jump into the managed identity specific properties, how this actually works for a system assigned and a user assigned. So if it is a system assigned, it's going to create a Azure resource, for example a virtual machine or web app service for a managed identity. Whereas if you're talking about the user, so it's going to be create a standard Azure resource. And coming back to the life cycle of the for the system managed, the shared lifecycle of the Azure resource, there's a managed identity is created within, and when the parent resource is deleted, automatically the managed identity will be also deleted. But here managed identity lifecycle and must be explicitly deleted. You need to go and delete explicitly if it is assigned for the user assigned. And coming back to the shared access Azure resource, you cannot be shared because you're assigning for a virtual machine. In this case, that's a system, and it can be only associated with a single Azure resource. And whereas with the Azure user assignment, it's the same user assignment. So wherever you go with the user identity, that can be associated. That means you can assign for more Azure resources because we are targeting based on the user identity. And common use cases, if you look at, you can assign for a single Azure resource, whereas with the system assign and workload for which needs to be independent identities. For example, it can be an application that runs on a single virtual machine that requires some credential access, then that's the one of the use case for the system assigned. Whereas for the user workloads runs on a multiple resources, we never know that user gonna access what resources, so that's where we use the user assignment. So he can go and authenticate as we talked. This identities purely depends on Azure Identity Authentication. So if really needs to authenticate based on any of the user authentication specific resources, he can securely access that and get the permissions. Again, it's purely depends on what you have given on the role-based access management. For example, if you take it workloads, multiple virtual machine needs to get access for the same resource. Let's say we talked about in the previous slide, previous application, like here this specific user wants to access for this VM. Similarly, if he wants to access multiple VMs, he can go ahead and grant the access. When we assign, that specific user can go and access multiple VMs. That's the advantage of having the user specific one. And now let's have a look on how this works basically. So coming back to the system assigned managed identity, the first step would be if you go back to the Azure Resource Manager, it actually receives where you enable the system assigned managed identity on a VM, and then you create in the backend, it actually creates a service principal within the Azure AD for identity of the VM. Service principal, once it is created, it will be trusted within your tenant by that subscription. And Azure Resource Manager configures an identity by the VM, updating the Azure instance metadata service identity endpoint within that service principal of the client ID with a certificate. And after the VM identity has an identity, when the VM itself has its identity, the service principal information to grant the VM in the backend. This is a workflow basically, and it actually grants the Azure resources. So you can call the Azure Resource Manager for the role-based access within that Azure AD assign appropriate role. So the VM's service principal, for example, you can call the key vault, granting the access for a specific secret or a key vault. So your code actually runs in the backend on your metadata instance, metadata service point with this specific token, and it's responsible to authenticate with this IMDS version. And that URL would be called. In fact, we would be demonstrating this entire thing, so you no need to know very, but just understand the flow, what happens and how this goes. So your code will retrieve the authentication once you have the once you executed this. It actually you can retrieve in the JSON format, JSON web token, JWT access token, and it will return the code. And the similar process almost, but it just checks for the user specific identities within the user assigned. And coming back to the where you can use this, in one word, you can actually assign and manage your complete identities wherever your Azure resources that can be authenticated with Azure AD authentication. That means if a resource is enabled for Azure AD authentication, you're happy to use managed identities. And let's take some of the examples. Like you have a Windows VM, then you can enable all these Azure services like Azure Data Lake, Resource Manager, SQL, storage, and non-AD resources with Azure Key Vault, like a Linux VM, and specific like Azure Container Registries, Data Lake, Resource Manager, like a storage, all that. And if you're talking about non-VM specific, then you can freely configure for app services, app management, and API management, container instance and container registry tasks, events, functions, Kubernetes, logic apps, whatnot, almost everything wherever you can authenticate with Azure AD. So that's a key here to understand. Now let's jump into the demonstration of a specific demo on authenticating from a VM. Let's say I have a specific VM which I have created, and I would be enabling the managed identity on that specific VM, and I will try to access my key vault to get that access token or the secret which we have created in the backend. So I'm gonna use this one of the method to get the key vault specific values. To conclude, within this demo, we talked about the managed identity, which will avoid saving your code somewhere, and this will be very useful, and it can be enabled for almost all the Azure resources, and wherever it can authenticate with the Azure Active Directory. And this is free of cost, and there are three different terminology. Almost everywhere we're gonna actually see service principal in the backend, which will associate either with the client ID as well as the principal ID, and there is an engine that would actually runs if you are trying to use any of the system or user-based authentication. In the backend, there would be a non-routable IP that would be used, and we would call to that code to get the authentication token information. And there is a specific configuration can be done, as well as the user specific configuration. And as we talked, if we delete any of the managed identities, that means the specific resource in the backend, the managed identities lifecycle also will be deleted as correspondingly. But for a few of the user specific managed identities, it doesn't go, so we need to specifically clean up. I hope this entire lesson is useful for you. Thank you for watching part 1, and make sure that you check out the part 2, which is mentioned within this description of the video. And also, if you're interested on AZ-303 exam course material, also I did also mention within this description of the course. Please do check out that also. If you really like and would you like to support me, please sponsor me from a YouTube join link. Also share the community this video link, so that really helps me out. Thank you for your help and contribution. We'll catch you in the next lecture, which is AZ-500 part 2. Thank you.